Hey everybody, we are live and um in about 6 minutes and 15 seconds, we will play the game yet again, of what I call now hurry up and wait for the Nevada Legislature to get the job of finishing this special session over with. Yeah, that's how I feel about it right now. This is like, hey guys, as Kate Moo just commented, hopefully, Kate, how are you doing today? And hopefully today is the day because my goodness, how many twists and turns can this take? This is like Peyton Place, um, or Falcon Crest, or Dynasty, or well, none of them have the damsel in distress, or well, actually they kind of do have the damsel in distress if you consider the mayor of Oakland worrying about her political future if the Vegas happened to leave. I guess that counts, doesn't it? Uh, yeah. Okay. So I was wrong. It has all the drama of any soap opera. There we go. All right. Who said what to whom? Who did what? What happened? Who made what promise? Who skipped on whom and why? And who is the real suitor and not? I can go on and on and on with these comparisons. And they're unfortunate because in total, they speak to the negative for the city of Oakland. The bottom line of all of this is that the A's are trying to leave Oakland. A integral part of the soul of Oakland is quite literally trying to remove itself from Oakland. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. An integral part of the soul of Oakland is trying to remove itself from Oakland, and it's not the first time this has been an attempt. But this looks like, as they say, what, the third time's the charm? Well, arguably, fourth time. Because if you consider Charlie Finley, the Haas family, Schotten Hoffman, Lou Wolf transforming into John Fisher, and take them all as a kid and caboodle, if you will, only the Haas family has shown the appropriate love and respect for Oakland, such that their agreement was written where the next buyer of the Athletics had to be an organization that was going to keep the Athletics in Oakland. The Haas family set that up. Okay. By contrast, we don't have that situation now because we have a situation where our government, has not held up its end of the deal and continues to not hold up its end of the deal and continues to not get that it's not holding up its end of the deal. And the people allow the government to screw up and screw up and screw up some more. Let me get your comments. Logan, how you doing? Well, glad you're here. And Jerry Lopez says, any idea as to what amendments were made to the bill? That is a very good question, Jerry, and I believe I have some idea. And let me give you what I believe the idea is based on a conversation I had with a friend of mine who works commonly with the government in Nevada and on public financing issues. Okay. There is, or was in the legislation, a waterfall set of expenditures to happen such that at the bottom of that waterfall were expenditures for homeless programs. Well, one major request that was considered to be at the top of the table or near there was to put homelessness at the from the bottom and take it and move it to the top or near the top. All right. Now, in the perspective of what the amendments, you know, could be from like good to nuclear, right? Nuclear being like really, really bad. Okay. So the good one would be something like that. That's a good amendment. Now, a nuclear amendment from the athletics perspective would be, hey, you know what? If the legislature were to say, just take the bond issue off the table, Now it'd be different if the Athletics had discovered, hey, you know what, we've got another partner. They said they needed one, and that partner decided to throw in 140 million, which in the scheme of things isn't a lot, but we're also talking about a very weak economy. So 140 million to the Athletics probably looks like 500 million. So let's say that happens, which would indeed necessitate the opportunity to take the bond issue off the table. And I am not saying that is what happened. I am saying that's the nuclear end. All right. That's the nuclear end of everything. The nuclear part of it is if the legislature says, you know what, take that out. To which the A's will go, eek. All right. Now, Logan says, sounds good. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. And I remind you that tomorrow is the reverse boycott day. I suggest you should go and show up, show support, or just, virtually do it. The problem is, and I want everybody to think about this, because even in this instance, Oakland government stands in the way. Why? Because, okay, quick quiz, which you should already know the answer to. Excuse me. Itchy nose. Does that mean there's money somewhere? All right. Who owns the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum complex? The Joint Powers Authority. Okay. So we have this reverse boycott going on there. Don't you think the JPA would, hop in with both arms to help out? Well, yeah, you would say, yeah, they're allowing them to do it. But my point is maybe pay for some extra signs or just jump in some kind of way. But no. And this is not to be against my friend Henry Gardner, who's the executive director and arguably the greatest city administrator Oakland has ever had. But the fact of the matter is that once again, Oakland government sits passively by while other people do things. Okay? And the Oakland government is reduced only to, well, let's see what we can get in terms of getting our face on the local news, which a lot of people don't watch anymore. Do you realize that ethnic news outpaces in the Bay Area, outpaces, and I mean, like, for example, Chinese television, for example, or Spanish, like Univision, they outpace the K's in viewership. That's right. They do. All right. So you're just as well to get your message out going to Univision and to a Spanish language channel, which is what that is, or to a Mandarin language channel, or really both, or how about all three? So my point is, but if you think that it's just the K's, they don't matter like they used to. You can just do well just to get your news off YouTube today. That's how much things have changed. Okay. How do you think the vote was going to go? I think the legislature will pass it because you don't go in and make amendments and then turn around. All right. The amendments they're putting in are requested by those who would, without those amendments, oppose the bill, right? So is it a logical outcome to expect the bill not to pass if the amendments are stalled? Of course not. Do I think it's going to be unanimous? No, not at all. But I remind you, the Raiders vote, even with a Republican dominated legislature, was close. All right. This was Democrat dominated. So it's got to fit the needs of the day. The Athletics made a gigantic error. I mean, huge freaking mongus error in walking in and assuming that what they're proposing for Howard Terminal in terms of like 450 million in community benefits, because that was going to be paid for by tax increment financing, right? Dave Combo said this on my show. I have the clip. That was 2021. I have the clip. All right. Going in 6 guns a-blazing with, we're going to be right in there as a great community partner. They have been arguably a great community partner in Oakland, but they didn't take that attitude to Las Vegas. They acted like they thought, hey, we're Republican and they're Republican, and therefore we can just go and build a ballpark. They'll roll out the red carpet for us and all that. But the reality is different. The reality is that you have a Democratic controlled or dominated legislature with a governor who is just by the luck of, you know, whatever you want to call it, uh, Hades. And I said it just like that, okay? Because Republicans are known for not really being kind to the needs of poor folk, all right? And of course, it is said that that you'd have an easier time getting into heaven through the eye of an needle than being, rich, right? Okay. My point is that by that, and COVID-19 is really what was the cause of it. Steve Sisolak lost re-election to a non-politician, Joe Lombardo, sheriff. Okay, and he says you should offer your services. I think you'll bring. Well, too late for that. But here's the thing. The thing is, the city of Oakland doesn't want his services for reasons, and no, it's not the city of Oakland doesn't want my services, and it's not for reasons because it's you have. This is not just me, but I'll offer up me aside. Marikesha Smith. Who is she? You don't know the name. Marikesha Smith was assistant city administrator, African American lady, rather attractive, I might add, whipper smart. Should have been the city administrator 2.5 years ago. All right. Instead, she was put in a position where, as assistant city administrator, she was quite literally doing the job of two assistant city administrators, fully expected to be the city administrator. Instead, Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf, my god sister, for reasons that um, really continue into why Libby did not do a great job running the city of Oakland. I hate to say that, but it's true. Chose a friend of hers, Ed Reskin, and a friend of mine. I know Ed. Known Ed for a long time. Not buddy, but I like Ed. I don't have a reason to dislike him at all. Um, but look, friendship is friendship and business is business. Ed came over from San Francisco and running the transportation system there and was completely really a fish out of water in Oakland. But I think Libby basically gave him the job to save him. But she should have, Libby should have put Marikesha in. Marikesha left. All right. Now, was she fired or left? Whatever the case, she then went to work as the city manager. Okay. As the city manager of Stockton, I believe. And just looking at to make sure that I'm correct. But so I thought it was Santa Rosa, but no, it was Santa Rosa. I'm sorry, Santa Clara, uh, and that's the mayor. Excuse me. Stockton city manager is yeah. The city manager was Marikesha was Santa Clara city manager. But at any rate, she just was recently rewarded uh, for the great job that she's done uh, in in her role. And Santa Clara, Santa Rosa. Come on, Zenny, get your brain together. Uh, Santa Rosa, Santa Rosa, Santa Rosa. I'm thinking like up north in my head. I'm thinking, Zenny, Stockton is not North Bay Area. Stockton is like way down central, right? So I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking, you idiot, that's wrong. And it's up north there, up on the way to wine country, and it's boom, Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa. She was treated like crap. But she did, get to that point of assistant city administrator. Now she's city manager and she's in her rightful place. Okay. Um, my story is entirely different, but there are a lot of similarities about what happens with talented Black professionals in Oakland in managerial levels, as a for the most part over history. Now I give credit to Shang for hiring um, Jenkins Johnson as the new city manager, African American out of Atlanta, and our head of public works. Okay, so overall, I give Shang props for that. But in terms of economic development, if you take a look at our economic development history of late, it has been a blind spot with respect to what it used to be, which is a place where Black and ethnic businesses received help and were allowed to grow faster when that was the case. Now, not at all. And economic development is what I went to do. Libby, again, for reasons best known to Libby, and I know why, but I don't want to go too deep into that right now. It's 209, by the way, folks. Um, Decided to hire people who were white to handle that. By the way, the Senate has not yet convened, and it should say that, as you can see. All right. So, so anyway, there's that. So my point is, I'm not the only one. There are a lot. There are a lot. All right. And also, I will say this: there are people there who are elected officials who want me to serve in some kind of position, but are fearful that others will object. And the reason is simply that I have not been shy about my feelings or opinions. I've started a media company, and those are people who are going to want me to walk a line or, basically be a different person and not say things that I believe. I'm not going to do that. I love my city. All right. I'm not going to do that. So, changing that back to the subject of matter at hand, we have to bring in Al Carbo right here. And Al says, what I wonder is, this ballpark has very much become Lombardo's pet project. Would the Democratic legislature vote it down just to spite him? No. And the reason is this: because, look, the legislature meets every other year. It is a part time legislature. It consists of many people who have their own small businesses. A number of those people depend on the success of those businesses, or to maintain that success, through the same relationships that got them to where they are. Relationships with members of the casino industry, relationships with union heads and bosses. You get the picture, okay? So they're not likely to turn around and do that collectively again after amendments have been installed. Now, if this were the same bill, okay, the same bill, all right, the same bill, okay, the same bill, then no, all right. And so, and that's where we're at, Al. I mean, it's a different bill, or at least it's supposed to be a different bill. Okay, it's supposed to be a different bill. So, and this gets back to, again, you asked Al, how do I think the vote's going to go? And that's why I think it's going to pass. Okay, I really do. Um, and I really think that's what's going to happen. So, and then Vegas says, Mark says, they do that and they'll piss off the mighty culinary union, political suicide. I, I couldn't have said it better, among others. All right. And Stephanie says, Zinni, I very much respect your reporting on this. Thank you. I can't tell you how frightening it was for people in middle America when Jerry Brown ran for president. Now, I will say one thing about Jerry, who I had both the pleasure and the curse of working for. uh, Jerry is he's an iconoclast, and he is a person who prizes himself as a, a kind of a bon vivant, man about town, a dilettante, which is why I think, because he and I didn't get along, is because he described me as a dilettante. And I kind of, when I heard him say that to somebody else I knew, I thought, well, that's a little like the pot calling kettle black. Um, it Jerry, I feel, when I said it, when I was blogging and some of my stuff was winding up in the website of the San Francisco Chronicle, that He was in his rightful place as California governor the second time around. He swims in that environment. I remember when I was working on bringing Super Bowl to Oakland, and I'd written an email where I accused Jerry of not being comfortable with someone black who was intellectually aggressive, like his white male counterparts. Um, Whereas Chip Johnson said in the Chronicle, when he got a hold of the email through a mutual friend of ours, and I know who, I'm not going to say that person's name, said, well, in other words, that means he's saying he's racist. Now, Jerry fired me on that basis, which actually was illegal. Still illegal today. Okay. But my point is that I make this point that after that, we were in Atlanta after all that stern and drum, and Jerry and I wind up in the suite, the presidential suite that I personally got him in the Hyatt Regency Atlanta. Okay. Uh, it was just us because all of our other crew had left. And Jerry, I was thinking, like, oh no, here I am with Zenny by himself. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to sit back here and I'm going to watch the political news and I'm not going to say a thing. And that's exactly what I did. I just said, you know what? I'm going to let him swim in it. Okay. And he said he apologized for how he treated me. He goes, we didn't get any, we should have gotten some money behind you because they didn't think I was going to get as far as to get Oakland in the finals for the right to host the doggone Super Bowl. All right. And so they didn't. They thought because I was young and black and all the other stuff that they have about black folks, that's how they're acting, even black folks. All right. I'm not saying this was like, oh, the white bad white folks. No, 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 no. Oakland's biggest problem is crab barrel mentality. And Robert Bob, when he was a city administrator, pointed that out to me. All right. He said that Oakland's a town that likes to pull each other down. Okay. And that is very true in all kinds of ways. There's a whole book not written about Oakland psychology to be written. And the problem is just that, like to pull you down rather than support you. And if you think about it as applies to the athletics, oh, Fisher's a billionaire. We have to pull him down. Dave Cobbles, whatever they kind of want to, so we have to pull him down. It's not lift up, support, fet, it's always, we have to make you realize that you're just like us, that you know better than us. That's the thing. And that treatment was no more intense in its history than it has been recently. Okay. Um, and so it really got worse. But as far as Jerry was simply mayor and really built the structure that caused all these problems. But Jerry built the structure to rehabilitate himself. That was what Jerry's tour was. Being mayor, he knew that the minute he announced he was going to run for mayor, it was going to flip everything around and he would be the front runner immediately. And that's precisely what happened. And then he proceeded to come in and really he acted in a way that was very subversively conservative while acting liberal. And that will be Jerry Brown's epitaph. Okay? He is a subversive conservative. He puts on a liberal face, but then he gets into his later years and says, well, I really didn't want these redevelopment, affordable housing structures in my elegantly dense downtown Oakland. I didn't want these poor people. He actually recently said that 4 years ago. I didn't want these poor people living next to my nice restaurants. He actually had that coming out of his mouth. Okay? All right? Okay? Okay? All right? So anyway, John says, those are not the people, unfortunately, that were the gym followed up with my, okay, cool. He says, "Who's to blame for the A's leaving? The city of Oakland." And let me double down on that, or maybe I should say triple down on that. Welcome everybody. Good morning, or if you're okay. And let me make sure, absolutely sure, that the legislature is, well, the legislature is doing legislature things, right? Let's refresh this. Okay. And let's do that. Still not convened. A day of waiting yet again. Boo, legislature, get your, Anyway, okay. Um, who's to blame for the A's leaving? Libby, my god sister's to blame because she didn't do. Remember Reservoir Dogs, that line? I think it was by Michael Madsen. If he hadn't have done what I told him not to do, he wouldn't have got killed. Something like that. Well, that's kind of the same thing I'm about to say with respect to Libby. If Libby had have done what I told her to do, the A's would still be here. There are a number of things that I told her to do. And you would say, what do I get off with that? Well, I will tell you, aside from my background, when she became mayor, one of the first calls that she made was to me. Why? Well, first of all, we've known each other 32 years, but second of all, she knows that I'm friends with a number of people at the NFL, including the current commissioner. We've known each other since 96. Mark Davis, she was supposed to meet. She didn't know what to do. She called me and asked for advice. And so what became a conversation about Mark turned into an overall conversation about economic development. And I told her to set up a task force, in particular for the retention of the Raiders, but she decided she was going to do it in the style of the person who endorsed her, Jerry Brown. Jerry didn't like task forces. I grew up with task forces. Task forces have been in my head since I was a little kid reading about city management. Task forces are not just getting together city staff members. No, 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 no. They consist of business leaders, community leaders, the young kid that you want to bring in, or kids who you want to encourage to go into government so that they can go on, make sure that they were already on the right path anyway, rewarding them, right? But you want them in the room to see how the sausage is being made and make their parents happy and make them, happy constituents of the city. Ad infinitum. But you make that task force with people who are of enough different mirrors that reflect your city so that you can have decisions done and then implemented quickly. That's why. You have two groups not talking to each other, bring them into the room. Note, this is a pre-internet thing. All right. Today's internet people have this idea of not talking to each other, which I'm explaining to you folks isn't the way to go. I don't care if you're going to meet on Zoom, which is fine. Okay. But at the end of the day, you want to get people in the same room physically, and you want to do it with great wine by recommendation and dinner, and make sure the food is top notch. Okay. You think that has nothing to do with getting to yes? You're wrong. I will tell you, it works every freaking time. Okay. We're talking about people. You want to have people in an environment where they can have something to talk about, especially if they're disagreeing with each other about different things, that brings them together. One of those things is food. Big deal. All right. Food is really, really important to getting to yes. I did that when I started the Oakland Downtown Coalition. There were 3 real estate oriented groups not talking to each other. Oakland Chamber Economic Development Group organization with John, forgot John's last name, rest in peace, wasn't talking to the Building Owners and Managers Association, BOMA. BOMA in turn wasn't talking to another real estate group in Oakland. I got everybody together, and then more people. We had a membership of 45 people by the time the person that
the Senate will come to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Buck.
Here we go.
Senator
folks.
Cannizzaro, Senator Daly, Senator Gignate, Senator Dondero-Loop, Senator Flores, Senator Goycochea, Senator Hammond, Senator Hansen, Senator Harris, Senator Krasner, Senator Lang, Senator Neal, Senator Wynn, Senator Orenshaw, Senator Pizzina, Senator Scheibel, Senator Seavers-Gansert, Senator Spearman, Senator Stone, Senator Titus.
Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. Please mark Senator Titus absent excused, and please mark the remaining senators present as they are either here in the building or will be joining us later today.
Thank you. Will you please rise now for the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, the prayer given to us by Missionary Dina Neal.
This particular session, our 35th special session, I was reading over the weekend Joshua 5, where he ran up on the commander of the Lord and said, "Are you with us or are you against us?" And he said, "Neither." But what was profound was that God would send the commander of his army in order to save Joshua to defeat the city of Jericho. And so we come to you today because we hope that you will continue to bless us in this building, that you will continue to defend us in this building, and that you will allow us to leave and go home and actually be present with our families sometime at the end of this week. Thank you, Lord.
Amen.
Order business number 3, reading and approval of the journal. By previous order of the Senate, the reading of the journal is dispensed with, and the President pro tempore and the Secretary are authorized to make necessary corrections and additions. Order business number 9, motions, resolutions, and notices.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I move that the Senate stand in recess until the call of the chair.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? All those say aye. Opposed, nay. And we are in recess till the call of the chair.
Recess again, folks. Wow. Hurry up and wait. Okay. Let me leave that right here. All right. I don't know how long that's going to be. Okay. So we were here about who's to blame and about for the A's leaving. The city of Oakland's to blame for the A's leaving because Libby, and what Libby did not do was form a task force of businesses, first for the Raiders, and they left, and then she carried over the same behavior. She made retaining the Raiders a matter of you seeing her face and saying we have a shovel-ready project and everything else, all right? Whereas I think the whole thing was a setup for reasons that have to do with the fact that we didn't handle who the developer should be right. We sort of let the ether kind of take over rather than having a symposium, putting out requests for proposals, and having a list of qualifications for those developers. It was so open-ended, it became, and it has been for the most of our history in this, a circus and a dog and pony show with unfunny outcomes. All right. Unfunny outcomes. And so what we got out of that was we got Ronnie Lott, the Lott Group. And remember, prior to the Lott Group, we didn't know who we had. We had Floyd Kephart, but Floyd was doing things that were not, in my opinion, kosher. And I have no personal animus toward Floyd, although he came off like he had some against me because I was critical of things that he did. Well, sorry. I mean, this isn't about being king or queen. This is about operating in a democracy where people are going to have opinions about what you do, either positively or negatively. And get this, you got to sell them on a project if you want to get it done. It's not just a matter of how much money you have or claim in italics to have. And that's what Floyd Kephart did. Floyd walked around like he was Mr. Moneybags. Remember, we're in a town. Remember when I said that? Likes to pull you down, right? So when you say that you've got the money all right, to do a project, it tells me two things. First of all, you really don't understand the financing aspect of this, to say the project itself has to be designed. Listen to what I'm saying. The project itself has to be designed so that it throws off enough revenue to cover its financing costs. That means it doesn't necessarily have to come out of your pocket. It's how you design the project. What is the project? It's a X use development. X meaning 1, 2, 3, arguably should be mixed use development. All right. In this instance, stadium with different uses in the stadium, plus offices, plus residential, plus hotel, and shopping and eateries, okay, and gathering places. Arguably today, a city within a city, like Coliseum City has been dreamt of for some time now, right? But see, Floyd played it this way. He talked about the money he had. He didn't talk about financing. He talked about what he needed from the city in terms of what he wanted paid from them. He didn't talk about revenue streams from the project. That was the first problem. Okay? So when it came down to, hey, look, Floyd, how much money do you have? It turned out he didn't have what he said he had at all. At all. At all. Because he didn't, and he also didn't have a plan to convince anybody else that they should give him the development right. See, that's what everybody misses. What you want to have is the development right. You don't necessarily have to have the money. Look at AASCG. AASCG has not, at this point, had to put up a lot of money. But what do they have? They have 2 years of negotiating control over a prime site, the Coliseum, which means within that rubric of time, they can raise the money. All right. But also, what they really have to do is show, and they have shown that they have a multi use development objective, and they have the politics to go with it. If Ray Bobbitt did not have an African American Oakland community focus that got him as far as it has with this, it would never have happened. All right. You see, so Ray played it the whole game in an entirely different way than Floyd Kephart did. Floyd played it, hey, I've got all this money, when he didn't have all this money. Ray Bobbitt didn't say he had all this money. Big difference. All right, you understand? It's a gigantic difference. And so what happened was that in Kephart's place, Floyd got to a point where he did a big no-no because he thought he was Mr. Big Shot. He pissed off the NFL. Well, if you're just in a position of you're like in an ENA, an exclusive negotiating agreement on a site, and you're working with the NFL, you don't piss off the NFL, which is going to be there regardless of where you go because the NFL is the objective, right? But that's what he did. So he has then NFL executive vice president, head of NFL properties, Eric Grubman, bad-mouthing him and saying that he's a bad penny that just won't go away. Oh, well, great. So who does Eric Grubman, talk to on a regular basis? None other than the president of the Raiders at the time. This was at the time I'm speaking of, Mark Bedane. All right. So was that stuck on stupid or not? Or what? Of course it was. So guess what happened? After it was discovered by Larry Gallegos that Floyd didn't have the financial wherewithal he claimed, all right, Libby dropped him like a hot potato. We wasted a lot of time dealing with Floyd Kephart. We wasted a lot of time looking for, as some council members wanted to do, people from the Mideast because, oh, they've got the money. Again, no billionaire, I don't care what anyone says, no billionaire, not even Stan Kroenke, uses his own money to build a facility. It's stupid. It's a good way to go broke real quick. People seem to forget that somebody who is a billionaire kind of likes staying there, right? It's not like they don't want to be in a temporary position. Okay. It's kind of like once a billionaire, always a millionaire or whatever. All right. So the fact of the matter is that in Oakland's parlance, because we've been so what? Politically driven, right? You had Larry Reed talking about who this person has money and that person. No, you do not have your elected officials out there stumping for people that they think have enough money to build something, because what does it imply? It implies that somebody may be paying them on the other way. Get out of that. All right. That is why you need a professional process ran by appointed city management people and their employees. You do not need to have it look like it was ran by politicians. And yet that's what Oakland has done. And Oakland has expected success with that picture and has not gotten it. It's been the reverse. You have had people leave. And so Libby focused on politics. She focused on trying to do it with her staff, and then later admitting that her staff in the A's context had no economic redevelopment experience. Redevelopment didn't exist when the Raiders were here, and we're trying to help them. And Mark Davis, in a fit of pick, actually asked me to come up with a stadium plan, which some of you may remember. I did, but this is what I did. I got Diane Poway Papper Jaffrey. I cold called her. We talked for 45 minutes. I set up a plan that, first of all, when you went through the spreadsheet, passed all the tests. I had a number of people looking at it. Diane's people looked at it. They blessed my spreadsheet. One of the top investment banking firms in the world said, Zenny, this is great. We just want to know if the city will backstop it. I said, I am not in a position to say, the city of Oakland is going to provide a backstop for this plan. But the way I designed the plan was such that the Raiders themselves would have gotten a $2 billion over 40-year free and clear revenue stream on top of the other revenue streams, like, for example, sponsorships, media, right? 2 billion. So when I went to the special meeting of the NFL had held in Schaumburg in 2015 about the whole team movement issue, I went up to Mark and I said, Mr. Davis, I got 2 billion in my pocket for you. I was really proud of what I came up with. And they looked at it, but ultimately Mark wanted a brand new stadium. My concept was based around refurbishing the current Coliseum, because for one particular reason, aside from expense, the Coliseum structure is really strong. It withstood, and people don't seem to realize this because nothing happened to it. The Coliseum withstood the Loma Prieta earthquake, the largest earthquake in our modern history in the Bay Area. And the Coliseum emerged from it without a scratch. So you're going to want to tear that down and not maintain its structure as opposed to build off of it? Build off of it, okay? Build off of it, all right? Build off of it, okay? So, but I had that idea. I gave all the stuff that I did to Libby. I gave all that. I gave the contact to Diane Poway because I knew that Libby wanted somebody. I knew that Libby wanted a woman investment banker, in contact with. I gave her Diane Poway. Did she call Diane back? No. Why do I know that? Because Diane told me. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So you want to tell me who the fault was? I'm explaining to you what Libby did, not just with me, but in general. Then she got Floyd out of the way. She got Ronnie Lott. And then I told her, now listen to this. This was March 17th, 2015, the night before, March 16th, 2015, the night before the NFL Spring League meeting in San Francisco. I told her that Mark Davis was working behind her back to move the Raiders from Oakland to Los Angeles. She didn't believe me because the Raiders had niced her to death, put her parents and my godparents on the field, put their name up in lights, made them happy, and thereby made the mayor of Oakland happy, right? And all that. Okay? Libby wasn't hearing it. I bet her. And so this was our plan. I was going to go to the spring league meeting the next day, and I was going to ask Mark point blank if he was working behind Libby's back. Why had I determined that? Because they put out, the Raiders did a video, and they didn't think about this. All right, they didn't think of the reaction that some would have if they saw what I'm telling you now was in that video, and it was like this. Paid for by the Oakland Raiders. A video about a stadium in Carson. Remember the one they wanted to develop? In Carson, California, where they want to join with the Chargers? That one? Yeah, that one. So if the Raiders are paying for that and yet they're saying they're trying to stay in Oakland, what does that look like to you? So the very next day, boom. What I did was, hey, I went and I asked Mark Davis that question, and it's on video here. And I would refer to it, but in my life, the way things work, I'll refer to it. Recess will be over, and I would miss something which would hurt you. I don't want to do that. So, unfortunately, there's no split screen here. I can't call up another screen to show it in this area because this is a camera that focuses on me. I can't have two panels up on StreamYard. Dang it! It gives me a one panel option. But at any rate, it is what it is. Although I could bring it up, I can watch this. My point is, I think I'll do that just for your entertainment because I'll already have this up. But if you haven't seen this now, folks, you really do need to see this, okay? This was what happened. Right here. And it was after this exchange that Mark ironically asked me to come up with a stadium plan. And here it is. Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to leave that over there. Okay. Hit this. I'm going to stop the screen for a second. Share screen and grab that other one right here. And then enlarge it here. Okay. Right here. And then skip the ad in there.
I don't really like that. Mark Davis with the Oakland Post. A lot of the people in Oakland want to know, what do you think about these allegations that, there's a deal with San Diego and the Rams and the Raiders going to Southern California, but they want to be called Oakland? I mean, what are your thoughts on that, or have you heard that?
I don't quite understand your question.
Well, a lot of people saw you at the Clippers game and they associated that with those allegations.
What allegations?
So, I think what he's trying to say is, are you going to move the team to Carson? Yeah.
I'm trying to keep the team in Oakland.
Mr. Davis,
then why did you hire Fairman Paulus?
Well, I'm working in Oakland right now and trying to get something done in Oakland. We'll see what happens. And we have a parallel path going on in Los Angeles. In case we can't get something done, we have to have something.
But Mr. Davis,
Couldn't you hire
the mayor's
Mr. Paulus
concerned that basically you're working
Couldn't you
at cross
hire
purposes.
policy to work in Oakland?
We're working in Oakland. Why would I need to hire a Carmen policy?
But the mayor's concerned that you actually paid for a video for San Diego, okay, in part with
Paid for it?
Yeah, it's right
A
there on
video.
The video for the stadium for San Diego says
Yes.
paid for in part by the Oakland Raiders. It says that. And the mayor's concerned that you're working at
What
cross
mayor's
purposes.
concerned?
Libby Schaff,
Is concerned what?
that you're working at cross purposes. That she's
Okay, I think you're making accusations and things like that aren't true.
No, it's not an accusation.
Yeah, they are
It's not.
accusations.
No, it's not.
As I've told
It's
you, we're
serious.
working as hard as we can to stay in Oakland. Okay? We're meeting with every one of their.
So you're willing to put money in Coliseum City if it calls for it? If you get a
We're putting $500 million into Coliseum City. So what do you say? Is that something new to you?
But what
No,
about
no,
We've been
not the
saying that
500.
for
Sir, it's the pre-development expenditures that have been made, that have been publicly announced on the video, on the economic study that the Raiders were
a
commissioned.
video?
Hey, and the economic study and carbon policy. I have a whole list of them. I'm happy to go
Okay,
through it with you.
excuse me. What do you guys want to know?
So are you moving to LA?
on the land deal?
We're trying to get something done in Oakland. Okay? If we can get something done in Oakland, we're staying in Oakland. I've said that continually and consistently for the last 5 years.
But you hired Mr. Policy to work
Yeah,
for
we
you
have to
in
hire.
LA.
We hire people. Yeah, we do.
Well,
Did
in
you
LA,
hire
but
him
in LA.
because he was a Bay Area guy and maybe he might have some strings to pull around here, that maybe he has some rapport with some of the something
I'm not going to
around?
talk about the process and why I'm doing things. He's been hired to work on the Los Angeles project.
What do you say to these guys out here, Mark? They're calling for you to stay in Oakland.
I love the Raider fans.
They want you to do the right
Raiders
thing.
fans and work. Absolutely, I want to do the right thing. So what is the right thing for me to do?
Well, they're worried that you're buying titling land down in San Diego, down in Carson, and they're worried that means you're going to go.
Well, how many times can I tell you that we're trying to stay in Oakland? How many times can I tell you that?
What's the holdup? What's the problem?
The problem?
Yeah.
Well, I really don't want to get into the negotiations and those kind of things, but we're working with the city of Oakland and the county of Alameda trying to come up with a deal to stay in Oakland.
Mr.
That's-
Davis, have you closed on a land deal in Carson?
Yes, we did.
When did that happen?
Last night.
And for how much?
What do you mean for how much? How much do you think it was for?
I'm asking. I'm not a real estate.
I'm not so sure that I'm supposed to be talking about those kind of things.
How much time realistically does Oakland have to put a proposal on the table that can keep you?
Yesterday. But they're I think on June 21st, they have a deliverable date to us to come up with a financing plan to help put the stadium together. As I said, we've got $500 million, including the NFL's.
Has anyone presented you the original Coliseum City deal, which is exactly what you asked for yesterday? In other words,
What's that?
the original Coliseum City deal that was formed in 2006 through 9. Have you ever seen that one? This is actually what you asked for. Has anyone presented that
We
deal?
haven't gotten anything. We haven't gotten anything. All right? Nothing.
Talk about to a
And
Raiders
that's why we have to look for options.
To a
We
Raiders.
have gotten nothing in response.
What are the chances you're going to stay in Oakland, or the chances you're moving to LA?
I would ask the city of Oakland and the county of Alameda. We want to stay. So if it were up to me, it's 100%.
And what would it take for the city of Oakland, county of Alameda?
Well, we have to come up with the financing gap that we have to build a stadium. We need to, and that's really the
Money,
situation.
just money.
Yeah, and land, and there is a situation in Oakland that's different from anywhere else, and that's we have a baseball team, and as you know, we're the only team playing on a baseball field for the first half of our season, and the Oakland A's have to make a decision on what they want to do as well.
Could there be?
We have made the, I don't know what it would be, but we would like for the A's to stay. Selfishly, we'd like to have that land all to ourselves, but we'd like the A's to stay. We'd like the Raiders to stay. We'd like to build a baseball and a football stadium, maintain the parking that we have so we have a game day experience with tailgating and everything else. But I don't want to build a football stadium in the corner of a parking lot, leave the current Coliseum standing, build a beautiful new stadium, and then be in a construction zone for the next 3 or 4 years while they tear down the Coliseum where it stands and build a new baseball stadium and inconvenience the fans.
Could there
We're
be a
ready to take
consideration about a possibility of maybe Concord or Walnut Creek to where they could still be called the Oakland Raiders, and they could still stay in the Bay Area without moving to Southern California, because
And you know how to fill that funding gap.
Well, you're the owner. I mean, we as
So no one talked to you about
Mark, is this the 11th hour for the home markets?
I don't want to put a time limit on it, but it's getting close.
So
It's
if I
getting
may,
really
sir,
close.
then
Do you anticipate a vote before the end of the season?
I don't know how that process is going to work.
So if I may, sir, no one's mentioned the lease revenue bond financing structure like it's proposed in Carson.
What's that now?
No one has mentioned in the Oakland case a lease revenue bond structure as was proposed in Carson.
No.
Wow.
What is the funding gap? How much does the city
Well,
need?
we're looking at about a $900 million stadium to build in Oakland, and we've got $500 million. So it's about a $400 million funding gap. And if in fact the land is included in the deal and the infrastructure, which is they've talked about offering, then we've got about a $400 million funding gap.
Isn't that a hard sell for the taxpayers of Oakland?
I would think so. I would think so. And the problem is we haven't had any commitment that we could have the land and that we do have the infrastructure so that we could find somebody to help fill that funding gap. And possibly now that the city and the county are working together for the first time, that they may be able to come up with an answer up there.
Mark, what do you think of the
What's that?
How does Carmen help in this process?
I think you'd have to ask him and the team and that.
Were you not behind that hiring?
I'm behind it, but I'm really concentrating on Oakland, and I think.
Okay, so he said he was that, and so anyway, we haven't, by the way, got to a point where, and I'll get to back to this, but we haven't gotten to a point where the recess is not over. Recess is still going on, is what I'm trying to say, folks. So I'm going back to that screen here. This is the Senate floor session. And as I go back to that, and then I click on this, you will see recess, okay? So now we can talk about what we just saw there with Mark, okay? And I'll get back to your and there are a lot of similarities to the A's, right? Keep that in mind, right? Let me go back to missed a lot of comments here. Let's see here. We started here and I got to that. And so anyway, after that argument that I had with Mark there, and I also realized during that the city had not presented him with a financing option that concluded how they're going to handle a bond issue. Okay. We could have went to the legislature and asked for tax increment financing to be used, as it was in September of that year, because that was in May of 2015. Jerry Brown signed SB 628 Beal into law, which opened up the new era of redevelopment tax increment financing, which later led to SB 293 Skinner for Howard Terminal. Okay. But at that point, everyone was convinced that redevelopment was dead. There was no way to use tax increment financing. And so when Mark said, I have $400 million gap, then after that argument, he, Mike Silver, and I were back in the vestibule where these elevators were at the Ritz-Carlton talking about the new PAT rule. And then I brought up again the whole stadium issue. And then he said, you come up with a stadium plan and give it to, Will Kiss over there, right? So I did. And I figured out a way to use the net operating income from a two-tower hotel concept that came up with to fund the $400 million gap. And it actually worked. And it left me with $2 billion in additional revenue, where I could then later say to Mark that year, hey, I got $2 billion for you. Okay. So I did that. Now, I gave all of what I did to the city. The city did nothing. All right. Nothing. Now, if I'm finding out, as I told Libby, that it was obvious that the Raiders were working behind the back, if I were the mayor, I'd have filed an injunction like that. Okay? Because you have bond issues that are still being paid off. You have revenues that are needed to run the facility that depend on the Raiders being there. So you go to court and you stop them from moving. You say, look, bud, you need to stay put and you need to work with us because we got bills to pay that are based on your being here. And you're trying to skip town and you can work with us. But she didn't do it that way. But on the other hand, she was also too sweet. Libby wanted to do it her way with her people. She had Claudia Capio as her point person for the NFL. Now, as a number of NFL people said, Claudia is nice, but, and I'll fill in the but. The but is she doesn't understand stadium finance. So she had poor Ronnie Lott waiting on a spreadsheet from her for several weeks. I said to Claudia later that year, did you get Ronnie his spreadsheet? She said, no. I said, you know what? You don't have to pay me. I'll do it for you. I will get you the spreadsheet, but get him something. Okay? She didn't even give me that chance. So my point is, this is Oakland politics today. They want to hold everything for themselves. They don't want to bring in anybody or any community of people, task force, what I'm talking about, right? To help them. All right. It's just a matter of help. If you can't do the job and you don't know it, like Libby said to me on video, that she didn't have the expertise. She said that. I can play that for you. All right. That was in 2021. After our meeting with the county, which was supposed to, establish the TIF district, but it didn't. It was just a meeting. They were supposed to have another follow-up meeting about who sits on the board. They put nothing in writing, no binding legislation for the city council to pass and for the county to rubber stamp that specifically starts the shift in property tax revenues from Howard Terminal to a redevelopment organization, a public financing authority. Nothing was done, folks. Nothing. It was a political dog and pony show done by politicians who think, hey, if I say something, then it's going to happen. That's not the way things work. But there are people who run our city now who think that's the way things work. No. And they're running the city. Okay? And so those of us who went to school to be professional public officials get swept aside and made fun of and used, and they expect us to stick around, or they fire us. All right? Only to bring us back when it's convenient to do so, if they can. And so who gets screwed in the meantime? The public. Because the best and the brightest are not allowed to show what they can do, to show their stuff, and they get appropriately rewarded for it. I don't mean monetarily necessarily, but I mean just in accolades. We're talking about people. So, all right. So Libby then does this, and then I'm thinking, she's got the NFL in her back pocket because she went in November of that same 2015, had a great first meeting with the NFL, got boffo reviews from Eric Grubman, and said great things about Libby. But then guess what happened? All right. She then went back to Boca Raton, all right, for our second meeting, which is more details. It's like, okay, you're great at the marketing part, but what about the financing part? All right. You got all that together. And, Libby took the same group of people that she took to the first meeting. Whack. All right. Awful. Okay. And just fell on her face and really wrecked the project because, again, Libby insisted on putting herself in the face of the whole project, and then wanted to basically, in her way, prove in her mind, she wanted the public to see, yeah, a city can do this led by a woman. Well, Libby's not, but Libby just seemed to forget there are many women that came before her nationwide that she could have called on, like Diane Pauley. All right. But Libby wanted to do it her way. So she put in Claudia Capio and then Sabrina Landreth. All right. And then Elizabeth Lake. All right. And then Molly Mabron. Okay. Thinking that will get it done. And that's not the way you do it. And then didn't do a task force. Okay. Didn't get in terms of the task force, didn't get either the A's or the athletics involved in a task force. So there was no grunt, there was no think tank to be able to react quickly to get this project through the future development phase. There was no organization, authority like the Las Vegas Stadium Authority, the Virginia Stadium Authority, or even the Oakland County Coliseum Joint Powers Authority. There was no authority. Why is that important? Because you have monthly meetings, you have a focused agenda that people can follow, you have open forum to deal with public concerns or accolades, but you know when the next meeting is going to come, you know what should be done when. You've got project reports monthly. For Howard Terminal, we had no project reports monthly, and we still don't have them. Okay? You still don't have them. So don't talk to me about, wanting the A's to stay, but you allow the city to be messed up. A's fans should be yelling at the city right now, just like Raiders fans are yelling at the city when Godfather Grizz was alive, and they were all upset that the Raiders, were going to be out there, and Dr. Death was putting on his garb and everything else. You stormed City Hall. You guys let City Hall get away with murder. And you're asking for the world, and you've been so nice to City Hall. That's not the way it works. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. You applied a little bit of grease in the wrong place. The owner does what? Owns the team. And the only time the owner is concerned about squeaky wheel getting the grease is when it affects the owner's pocketbook. But government's a different story. Government concerned about squeaky wheel getting the grease when you make the government look bad. You all have not made the government look bad. And so you're expecting good from a government that has no reason to give it to you other than the A's leaving, which I think is a remote impossibility, and want to keep the veneer of, hey, nothing's going to happen alive, and are willing to pay under the table to keep that going in terms of a public relations process. I mean, come on, give me a break. Seriously? That's not how things work, folks. It just isn't at all. Okay? It says, you're a special broadcast in the Nevada Legislature. Those people don't want you working alongside. Well, whatever. I'm not right about everything, okay? But anyway, but thank you. Al says, there's so many cities like Fort Worth, St. Paul, Anaheim, which fight so hard not to be in their larger sister city shadow, while Oakland strangely just seems okay with it. That's Oakland's problem. When I was working on trying to bring the Super Bowl to Oakland, I said more than once that Oakland's biggest problem was the existence of San Francisco, because we expect San Francisco to have the will and the initiative to complete big projects because it's done it before. We've done it with a port, but we don't seem to think of it that way. We've done it with our airport. We don't seem to think of it that way. We've done it when we had the Oklahoma Prior earthquake and recovered from that and rebuilt City Hall. But we forget about those things. He said, I remember he said we wanted to bring 10K. Yeah, I worked on the 10K project in February of 2000. February of 2000. 1999, I'm sorry. I held my developer symposium on that third Saturday of February. Had about 14 different real estate agents and developers come up to my office in City Hall, City Administration Building, and had a whole map of the city downtown laid out with the parcels marked for availability, showed them that I had papers describing the utilities on the parcels, size, the basics they needed to know, transportation, they could see where everything was laid out, and what types of assistance we could provide to them as well. It was a great meeting. I'm very proud of what I did with that. And for those of you saying, oh, so you're at fault for gentrification, I will tell you that at the time we were doing this, no one anticipated, and we had redevelopment. Downtown was a redevelopment project area. So we were very much experts at getting money to subsidize affordable housing to structures downtown. So for a good amount of time, the 10K project was fueled by redevelopment money going to affordable housing. So yeah, 10,000 units of housing A lot of it, a fair amount of it was affordable. Some of it market rate. All right, we did it right until then Jerry became governor in 2010. I think that was like 1999 to 2010, right? But then he becomes governor in 2010 and he kills redevelopment. So by 2011, it's dead. Our last year redevelopment. And then what happened from 2011, going up to the present day, a growing homeless population in Oakland that has reached gargantuan proportions. Think about it. Think about it, okay? Think about it. All right? It says, do you think the success of the Golden Knights will help get this bill passed? Yes, absolutely. Whoops, excuse me, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Okay, Mary, it's basically a nice bonus at this point. Peanut Butter Hero. San Fran, Oakland metro area is literally the most expensive real estate in America. Yep. You literally have to be a multi-billionaire to even be a factor there. Well, not necessarily. You can be savvy politically too. But I will say this, the fact that our housing costs have become so high has wrecked the ability of the normal fan to live in Oakland and become politically active in saving your town. But it's also become harder for your city's teams to be a going concern in a place that's so expensive. That's the other problem. Okay, it's a gigantic problem. Vegas Mark, I'm sure the legislators will want this done before Game 5 tomorrow. He says, Peanut Butter Hero, Vegas Mark says, New York metro area gives the Bay Area a run for its money in that field. Yep. I'll tell you, oh, you're talking about Gephardt. Yeah, Gephardt. And I'm glad you brought that up, Ed, because it reminds me of something that Floyd did that I told Libby to cut him for doing. Okay, I called her and I said, you need to fire him. You need to get him off this program. Because what he's saying, Gephardt, all right, he's saying this. He's saying, hey, give me 400 million. All right? Give me 400 million. Do you know what he was going to do? He was going to turn around and give that to the Raiders in exchange for a piece of the Raiders. So basically, he's saying, hey, I'm going to use the public money to make myself rich by owning a piece of the Raiders. So he was going to do that. You listening to me? Floyd Gephardt was going to do that on the backs of Oakland taxpayers. All right? That's what he was going to do. All right? Give me the money so I can buy a piece of the Raiders. So think about it. Suppose we had done that for him. All right? And the Raiders get a new stadium and all this things become worth, I would say in the Oakland context, $3 billion. Closer to 4. All right? Because we don't have the gambling part of it. I'll get to that later. So arguably, he becomes closer to a billionaire with all of this. And that's good for him. Okay? But we could have gotten that done without giving him money to enrich himself. Okay? As opposed to the idea, here's the idea. Here's where it's messed up. You give the $400 million to Gephardt on the idea that he's going to use it to build Coliseum City, or at least a part of it, which includes the stadium. Not to buy himself a piece of the Raiders. But that's what was put together. So yeah, he wanted a piece of the Raiders, but he was unethical. His methods were unethical. And that's why he got booted out. And that's why when he came back, I said, please, Lord, no, not a second time for this man. Absolutely not. Please. Okay? No. He says, I saw your rendition. Yeah, it was napkin drawn. I couldn't get an artist to make one for me in a timely fashion better than what I came up with, which was crude, admittedly, but I had to do something. My numbers, however, worked, and everybody agreed with it. Everybody, that is, who is in a position to know how it's supposed to be done. Thank you. Was that the '89 World Series? Yes, it was. It was the '89 World Series. Yeah. He says, "Yep." Yeah, Mark Davis. Yes, I'm doing everything I can to keep the team in Oakland. Parallel paths, and that's exactly the point. There are a lot of similarities between what the A's did with Las Vegas and working with Oakland, and then this whole Groundhog's Day issue, which I want to, expound upon, and what the Raiders did before them. The Raiders provided the blueprint for what the A's did, but the A's did the blueprint better. All right, you hear what I'm saying? The A's did the blueprint better. You hear what I'm saying? The A's did the blueprint better. All right, better. Now, you would say, what do I mean? What I mean is basically this, okay? We had the parallel paths with the Raiders. We, the city of Oakland, was working with a guy named Larry McNeil, who was the vice president for the 49ers and their point person on Levi Stadium. I don't even know what happened to Larry. It was like he disappeared off the face of the earth. But for much of 2016 until September 16th, 2016, which is the last email exchange I have between he and Claudia Capio, the assistant city administrator put as the point person on the Raiders project. All right. They were trading back and forth information that was needed. They had a couple of meetings in person, but they had not consummated anything. While that's going on, the Southern Nevada Tourism and Infrastructure Committee was meeting. Mark Davis went and gave his presentation, thereby signaling, hey, you know what? I'm going to move the team from Oakland and Las Vegas. Even though he swore up and down he was trying to keep the team in Oakland. That was going on the same year. All right? That was going on the same year. Okay? That same year, the JPA signed its lease. You hear me? And so I'm at the meeting where the JPA signed the lease. Okay? And, oh, by the way, remember I was talking about Libby and her presentation? All right? This is what, I'm going to show you this real quick. This is what Grubman said. So I'm going to bring this up.
Some of us have always felt it, that burning desire to go out there and see things for ourselves, to find out how the world was discovered. We are the curious and the sea.
Okay, all right.
This is my comeback.
Another one. Hold on a second.
Start yours at purdueglobal.edu.
All right, so I'm going to show you this because this is an example of what happened. This is what happened after Libby gave her first presentation at the NFL special meeting for the presentations regarding stadiums for the home cities: St. Louis, Oakland, and San Diego. All right. So I'm going to swap this out for a second and this way so I can go right back to it, because this is not going to take long. All right. Here's Eric Grubman. All right, here it is.
Just give a quick update and then take your questions. Okay, good evening, everybody.
7 years ago.
We just finished several hours of meeting with a three committee group of owners: the LA committee, the stadium committee, and the finance committee. We had approximately 14 or 15 of the owners and representing those three committees in attendance. We had three presentations from each of St. Louis, San Diego, and Oakland leadership. The presentations were thorough on the stage of planning that each of the respective cities are in. There was a robust time period for questions, and the committee members that were there asked questions of each of the cities, of the leadership of each of the cities. The owners representing the incumbent cities. So in each case, ownership from St. Louis, from San Diego and from Raiders were present when their city leadership presented. The projects, as you know, are in different stages, and each of the cities presented a very enthusiastic picture of what the opportunity is. And I'll stop there and take your question.
Eric, did Oakland improve its position since this was the first time it presented before the ownership?
Zenny, I think it's not possible to tell that, and certainly, as I've said consistently, I wouldn't ever try to grade any of the three cities against one another. I think you can only measure a city's progress against itself, so to speak. And from the standpoint of the mayor exhibiting the leadership and the passion to place the Raiders at the center of a conversation and a negotiation, she certainly evidenced that and made that very clear.
Woody Johnson indicated that there might not be enough time.
Yeah, so that's
to get done.
That's a long line. I just wanted you to hear that part of it, okay? So that you can get an idea that we're on a good path with respect to, excuse me, we're on a good path with respect to a first meeting. The problem was the second meeting, okay? And it was that second meeting, excuse me, in Boca Raton where Libby and therefore Oakland's effort really took a nosedive. All right. It really took a nosedive. And all right. So it says, oh my God, Mark Davis, right. Any parallel path, A is parallel as chicken scratch. Right. He says he's using the same words as Dave Cavall. Exactly. Well, turn it around though. That's where what Mark did laid the groundwork for what, all right, laid the groundwork for what Dave did. Okay? He laid the groundwork for what Dave did. I mean, for example, so you've heard Mark, right? Well, I'll get through these comments and then I'll play what Dave did, because I've interviewed Dave at least 8 times extensively, like interviews that have been on the average over a half an hour. Okay. But my point is that they're so the Chargers were saying the same thing when they were trying to get something done in San Diego. Yeah, it's become a sad common game that you bring an end to by filing an injunction. The city of Oakland had the chance to do that twice and didn't. Okay, and we did not do that. And instead, we kept it in-house. We didn't actually open up like San Diego, at least had a task force. Okay. And the other problem is that San Diego, Oakland, and St. Louis did not join up as one and sue the league on a basis of breach of contract. Only one city did, St. Louis. St. Louis got $700 million out of that. Where's Oakland? We've got nothing because we decided to try an antitrust approach that I objected to, and a number of Raider fans, including rest in peace Godfather Grizz in particular, who's my friend, who I've had a bunch of shows for a bunch of them for Forever Oakland. But I said, you're not going to win an argument in court trying to get the name and colors of the Raiders. You're not going to win an antitrust-based argument. It's too esoteric. It won't fly. It's got to be simple and basic. And I said, the one approach that you have that's your best shot is breach of contract. All right? And everybody disagreed with me except our attorney, who said, yeah, Zinni, I agree with you, but I want to try this first. We lost. And then they wanted to, and Ray and his folks, they paid for the attorney, but they didn't want me in the meetings because they didn't agree with my point of view. That's how they were. They wanted to have their say and they feel like they had all that power and all that stuff. And I just said, I will salute you. knowing what was going to happen. We lost. Because at the end of the day, you either win or lose. We lost. Okay? And I kept saying, hey, you know what? St. Louis, they've got a breach of contract going. Oh, yeah, I know. That's a good idea. Well, why don't we join them? All right? Okay? So same, yeah, right. The Raiders set the blueprint. You hear me? The Raiders set the blueprint. The Raiders set the blueprint for the A's. The A's worked their blueprint better. Why? Because you can make a strong argument that what the Raiders did was just show. All right, Larry McNeil wasn't doing anything, and then he went dark. You can't locate him. But this time, the A's made a concerted effort. And then when it looked like they weren't getting anywhere and the clock was ticking, the commissioner said, I'm calling this one. We're done fooling around with Oakland because we're not getting anywhere. And you guys, talking about you guys and A's, need to work with Las Vegas. And you have to understand the history of the Athletics vis-a-vis the Major League Baseball commissioner and the Major League Baseball in general. In 2009, the A's were this close to being contracted. This close to being contracted. And that was in 2009. That was in 2009. Okay? All right? So we had every reason to be fearful, in my opinion, of what Major League Baseball might do next. They're getting tired of waiting now 24 years for a new stadium, an effort that really was launched when then Oakland City Attorney John Russo financed the creation of the HOK study released in 2001 that had the 6-site comparison, with the downtown site being number one. That then in 2002, Jerry said there's not going to be a blankety blank downtown ballpark as long as I'm mayor. He said that in a conference call that I happened to hear, not just in happenstance, I was listening, okay? And he said that. I thought, oh, God. You know? Okay? Then he fired Robert. Oakland City Administrator Robert Bob. And what did Robert do? Took off to D.C., and the rest is history. D.C. Nationals, baby. New stadium, baby. Okay? So, and all these are investment issues. This isn't funny like, oh, this is investments we lost out on. Okay? In reality, Mark wanted to leave him alone so he can enjoy P.F. Chang's. I don't personally dislike Mark, okay? So I'm not even going to touch that. You can see it in Mark's face thinking, God, I want to be in Vegas now. By the way, nice you're repping the NFL draft. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm going on. This is the Nashville NFL draft. I've just completed my 19th year of covering it. I don't know, I'll go on as far as the NFL lets me. I'll put it that way. Or us, since now we're a corporation. And there that is, and they don't have the backup info on what happened and just spread lies and misinformation and point their angle toward people in Nevada. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. And Libby did that. Libby did that worse than anybody. She called people, or call the city names. What does that do? What does that help? It doesn't help anybody. And it doesn't help that Shang comes out and does the same thing. You could spend that time saying, hey, look, what is it that we didn't do when we had the A's in the office? And then do that thing you didn't do. All right? Like, for example, get your finances in order with respect to tax increment financing so you can justify those costs. Get a proper handle on the community benefits because $450 million is exorbitant. Estimate the offsite infrastructure costs and then pay for it with tax increment financing rather than trying to offload onto the A's something that they moved heaven and earth to get SB 293 Skinner passed so that tax increment financing should take care of the cost. So how are the A's supposed to feel when they turn around and realize the city is trying to stick it to them by not implementing the legislation that the A's paid lobbyists and city staff, for having done, or at least waiting to do it so the city staff can implement it? They're paying the city staff. Get this. The A's are paying the city staff good money. Getting emails from the assistant city administrator, Betsy Lake, putting her in the guise of the Godfather, saying, pay me now, pay me now, pay me now. All right, because you're late paying me, pay me now, which is a bad look in terms of how things are supposed to be done, in terms of avoiding conflict of interest looks, because you have the assistant city administrator who claims to be wanting the A's to pay for the money for a project manager, and then puts herself in the position, by the way she signs the documents, as being the project manager and not the project manager's name on it. Betsy Lake has done that a number of times. And if she's done that as many times as I hope she hasn't done it, it would point to what, in my opinion, is a violation of Section 1090 of the California Government Code regarding conflict of interest. Okay. That's what happens when you don't have a structure, when you don't have a stadium authority, when you don't have a monthly process where the public can check it over, where there are monthly reports. We have identified fund balances, and you know what those fund balances are, and the public knows what they are. Do you know what the fund balance is for Howard Terminal? Do you know what the name of the fund is for Howard Terminal? Do you know that Howard Terminal actually has a fund? Because the city hasn't actually advertised that. Yet the city does this in your face, and you think it's okay, and it's not. It's not the way things are done. Okay? It's not the way things are done. And another thing, Oakland city government never updated their website with new tasks and work they were doing to keep the A's. No. Again, I just alluded to no process, no authority, no real website. Okay? Nothing. All right? Okay, and another thing. Well, I got that one. Logan says, agree for you. Mark Thompson, no new announcements or initiatives to keep the A's happening right now in Oakland. Nothing. Leaf Gainer says, if the Oakland A's go to Las Vegas instead of staying in Oakland. The A's gone. Peanut Butter says, Dave, looking at houses in Mark Davis neighborhood. You see that house Mark is building? Woo. Thanks to the amendments made to SB1, the Las Vegas A's will become a reality. Peanut Butter says, Hero, can't blame Dave. That's one of the nicest neighborhoods here. He wanted 20%. He tried to do the triple flip. Yeah, he did. That was some dirty stuff, man. He says, I saw a very nice rendition similar to what was built in Las Vegas. Jay Boogie says, I lived in Las Vegas for a year and I could not find one person who wanted the A's. They love the Raiders but did not want the A's. The A's are being forced on that fan base. I think here's something to think about, Jay Boogie. Of all of the top 5 cities that San Franciscans are bailing San Francisco out for, do you realize that Las Vegas is number 2? So that fan base is being transformed by the pandemic. Think about it. Okay. Jay Boogie says, more than likely those are tourists. Ask any Aviators fan, they welcome them with open arms. Great point. He says, by the way, virtually every, quote, opposition caller was from California. True. Alan Manoff says, Las Vegas does everything to what? Jay Boogie says, these are people I worked with who told me this. Okay. Jay Boogie says, going to an Aviators game is as easy as going to a Starbucks. Going to a Major League Baseball game in the resort corridor will be a whole different monster. It's going to be interesting. But considering that location where the Tropicana is, I don't think it's going to be too hard at all. Vegas says, I give it 98% chance SB1 passes with the amendments. I agree. Mark Tom says, it's not hard to go to the strip for locals if you really wanted to. I live in Enterprise, about 15 minutes from the strip. I park at a resort for free parking and walk to any resort I want or restaurant. Jerry Lopez, he says, Vegas Mark, I think 100%. Jason Tapia, business is business, trust no one. Great point. It's great advice, actually. Mark says, I also go to Fashion Show Mall on the strip often. He writes, I used to live in Enterprise as well and stayed away from the strip. South Point Casino is the closest I would go to the strip. Vegas Mark says, Mark Thompson, locals avoid the strip though. We locals go to downtown Summerlin or Galleria at Sunset if we want to meet fellow locals. Mark Thompson writes, not all locals. Many I pick up while driving for Uber. They request rides in Mountain Edge or Silverado Ranch and Anthem in Henderson, and I take the majority of the strip resorts on weekends. Vegas Mark says, Mark Thompson, still we locals don't typically frequent the strip like tourists do. We have our own places we hang out and shop at outside the strip. Mark Thompson says, I agree. And there are those also, don't forget, who do both, maybe not as frequently or that often like every day, but it still happens. Vegas Mark says, I'm getting ready for hopefully today's A's move to Vegas. And again, hopefully Golden Knights winning the Stanley Cup tomorrow. Mark Thompson says, can't agree more. Joseph Webster. Joseph, how you doing? He says, are they going to have Oakland callers again? Last time was entertaining. I think that's going to end the public comment. They did that once, and I don't anticipate them doing that again. I'll be shocked. This is sad how people from Oakland are trying to stop this bill. Mark Thompson says, are they really doing calls again for the third time? I don't think it's necessary. No, they only did it once anyway. And let's see here. Yeah. So Joseph Webster says, I've lived in Vegas for 25 years and I'm originally from Indianapolis. Moved here in 98. I support my Indy and Vegas teams. Jason Stim says, do you think the Aviators moved to Oakland? No. This is sad how fans from Oakland are trying to stop this bill. And so I got all of the comments to this point. Let's refresh that and then make sure we're here. Okay. And while we're here, next, I'll bring up Dave Cobble and then some interviews. I'll bring up my most recent interview with Dave, and you can take what you will from that. Okay. And then I will monitor at the same time the Senate to make sure we're not missing when it starts back. Okay. One moment, please. Here. And let's see here. There is streamed 11 months ago. Is it 11 months ago? I thought I had something more recent than 11 months ago. It's a year. Another year. There was a period where Dave and I were talking a lot. See, NBC Sports only have for 8 minutes. I have them for like 35. Okay. Okay. So here we go with, let me try, not getting, let me go to my YouTube studio, then content, then live, then Dave Cobble interview there. Yeah, July 1st. I thought I had one from September. This is July 1st, 2022. Oh no, we were supposed to do one in September, but that never happened. That was just after Taj Tahombe got fired, I broke the story, and I think the A's were upset that I broke the story. I don't know why, but whatever. I broke the story, and I had a bunch of interviews, scheduled for him with Dave, and all of a sudden it was like, hurry up and wait, and I'm still waiting. All right. So okay, so that's recess. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep that screen up, but I'm going to stop it here. Okay. Then I'm going to share the screen with Dave so you can hear this. This is after the BCDC approval right here. And then I'm going to enlarge it so that I fit the small screen. Dave is in the big area, and we can have at it. Hey, everybody. First of all, thank you for joining me yesterday for all the stuff that's going on. Second, proud to present my friend, Oakland Athletics President Dave Cobble. Dave, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It's fantastic to get that 23-2 overwhelmingly positive vote from BCDC.
That's like a baseball blowout, huh?
I have to tell you, I wasn't expecting so many positives. We were hoping to get 19, maybe 18. I mean, it's a super majority. We needed 18. But to get such a definitive yes, I think will build momentum on this project. And hopefully it will lead to the city council scheduling a vote.
So for all of the talk about this not being about the A's and being about the port, to me, it seemed like it really was about the A's, huh?
Oh, yeah, I think it was. And I think this was an important gating milestone that a lot of the other agencies and obviously the city council were waiting to see if it was going to happen before they were going to schedule a vote, before they were going to weigh in and actually expose themselves to this, obviously, somewhat controversial decision. It's a big decision. And if they didn't have to make the decision, sometimes people prefer that. So now it's squarely in their lap. We're hoping to get a vote scheduled in September or October at the latest before the election. And we're going to push as hard as we can to make that happen.
Now, everybody's asking me and asking you and asking everybody else, does this mean no more Las Vegas?
Oh, I get it.
No. We are on parallel paths. The parallel paths continue. We have a very small window of opportunity here in Oakland. If we do not get an agreement by the end of the year, we don't have a path in Oakland. If there's a new city council, if they vote no, we need to have an option of somewhere to play. And we're spending a lot of time, weekly meetings, full design meetings, like 9 to 7, working on some of the final sites in Las Vegas. They're really incredible sites. The designs are spectacular, you can imagine. And that's a necessary process, and one that may in fact be the way we go. We don't really know the answer yet.
I got to ask you, first of all, you said sites. That means you're going to have rolled out designs for more than one. Originally, you expected to have those designs rolled out by now, right? What's the delay with respect to Las Vegas?
Well, we have a couple final sites that we're doing design work. We're negotiating with the landowners and with some of the key partners in that location, with an eye to make the final decision on a site and then announce it, with really all the bells and whistles and understanding what we're proposing to the community. We don't want to get out ahead of it and not have that lined up. And so we think it's taking a little longer than we would originally have intended, but it's important to get it right, to be thoughtful, deliberate, to build momentum and support. And I think that's the best way to go at this time.
Interestingly, which site are we talking about? Can you say now?
We don't, because it's real estate negotiations, we don't specify specifically what site. We can say that the final sites are in the resort corridor, very close to the strip itself, some with some just incredible views, working on joint ventures and things of that nature. So it's a very exciting opportunity, and one that I think can be very accretive, not only to the A's, but to Las Vegas and, of course, Major League Baseball.
Dome stadium or retractable roof?
We're looking at a retractable roof stadium.
Ah, that's fascinating, quite fascinating.
Yeah, and some of the design work that I'm talking about is around like how that is going to work. That's a very important consideration, because we need to take climate in as a major factor. Like, we need a climate controlled environment, but also in the winter, in our off season, having this as a stadium with an open, configuration, I think could really help for other events, concerts. There's really no open air locations in Las Vegas.
Now, I'm going to ask you about public contributions, if you will, or subsidy with respect to Las Vegas. We know about Oakland more than anybody, but Las Vegas and actually Nevada has something called the Tourism Development District, which has been on the books since 2005 and includes the ability to use tax increment financing, but employing sales tax revenue. Is that what you're looking at for the ballpark in Las Vegas?
We're kind of at the early stages on like how a public-private partnership could work in Southern Nevada. We have a variety of different ways it could be done. That is one, the Tourism Improvement District. I talked to the governor about that numerous times and also the Clark County commissioners. So that is a possibility. It's one. We're working with Goldman Sachs, who's our financial advisor on that, and other options. And so, right now we're trying to get the site and the feasibility like totally, dot the I's and cross the T's. But that would be the next step in working through those different options and what makes the most sense for the public policymakers in Nevada.
Since you have that in Las Vegas and you have Goldman lined up, is Goldman also helping you in the Oakland context?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
So in the Oakland context with respect to Goldman Sachs, is the not yet announced tax increment revenue calculation kind of holding things up with respect to what Goldman can estimate? And I asked that because
I don't think that's the biggest stumbling block in Oakland. The biggest stumbling block is just scheduling the vote. I think we need an actual vote schedule because it's a forcing function setting. It gives people deadlines. It forces the lawyers to do the work, all the staff on my side and on the city side. We have an army of people working on this. We'll do a Zoom call or video or whatever they call the damn thing. And, there'll be 40 people on there. And so everyone needs the direction and deadlines. And so that's why I'm advocating so hard to get a date and one before the election. I don't want this vote to be taking place in the lame duck session. I think that's a recipe for disaster. And I've explained that to many people because then it would be easy to say, well, let's just kick this off till the next city council. I think it has to be before the election. There's clearly a path to do that. We've done all the work with the general plan amendments and all the things, the development agreement. It's really just coming to agreement, especially on the offsite infrastructure. The city has said that they will take responsibility for that in their term sheet, but they have not demonstrated to us, to Goldman Sachs, our financial advisor, our lawyers, that they have a plan to do that. And that is probably the biggest outstanding issue.
that gets to my question. I had the mayor on yesterday for an interview that I'm working on the sound for a glitch, but that's another story I'll get out. But she said enough to be understandable with it. And what she said, first of all, she gave me comfort that that aspect was further along, even though it's not to where I would want, and I've been screaming about for a long time, and you as well, to be. But with respect to enhanced infrastructure financing district legislation, there is the provision, and I said this to the mayor yesterday, for projects of community-wide significance, including offsite, which are offsite by their nature, right?
Of course. That's the whole point. Yes.
Right.
Yes,
right.
That's a great asset that we have with this legislation that I'm encouraging the city to use for their offsites.
Did you hear that,
Which
folks?
gets to the reason why, I'm not going to have any hair anymore, because the legislation that I originally talked to you about, is not being planned around. What is...
Well, Zenny, you're 100% right. The mechanisms exist for, I think, the city to find a solution on the offsites.
Right.
But for whatever reason, maybe it's a lack of political will, we have not seen.
I want you to hear that, folks. Hold on a second, folks. This is really important, all right? This is the place where Dave said that they were still, haggling over offsite with Shang, all right? Now, my interview with Dave was July of last year, and the city was still hanging them up with it, knowing doggone well they could use enhanced infrastructure financing district legislation. Okay? All right? Straight up. So I just want you to keep that in mind. All right? The city has not been an honest broker with the Athletics. They've been stringing them along on this. It's like Groundhog's Day. The same thing over and over and over again, and yet the A's are paying city staff for this kind of time wasting, and it was going to seemingly go on without end. So let's continue, okay? Just want to keep that in mind. All right, with you, okay? Hold on.
And we are advocating very strongly that needs to be addressed because it's probably the biggest outstanding issue. I've presented a plan to the city staff and the mayor that will pay for the community benefits that passed the city council last year. You would think that with these other sources of revenue for the offsites, we could get to a deal, but until they agree to it, we're not there.
And that's what bothers me, Dave, is that there is this hunt for infrastructure money at the federal government level when you and Nancy and a number of other people, and Rob was our attorney general, went through a lot of effort to establish SB 293 Skinner.
We did.
And your special version, basically, of enhanced infrastructure financing district law legislation. And yet what's happened is that there's been so much lag time. This is getting to a question between the establishment of that law, or that version of enhanced infrastructure financing district legislation, and now that the public has gotten wind of it, but they don't understand it. And so now the politics have seemingly started to eat away at it and cause this vote that's going to come up on Tuesday, which I'm not for. The mayor says it's going to cost $1 million to do. What are your thoughts about what the council is going to deliberate on 7-5? My contention is they don't understand enough to even pitch that.
Well, I just think it's a delay tactic. It's as simple as that. Like, there doesn't need to be any more advisory votes. There needs to be a definitive binding vote. We've been at this for 5 years. It's very simple. If they do that, I think it indicates that they're not serious about moving forward with this project. And that's fine. That's totally their call. I think it would be sad because we're very close. But at the end of the day, and we always knew this, Zenny, we have to get 5 city council members to agree that this is a good project at the waterfront. We feel that it's an unprecedented opportunity to invest private capital, keep the A's in Oakland, generate tens of thousands of jobs, help the air quality and the environment. There's nobody else proposing anything like this. You know, it'd be a shame to let it get away, but we really need to know we can't go sideways anymore.
Would it help? Let me take this another way. First of all, if the council votes to do this, that's basically a death knell on Tuesday?
Well, I don't see how then you could get approval this year, because all the negotiation would stop. They would wait for this advisory measure. Once the advisory measure, and who knows how that's going to be worded and what it's going to say, it might be a gotcha question. You know how these referendum type things work.
Yeah.
And then they'll wait for that to happen, and then it may go down, then it's dead, the project. Even if you win and it passes, it's going to take another 6 to 9 months with the new council to bring this to a vote. It probably delays it an entire year, and we can't afford that. And I think the league is concerned about that. We're concerned about that. And that's why we think the most prudent path is to schedule a vote of the city council, a binding vote on the DA and CBDA. And if they don't want to, if it's a no, it's okay. Like, I mean, it's like, seriously, you know, obviously, like I said, it'd be sad to lose after we're this close, but we just want to know. It's almost better to have that happen than to just have nothing happen and just like a whimper. And, you know, Zenny, and like, there's never a vote. That's kind of like, you know, you're kind of shirking your responsibility. And so we're hopeful that calmer heads will prevail. We'll have a lot of people speaking on our behalf on Tuesday, but at the end of the day, it's really the council's decision.
Have you talked to the mayor about, I raised this in our conversation as well. I said, what's going to happen with the future beyond you? Because I said, you know, in the way we've done things, the city administrator normally is the face or a project manager, but the mayor has made herself the face, and she never disagreed with the fact that I asked her what the succession plan is. So from your perspective, do you know who takes over, who begins to fade in as she fades out?
No, that's why we got to get it done on her watch. And I don't think there's anyone who's going to be as much of a patron and an advocate and a prime mover as Mayor Schaaf. She's done an incredible job. And I think her force of will has gotten us this far, and we appreciate that. But if we lose that, I just don't see this project getting approved.
Now, also, the work that you're doing in Las Vegas, could it be applied to, say, the Devil Rays? In other words, it's not really dead, is it?
Well, I mean, keep in mind, it's parallel paths. So, like, you know, it's got its own momentum and energy and sites and everything to have a Major League Baseball team in Las Vegas. You know, we're focused, because we're the A's, on advancing like our vision for that. There could be different visions that different other people have, but it's certainly important work, and in work that is, I think, informing a long-term strategy in that marketplace.
Because if it were the Del Rays, I would think, and I'm aware of your time, right? I got this clock in my head, but the Devil Rays, I think, would have to change their brand, whereas the A's would not because of the proximity of Las Vegas to the Bay Area, right?
Well, I mean, that remains to be seen. That could happen a lot of different ways. Obviously the A's have such an iconic brand, and, especially the A's, it's like this, it's so colloquial and everything. So, right now we're focused on the parallel paths, making as much progress as we can, Zenny, but also, I think we are at a very consequential moment in Oakland on this 25-year journey, as close as we've ever been, but also that's a little scary because it could be fleeting. I can't say. And I will continue to advocate myself, our ownership group, my staff, everyone involved in the project on my side to get the vote scheduled, to bring it in front of the council, and to get a final yes, hopefully.
And I need a favor to close, which will help you in the project. It's something I've talked about before. I texted you about a year ago when you said that the build out was $12 billion. And I texted back, hey, do you realize that's $9.7 billion in tax increment revenue? Why not start trotting out what the redevelopment money looks like with a build out?
Well, and I think that is something that we're going to be advocating for and expressing to people look, there's so much revenue that gets generated with this project. And that's just on the site. If you think about the areas off site, there's going to be an effect there as well. So this is just going to completely redefine Oakland's economic framework and the ability for the city to have the funds to provide the social services and city services that the citizens deserve. I mean, it's just such a game changer.
And people need to understand that 55 acres produces that 12 billion, but because of the way enhanced infrastructure financing district legislation is written, the council, each council member, Fife, Calb, Taylor, Reed, Nikki Fortunato, back with respect to Chinatown, Shangtao, Rebecca Kaplan, can all designate special projects for their areas and benefit from Howard Terminal that way, right?
It's going to benefit the whole city.
Yeah.
The whole city. And that's the beauty. And you've seen that in San Francisco, they've done projects like that, and they've created certain parts of the city that are economic engines that create the vitality and revenue that support, all the other things in the city. And Oakland can be the same way if, there's a lot of forethought and acceptance of this plan. And time will tell. We're going to see soon. So
sure will. I'll let you go, my friend. Hey,
thanks for having me. Have a great 4th of July.
Thanks, and go Bears. So thank you everybody for joining us. We'll be back later tonight to discuss what Dave talked about and more updates about the athletic situation. Real quick, I can say that first of all, thank you all for joining me. I can say that
well, I'm not going to say anything more right now. I'm going to shift over to the Senate because even though it's still on recess, I'll make sure that we're able to come back. That was my interview with Dave. And so you guys, I'll read back your comments. All you guys are having a conversation about concerts, but I think more important, in fairness, more important to the Oakland cause is the fact that the city has been stuck on the same issue. All right. The same issue of offsite infrastructure for a year now. This is June. Dave told me that in July. That was a year ago. And the city has been stuck on offsite infrastructure costs for years now. They haven't got off it. They haven't said, we'll set up tax increment financing to pay that. And at the end of the day, folks, that offsite infrastructure cost for street and road rehabilitation, you're looking at, $100 million. All right. Arguably even less than the community benefits price tag that the A's was staring at. All right. So, it's really a sad something that happened. This idea that the city could get away with not implementing the enhanced infrastructure financing district that the A's wanted done and really paid staff time to have implemented. So basically, the city cheated the A's out of its staff money. That's some stuff. And so you're asking for, I think, again, I'm going to read your comments, but again, you're asking for the Athletics to stay in a situation that has been extortive to them, monetarily extortive to them. Why would you do that and then claim to be a fan of the A's rather than storm City Hall and say, hey, look, knock off this behavior? You didn't do that. Hey, all along, I've been there saying, don't do that, 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 don't do that. That's not how things are done. Okay? So it's not a matter, and see, I'm on the record, all right? No, they're in recess, John. It says recess, look. Okay? Recess. All right? So if I go and I refresh the screen, this is what happens. Okay? And then I press the button, recess. It's still recess. So this is kind of like everything else that's gone on with this. Haven't you learned? The Nevada Legislature never starts on time. There were 24 minutes into when they were supposed to start, when they started. They went to recess twice, this being the second time, and they're asking us to wait. And some legislators aren't going to be there. And the way this is looking, I'll bet you if they do get this done, it'll be later tonight. All right. I don't think they want it to bleed in to tomorrow. That's just my thought. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Okay. All right. So I could be wrong. So let me go back and get your comments here. Going all the way back to where was I? Okay, I got that part. And let's see here. I think this is that's the one I left off on. And then Steel Rider says, Zinni, do you really want the A's to move to Las Vegas? I'm in favor. Let me ask you a question. Do you want the A's to stay in Oakland without any guarantee that the Oakland government's going to get its act together? I mean, considering that it's been 24 years, that's almost a generation of time. A generation's 30 years. So I'm answering your question with a question. Do you want the A's to stay here under these consistent substandard conditions when there are other cities that have civic organizations better equipped to deal with their needs in a timely fashion? That's my question to you. Okay. And I'll await the answer, but as I'm waiting, I'll go through the other comments. Vegas Mark, Steel Rider, City of Oakland did the A's dirty, so the A's chose Vegas. Gabriello says, Zinni, my man, 100 grand is the politics in Oakland that bad if you basically lose all of your sports teams? Yes. And 100 grand actually is a great restaurant. Yeah, so you say, my man, 100 grand. 100 Grand Avenue, Alamar Cafe. Go there. Awesome food, folks. You will come out saying, damn, that food was good. Anyway, go there. All right. Steel Rider said, Vegas Smart, you're a conflict of the interest. Dave Cobble had his mind made up before Oakland even came to the table. No, that's not true. That's not true. And again, I played for you why that's not true. Okay? You heard it. The same off-site infrastructure haggling that went on a year ago, whereas Dave said for 5 years. Still going on under the Tao administration. The same doggone thing. The same thing. Groundhog's Day. How many times do you have to hear it? Dave said it in my video. What do you want? Okay. Jay Boogie says parallel paths. And he says they won't get any concerts. Oh, I don't know where that's coming from. He says casinos get all the concerts. Hey, I reminded everybody that Bally's is a casino organization, which is in partnership with the Athletics. So keep that in mind. Mark Thompson says concerts happen not just at casinos anymore. Allegiant Stadium gets many. They had Taylor Swift. Their concerts at T-Mobile also. And I remind you too that this is a environment where people can produce their own shows. So you're going to have a battle of Las Vegas bands, right? Anything your imagination can think of. Jay Boogie says the concerts that the casinos have no interest in. Mark Thompson says, but the people attending the concerts, many are tourists and they stay in the resort casinos. On the Strip, many walk from the Strip to Allegiant Stadium and the shut down traffic to allow them to walk. Also, the concerts are done in downtown and there are a lot of local cover bands. So there's enough concert work or concert musicians to go around to be able to provide entertainment for the A's and still be of such quality that the patron will not figure that they're being taken for a ride. All right. Stephen Brown says, remember, it's not the A's trying to leave. It's a temporary steward of the team trying to be greedy when no one believes in him. He is a failing businessman who has floundered. I disagree. Again, the city of Oakland did not hold up its end of the game. And they talked about the same issues again and again and again. Off-site infrastructure, who pays for it? You have a tax increment financing district that's supposed to pay for it. It's right there in the law. Okay? So I don't see how you cannot hear what Dave is saying or figure out that that's the problem. Okay? Kate says, I hope they start in a couple of minutes. Yeah, let me refresh this, Kate, see what's going on. Nothing. He says, the thing is, Oakland government is dumb. Yes, has wasted time, but the baseball team means more than temp out of touch politicians. I know it means more, but Stefan, again, I'm going to say I'm going to say it again, all right? You all have not pressured the government to get its act together. Raider Nation did press the government to get its act together and almost sued the government on top of that. Okay? So A's fans, by comparison, have been sheep. And what's the line in Wall Street? You could finish the line, okay? Talking about the movie. The entire saga of the A's ends with the team playing in Vegas. Yep. John Akala says, hello, they're in recess. It's not started yet. Still in recess. He said, okay. Stefan says the entire saga of the A's ends if they leave in Oakland. Vegas doesn't get our history or World Series. They get a bum owner who can't even run his company. No, he can run his company. All right. He says, yes, because the team is Oakland. How can you shield for terrible ownership? How could bail on Oakland? Because the government's not doing anything. Like so many other people are leaving. But after 24 years, it's not a matter of shilling. All right. This is what I don't like about how people don't get how things work. And I'm just being blunt. You should be paying attention to institutions, laws, how things are done. All right, Stefan? When you follow the law about how things are to be done, like SB 293 Skinner, or the development process, or development economics, and you pay attention to that, you will call out a number of people, one way or the other, who are not doing right. Like when Dave Cowell popped off that he had he was building 12 billion and that was the economic impact. And I texted him, Dave, that's not the economic impact. You don't do that. And then I put it out there that he was making that mistake. And I said, why? Because if you're going to put out that you have a $12 billion assessed value in a redevelopment area, then the next question that anybody who understands what they're hearing is going to ask is, well, hey, what's the tax increment financing revenue throw off? And the answer is 9.7 billion. Okay. But did the city of Oakland ever focus on that? No. Did you? No. Do you realize what 9.7 billion in TIF money could afford? You all are asleep at the wheel. All right. Wake up, will you? Turn on your doggone brain. Stop turning it off. It's just disgusting how little you all care about how government works. Or the stuff that's right in your face. What is wrong with you? I'm asking because this is tiresome. You all should understand how government works. Well, you're not voting now? Get involved. Wake up. And I don't mean protest either. I mean pay attention to complex legislation. And I don't care if your brain hurts. Wake up. This is disgusting how little you all care to know about these things. There's no excuse for it. None. I don't care what your reasons are. It's disgusting. I don't care how mad you get either. You pay attention to how things are done. Then you call it out. Then you say, yeah, you know what, A's? And I'm saying it. You need to get out because they're not getting their stuff together. And they're not. Because what it would force Oakland to do is wake up and do the hard work that we used to do of going after teams like when we had the XFL and we brought the Oakland Invaders in here. All right, with their great blue and gold and that lightning bolt insignia. We have a history of doing things right. So it's disgusting for me to see you all allow things to be done wrong. Wake up. Doggone it. Wake up. Stop being asleep at the wheel. It sounds like we got a bunch of soft people not willing to put in the work to make it work. Right. I don't care if it takes 40 years to negotiate. You don't rip off your teams from cities. It's not ripping teams from cities. Okay? It's cities understanding how to work with the teams or buy the teams. If you don't just say that. Teams have been leaving cities for, hey, you know what? Less time than 40 years. Okay? Wake up. The question, you don't have the right to say to a privately run organization, you need to stay just because our name is in part of your logo as a city. That's not how it works. How it works is that the city works with that team just like any other business and does just enough of the right things to make that team stay, or you lobby Congress for the right to buy the team, and then the people can own the team. But you know why that's not done? Because no elected official wants to have their record count on the one-loss record of a team. That's why. There's reasons why these things happen. I would love to see cities own teams myself. I think it's something that should be done. But there's a lot of complexities there too, also conflict of interest laws that in some cases are stepped on in certain parts of the country. That's why we have it the way that it is right now. So why not just tell your city to get its act together? Why not vote people in office who know? And why not pay attention yourself to what should be done instead of sitting back on your couch and making comments? Well, kind of like what I'm doing. Okay. And then expecting things to work automatically. They don't work automatically. All right. None. Okay. So, none. All right. So let's see what next one. Mark Thompson says it's a business. Baseball is a business. That's how it's welcome to reality. And Stephen says, laugh out loud. The Raiders already outnumbered at home games. Yeah. And by the way, you take a look at Fisher's Gap stock. So tell him how he's a good business owner. He's doing good with the earthquake. That's his issue. I'm not here to defend what he does with his gap. I'm not here to, but I will point out to you that, again, if you're paying attention, Stefan, which obviously you're not, you'll realize that a number of retail businesses, in fact, the whole doggone industry, is being hampered by the gigantic changes that have been foisted upon us because of how we didn't properly handle the pandemic and how we're still not handling the pandemic. Like in the California parlance, using AB 464 Mullen and forcing cities, I would do as if I was Gavin, to use that legislation and get assistance to retail organizations, particularly small businesses that have been harmed by all these robberies, by getting high-tech security in there, high-tech around the neighborhood, super surveillance. I don't care about this private, public. I don't want to have my picture taken stuff. Take their picture anyway. We got to stop this crap. Okay? So again, it's your fault too. All right? Accept it. Okay? Steph says, how can I focus on legal stuff as a season ticket holder Hayes fan? How do we hold good government accountable when I don't vote for who when my people, when who I don't vote for wins or something like that, right? You have to get involved in this. Not, you know what? You have to do what I think Forever Oakland, rest in peace, Godfather Grizz, set the example. You go to city council. You make sure that your team's issues are being heard on behalf of the team. You be the change. That's how. Because as you pointed out, it's quite clear that maybe you don't get the right leader, but just because you don't have the right leader, we don't arguably have the right leader now, doesn't mean you can't go to city council and make the wrong leader be the right leader. That's what you have to do. Or join with a media company like mine, or start your own. All right? There are ways to have your voice on the record. You're not, let me put it this way, in this society today, there is no such thing as a nobody. Nobody is a nobody. Understand that? Everybody is a somebody. Okay? So Pete says, oh, hey, Peter, how you doing? He goes, hey, hello, Zinni. The big problem with people that put false information out without looking at it, the facts, if you think about it, they don't teach civics anymore. Correct. And we produced an uneducated populace. Well, yeah, we have. And I think, but we've also produced a populace that doesn't have time to it. It's not so much that just the problem with false information, but that we literally in a lot of the country now made housing more expensive than it should be. And people are so busy, trying to keep a roof over their heads, get the right job. You apply for a job, you found out today it's a fake job. Who ever heard of that? I've done that. I applied for a digital marketing manager position with a consulting company in Arizona. On LinkedIn, I get a contact by the hiring manager saying, hey, you're perfect for us. Paraphrase. So she wants me to fill out a financial page. And I thought, what? So I couldn't find the page. And then I called the company. I said, hey, I couldn't find this page because it is normal for people who want to do, financial background checks and stuff, but you have to be careful. So I called the company and the lady said, we don't have a job like that. I say, well, you have a whole page and a person who's identified themselves as being your hiring manager. Tracy Davis with an I. Didn't even know her. I put out a video blog about the whole thing. I talked to the owner who was not happy that I made a video blog. I said, yeah, but I said, you know what? You may not be happy about it, sir, but this is news. You have to take care of this and make sure it doesn't happen. Because somehow you guys allowed it to happen on your watch. All right. So I left that up there because all he had to do was put out his own video and say, hey, you know what? This wasn't us. This points to a gigantic problem in society and we need to solve it. And yet it's not solved because not enough people scream about it. So you have people dealing with that. And yet then others figured out how to make money through viral videos, but everybody's trying to do that, right? And the people trying to do that say, well, I can do this rather than work at the grocery store. So the grocery stores don't have enough people working there. And so when you go to the grocery store, shelves aren't properly stocked, lines are longer than they need to be, and you're wondering what's going on and you're inconvenienced by what you can't have or what you can't find, which affects your quality of life. You see how all this is working against each other? And so out of all of this, you're expected to have time to tell the government to get its act together. But in point of fact, really, you have to tell the government to get its act together. But when you do, it has to be about you first before you can think about the A's. And so therein lay the position that we are in, right? Okay. So, all right. Stephen says you get that right to a discussion and debate when it's a temp owner. We a temp owner who has done zero for this fan base. I know I'm there every year as a season ticket holder. Yeah, but you went to the games, all right, and you said done nothing for the fan base. But hello, you were there to support them when Howard Terminal was up. Did you make any noise about what the owner did or did not do when Howard Terminal was being negotiated? No. As long as they were here, it's okay. And let's be honest, Stefan, this is about you going to the games and doing the thing about seeing your friends there and your experiences. And I get that, and that's 100% right. But don't then turn around and say you're a fan of the team if you're not willing to fight for the team against the government. And I use, again, Forever Oakland as the model because they did that. A's fans don't do that. So I don't want to hear it. I'm going to hear it anyway. All right. But I'm going to let you know back at you, that's the wrong way to be. You guys, you create a rationale for being scared. I'm already giving you part of it. Yeah, you're busy and trying to keep, roof over your head and everything. But if you care enough, you figure out a way to make the government behave, but you don't care to make the government behave. And yeah, on top of that, Shanetown has a staff member named Brandon Haramy who had at one point, I think, 29 Twitter accounts by measure of Seneca Scott, who did this analysis. Somebody else who did an analysis of what he was doing. Yeah, he was doing that last year. He's still on the payroll. So how do I know you're not him? Right? Okay. Does that make anything better? No. Okay. It doesn't. It doesn't. All right. Green Bay owns the Packers. Stefan, you're talking as if I don't vote and don't protest and don't show up to games. Well, it doesn't sound like you do. Okay. I'm just being honest. You say, appreciate the conversation. I just don't see as a local how this is a solution to move the team. We move forward as a community, but you're not making the government behave. You say you move forward as a community, but you're afraid to act as a community member and go to your government and make it behave. So I'm sorry. I've seen too many instances of people like Ray Perez as Dr. Death and others who go to city council and talk. All right. In fact, I'll give you an example right now of what I'm talking about because, and I appreciate the conversation too. All right. He says it's called organizing and getting involved in elections and not giving in the criticism and not voting at all. You have to vote to get things changed and participate. It's the only way in democracy. All right. Then John Akala says, you think the owner of the Invaders would have been good for the NFL? Let me think about that one. Cynicism. Sir Chai 87 says Las Vegas A's or Oakland A's. If Oakland gets a third chance, they better do it right by Fisher and Cobble. They're not going to get a third chance. No, not with that whole Groundhog's Day stuff out there. They're really pissed. The A's are. Attending athletics games gives money to the team and the owners when you purchase tickets. Yep, that's right. And I believe that is so far the last comment. Let me show you an example of a Raider legend in action. And that person, okay, is none other than Dr. Death, Ray Perez. All right. Excuse me here. Penny 62. And he gave a most epic speech in garb at the city council. All right. And here is Dr. Death. Impassioned.
Allergies, spontaneity, passion.
Coliseum City. We'll skip the ads here. All right. And then I'm going to leave that recess up so we don't miss this. But I'm going to stop that screen, go here, share the screen, go here, and go here. Here's Dr. Death. This is what I'm talking about. This is City Council, Coliseum City, all right? Hear that? I mean, see, okay, look. Let me go here.
Understand we could potentially be part of history, and that us as constituents, we could pave the way to make movements for the future of Oakland. As city council members, I want you guys to realize that what you see here behind me, we represent a combined 111 years of tradition, culture, and championships here in the East Bay. You all are aware, if we lose any of our 3 teams, all that could be gone forever. This is the night. It's do or die for our city, for who we are. It's not just a yes or no vote, it's for our livelihoods, it's for our future. It's not just a stadium or a plan, it's the solutions to our issues. And I know Oakland has its problems, 12% unemployment rate, high crime rate, but the thing is what solutions do we have to our issues? Ms. Santana, I asked you a couple months ago, what can we do to be from the 5th best place to visit in the world to be number 1? To our own teams, with our own cities that people around the world are going to want to come see us. What can we do to get out of the shadows of San Francisco? I know Mr. Reed isn't here, Mr. Reed isn't here, Ms. Schaff, here's my solution. Vote yes on Coliseum City. Because when you do, you'll bring infrastructure, you'll bring jobs, you'll bring construction, you'll bring tax revenue to hire more police officers to combat all your triple crime rate in the United States right now, triple the average right now. You can combat that. We can be number 1. We can bring jobs here. We can bring the Olympics. We can bring the Super Bowl. And I hope, Mr. Gall, I hope you're correct. We will play in that Super Bowl. Please give your constituents a reason to re-elect you next election. The reason why I know we can do it is because we have great people with great community leaders, with a great team and a great owner. You tell them one thing. Just be, baby.
That's the legendary Dr. Death. That's how it's done, folks. All right? That is how it's done. You hear what I'm saying? Grace Perez set the model. I don't see anybody, any A's fan, doing that. All right? Nobody. Ray Perez now is in Sacramento working PR, public relations, okay? I don't see anybody doing that. I see a lot of people thinking that, well, you know, I can be on Twitter and I can protest on Twitter. I mean, give me a break. Not everybody reads Twitter to begin with, okay? You can't rely on local television because not everybody watches local television like they used to. Sorry, they just don't. That's a fact. Okay? That is a solid gold fact. A solid gold fact. Okay? So let me get your comments here. At least they went to the government at the time. Yeah, absolutely. Then Mark Thompson says they are on social media, which does nothing. And Robert really says, so how successful was that bit of theater at the council meeting? Well, that's a great question. You said Raiders are in Las Vegas, but at that time that Ray was talking, that was for an ENA. And it passed. All right? So that's how successful that was. It moved the process forward, Robert. It moved the process forward. Okay, it's a good idea to check dates because that speech was, if I'm not mistaken, 9 years ago. 9 years ago. All right. That was 9 years ago. Raiders to Las Vegas happened 6 years ago. So it moved the process along. It moved Coliseum City along. It moved us to a point where we're looking at having at a developer we had in Ronnie Lawton, the Fortress Group, by 2016. It moved the process along, okay? It moved the process along. All right? And then Mark Thompson says, and it puts pressure on the legislature by getting actively involved in person and more. Yeah. This is what athletics fans have not done. Okay? You cannot get it done by social media. Then you have people out there who should know better. Krista Benedetti should know better. Putting out this idea that, well, because you fill out a form on the Nevada Legislature website that, oh, they're going to see the numbers and go, oh, which means that you were not paying attention to the same thing that happened when the Raiders were trying to move 73% against the Raiders deal in Las Vegas. It passed anyway. You cannot get it done with just social media. And I might add to you, Robert, okay, something else. When you wrote that, how successful was that bit of theater? Well, that bit of theater was part of a larger group that also came this close to suing the city of Oakland for not taking the proper actions to keep the Raiders in Oakland. Do I see any Oakland A's fans threatening to sue the city? No. You guys are too nice to the city. You let the city get away literally with murder. The murder of not doing. So it's Groundhog's Day for the Athletics. Nobody sits there and negotiates the same freaking point for 5 years. 5 years. That's nuts. What's the definition of insanity, everybody? It's doing the same wrong thing again and again and again. There you go. Okay? Will this meeting ever happen? Whew. Man, that's a good question. Great question. Because I know for me it's 426. And I love talking about this and everything, but oh man, I'm ready for this to walk right back to be over. As much as it's doing great wonders for my business, I am ready for it to be over. Okay. And it would be nice if it was over. And it's not. Okay, I think I found something here. All right. Did Oakland fans try to stop the Raiders deal stadium? They did. They did. Flapjack, welcome to the channel. Haven't seen you before. They tried to, and they were better organized. All right. BJ Thompson, do you think the city of Oakland knows the future financial implications of not having a professional sports franchise? No. The city doesn't care that the amount of money that they spend to be recognized around the country, it won't even compare to the amount of money that they would have to spend to overcome the loss of 3 sports teams. Why? Because if you just take a look at a Google Trends example, Oakland's visibility has gone from here, and then it goes down to here. There's a blip, and it goes down like that. When it's lost the Raiders and the Warriors, and the A's are going to bring it down to where it'll be 1/3 the search intensity, because there's nobody playing. You'll say, why is that important? That communicates to other people, you got something going on in your city that they want to be a part of. So they visit and spend money in the city. Or they move. All right? Or they move to the city. Lost in these so-called economists who really have no training in cities and how to analyze cities is the fact. And the data is there that sports team moves bring people with them and populations go up. All right. Now, see, when you point that out, what they do is then they turn around and say, but the jobs, the jobs don't pay as well. Yeah, but the populations go up, which means you have better patronage following you to do things in your cities or even to start businesses that then create jobs that pay better than maybe the jobs over there. That's a fact. So a lot of economists that just do this they do it to be on a political side, and it's awful. Completely awful. Okay? And of course, it feels like Groundhog's Day. Yep, it does. Okay, it says could just go to another session if they don't do it today. It could. Or another day of the session. Same session, different day. Mark Thompson says, so all in a good time, all in good time. He says, do you think this will go to another session if they don't do it today? I mean, another day. Yeah, oh yeah. They're not going to just stop it. They're getting to a resolution. I don't think they're back there doing nothing. I'm curious, we talk a lot, says Stefan, about what Oakland isn't doing. Vegas seems like it's against the wishes of the public. I'm not just talking about surveys or call-ins. I don't see any push from the public. But to be blunt, you don't see any push, really, from a large group of people representing Las Vegas public either. You see little groups of people that claim to represent the whole. But as a number of representatives have said, this is not like a big thing on their radar. And there's a reason for that. The reason is because, first of all, and I point this out to anybody that doesn't seem to realize it, you're talking about a doggone $1 billion facility, and you don't have $1 billion facilities growing on trees, which point to one thing: jobs. Like it or not, these are big facilities. So ask yourself this question: how come, even with all this rancor and all this other stuff about, these things, don't pay for a city's economy, how come you have all these cities actually paying to have these things done, and this has never stopped? You hear me? It has never stopped. So you guys say yap, 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 and it's never stopped. There's a specific reason it hasn't stopped. These are big structures. Big structures throw off large property taxes if they are privately owned, and they provide a large place to hold events in. It's therefore up to the manager of the stadium to use it to where more events can be in it and thereby serve the public better. And that's what everybody forgets. We're not talking about a situation where this thing just sits there and does nothing. And then these economists who come up with this idiotic, it's just a replacement. And they look, if you know economics, I've had 24 economics courses in my life, all right? I went to school focusing on urban economics. If you know economics, you hear this garbage again and again and again and again and again and again and again, and it's precisely that. Why? Because no one bothers to point out the fact that when sports teams move, populations go up. So how can you have a replacement? That assumes the population stays the same. Okay? It doesn't. This is ridiculous stuff. All right? Stefan says, by the way, I agree Oakland government has failed for generations at every turn. I vote very differently than what our area dictates. What does that mean? Anyway, Jay Boogie says, the last mayor considered the 49ers an Oakland team. She felt obligated to congratulate the Los Angeles Rams. I remember this. The Los Angeles Rams mayor for their victory in the NFC Championship game against the 49ers. Yeah, Libby just did those things to move the interest needle, Los Angeles mayor, yeah. Mark Thompson says the calls where many California residents opposed and unions and casinos, and the largest union in the U.S. culinary worked union, which has major influence, supports it. Thank you for the super sticker, Clay Kindall. Thank you very much. Thank you. Jay Boogie, if Elihu were mayor, he would have taken care of the Raiders and the A's, although Moneyball has really deflated the A's fan base. True. But Elihu would have come to play. In fact, I should get him on here. Maybe let's see here. I don't know if he's. Let me see if I can get him. It's 4:34. Oh, which means it's 1:34 there. I might not catch him. So maybe later. If it were later, sure. All right. Trying to figure out. Let's see here. There was Dr. Death. And let's find out the Dave Cobble interview. Although I find when I put up my Dave Cobble interviews, the viewership goes down. Oh my gosh. How about my mayor? How about the mayor? Mayor Schaff. See what Mayor Schaff had to say going out the door. Let's see here. I want to see something real quick before I just testing here. If I have this. Don't know that I do. I don't have what I thought I had. I was going to show you something. It's not popping up like I wanted to. Bad. Okay. Not popping up like I wanted to. At all. It is not popping up like I wanted to. Okay, so that's not popping up like I wanted to. So I'm going to let that go. I had an idea. I'm going to let that go. Fine. I'm going to let that one go. I'm going to let it go. Yeah, I will let that go. Right here. And then Mark Thompson says, Culinary Workers Union is what runs all the casino properties and most things in Las Vegas. Let me see here. Is it this one? Maybe. Hold on a second. Is this session going to happen? Ew. This may work, this may not. Okay. Well, there goes that. Hold on a second, folks. Oh, come on, Zinni, get your act together. Okay. Hey, are you okay? How you doing? Cool. Hey, I'm actually on live, and I wanted to know if you could give your thoughts about the A's situation, if you wanted to or had time, to my audience, because we're okay. So it's right now. What time is it? 1. That's great. 10 minutes. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll send you the link. I'll get off the phone and send you a link right now. Okay, yeah. All right, see ya. Okay. All right, folks. In one moment, as soon as I can get the link over to him, I'm going to have former Oakland Mayor Elihu Harris join us and talk about the A's situation. So is Elihu 2000 link to show from Zenny. And then I'm going to say link here. There. And okay. All right, I'm going to let him know I just sent it. One second. I just sent it.
Okay.
All right, see ya. Okay, see your email. Okay, see ya. Sorry, I'll make sure you know. Okay, Joseph Webster, is anything going on with AllNet? Jackie Robinson, I got to get that guy on the show. Anything going on with AllNet Resort and Arena? Will they ever break ground? That's a great question. I want to ask him why he thought it was important to try to do this without the casinos. I think that's a huge mistake and why he's having a hard time getting going. You can't do anything in Las Vegas without the casinos. You can't just go in and say, I'm going to do it my way. Okay, good luck with that. Says a new upcoming mayor soon to be, wait a minute. Kate Moose says, the waiting could turn out to be good. They could be doing progress and then we'll present in a couple of hours. Hey, folks, we have.
Jimmy, hold up. I don't know how to.
Oh, you're in. You just have to center your camera, but you're here. Yeah, there he is. You let me unmute you. Yeah. Okay, Elihu? I think you have yourself muted. Yeah, you muted yourself. Somehow. And it won't let me unmute you. So, let's see here. I wonder why the system won't let me unmute him. Let me see something here. Unmute. Can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute themselves. Okay, well, he just got up to do something, so he's coming right back. Anyway, Mark Tom says new incoming mayor. No, this is actually former Mayor Elihu Harris. I think it will happen today. We wouldn't fall in Southwest. I'm also monitoring the recess, folks. I still got it on. And yes, the great Elihu Harris. Absolutely. My boss and friend who went off to do something. Maybe take a swig of water like I should be taking here. Yeah. I had a lot of fun. Elihu hired me unofficially July 17th of 1995, officially December 7th of 1995. And it said, you have everything, you have the run of everything from redevelopment to the Raiders. And I mean, how cool a job is that, right? With no playbook, I was left to really form my own playbook. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right.
I can hear you. Oh, I was bragging on how hey, Elihu, move up a little bit closer. There you go. I was bragging on how much fun I had and was blessed to work for you as economic advisor, and how when you hired me, you said I have the run of everything from redevelopment to the Raiders. And
I keep telling you, everything is true except for one thing. You don't work for anybody. You work with me. You work for me.
Thanks, I think.
And Jenny, we got to keep it real now.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, L. Hugh was the best boss I ever had, and that's keeping it real right there. Hey, boss, what do you think about the whole A's situation right now? Where
I appreciate it.
recess is still here. They have not reconvened. In fact, here is what it looks like. Right, that's what it looks like. Recess, okay, and we don't. People are saying, "Well, this is ever going to get done." What do you think about this whole situation?
Well, first of all, I mean, look, in my opinion, the A's are playing everybody. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my opinion. That the Fishers don't want to really put any money into the team. We see that in Oakland, and I don't mean just their stadium. I mean the team. It's an economic vehicle for them. But unlike the Haas family, they don't see it as a community asset. They see it as a personal asset. So I think the question is, can they get the deal that they want? Either way, I think ultimately they're going to sell the team. I don't think anybody want to invest in baseball. And I think baseball right now is an investment. You see what happened with the Warriors, how much money they put into the Warriors to make them a winning franchise, and they've been rewarded with an increase in value. I don't feel that from the Fisher family.
Do you think that is that to say that you think that they'll go to Las Vegas and basically replicate, as some people think, their behavior that they had at the Coliseum, where they haven't put money into the team, even though their argument is, well, gee, we don't get enough from stadium operations.
If there's enough money in operations, they'd probably put it back in. They want to increase the value of their franchise. I don't think they're willing to invest in their franchise.
In other words, get the best players, that sort of thing.
No, I mean, I think that if they move to Vegas and the fans respond with season tickets and the economics improve in terms of revenues for the team, television, whatever, radio, whatever it might be, yeah, I think they'll put that back into the team. But I don't think they're going to put any additional Fisher family money into the team. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think.
Let me write something. If I really found this disturbing, boss. And I played back earlier an interview I did with Dave Cobble a year ago. Mm-hmm. All right. He told me then that they were discussing offsite infrastructure improvements, and he said, we've been discussing this for 5 years. Mm-hmm. Fast forward, in other words, specifically, who pays for what? Mm-hmm. Originally, the whole tax increment financing legislation, SB 23 Skinner, was put through by the A's, paying for the lobbyists and all that, and even staff time for the city, so that they could use that tax increment money to pay for offsite infrastructure in part.
Right.
In addition to, payback of infrastructure for their sea level rise problem, right?
Right.
So last year, a year ago almost, we're about a month from it being a year ago out that Dave and I talked about this. He said that they had been haggling over the same problem for 5 years. Now, fast forward to when they were talking with Mayor Tao, it was about the same issue, and then the A's broke off conversations. So what's going on with the city of Oakland that we can't move beyond an issue that under your administration would have been solved like that, because you would have went up somebody's head if it wasn't?
Here's where you and I disagree. I think there's disingenuity on both sides.
Okay.
And I wish I could know otherwise, but I don't see the kind, I see the negotiations, but I'm not involved in the negotiations. So I don't know what's going on behind closed doors. I don't know whether the demands are reasonable. I don't know whether or not promises are being kept. I don't know. You had a change in administration, certainly in terms of the mayor, between Libby Schaaf and now Shang Tao. And I don't know how much they were both on the same page prior to the transition in mayors. So I think a lot of that has to do is, everybody put their cards on the table. Here's what we got. Here's what we're asking. If we get this, we do the deal. Up or down, I think people can live with that. But then you could judge who's reasonable and who's not. But who knows?
Would you have filed an injunction against the A's if you were mayor and they looked like they were leaving town knowing what?
No. But what I would have done is I would have got to the point where I felt like I did everything I could do, as we did with the Raiders, and the Raiders stayed at least for 25 years. So I mean, the bottom line with all of it is, okay, what is the deal? I mean, look, both ownerships are saved. These are not rich owners. These are people whose major asset is the team itself. So if you're talking about a team being your major asset, the question is, you want to protect that asset. You want to get the most leverage you can out of that asset. That's the question that an analyst like you can look at and say, okay, is the juice worth the squeeze? On both sides, is the investment in the A's in terms of all the reciprocal economic benefits justify whatever it's going to cost to keep them?
Barbara Lee made a threat regarding the antitrust exemption.
Right.
And when I thought about it, knowing the history of the antitrust legislation, the cases, I thought it was an empty statement to make. I wouldn't have done it if she were, I would have said, if she were advising me, I would have said, don't go there. Just say, hey, look, I'm a congressperson. I can get this change. What do you think about what Barbara put out?
I'm not sure maybe just one way or the other. I mean, they did the same thing with the Raiders. Antitrust has been thrown out whatever sports teams are ready to move, and they move from Baltimore to Indianapolis. I mean, it's until it happens, it's a threat, and we don't know. So, I mean, she said it. She's a Democrat in a Republican majority Congress, so I don't think it's going to happen because she wants it to happen. But it doesn't mean there's not an issue that ultimately will not resurface and at some point perhaps pass.
Right. How do you think this is all?
I mean, everybody else has lost their exemption.
Yeah.
I think that I think here's what I think. I think that Nevada knows they got the A's between a rock and a hard place. And the question is, given all the other competing requirements for resources, do they believe that this is a good investment when you got summer school on the line, you got teacher salaries on the line, and all these other things going on? Here's what I will tell you. The thing I learned with the Raider deal, more people read the front page than the sports page.
If you know that the legislature is working on amendments that they asked to be in the bill for the A's, doesn't that mean it's going to pass, or does it?
Assuming that the amendments are satisfactory to the A's, I assume they still got a deal. I mean, will they pass something? Yeah, probably. Question is it sufficient? Is it what the A's will require? Because the A's don't really have a lot of choices, quite frankly. I mean, they kind of burned their bridges in Oakland. At least this ownership group, they can sell it to another owner. I don't think that they want to stay in Oakland. I don't think Oakland particularly wants them, given the minor league status of the current team. So, again, I think it's a rock and a hard place, and I'm not sure that this ownership group can move forward in Oakland. It still can move forward in Vegas. I think in Oakland it's pretty much a done deal.
But let's take Oakland with ownership organization, period. My contention is that we as a city, going back to Libby, haven't had this come to Jesus moment where we say, what did we do wrong? Right? And then change it. Instead, we've made Libby's been the face of it. Now it's Shang, and it's Groundhog's Day all over again. We get the same kind of response and effort. And in Libby and Shang's case, it basically spells out to, we'll have the A's pay for staff time. We'll let, all of these payments go on. We'll pay for Steve Kawa. And then from the A's standpoint, they're probably thinking, we're not getting anything out of all these payments. So why do we need to stick around?
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, from the A's perspective, that's probably very legitimate. I'm a little more unbiased. I don't know what's going on. And I see, like I said, disingenuity on both sides. When people want to make a deal, they usually make a deal. And they put the cards out on the table. I thought it was basically getting tax increment and getting the environmental stuff through. I'm not sure what the other problems are. But again, I'm not involved in the negotiations, so I don't know what the devil's in the details. I don't know what those details are.
Hey, how you doing on time? I said 10 minutes.
What time is it? I got 2 o'clock, got a hard, fast stop. What time is it?
You got 7 till right now.
Well, I got 7 minutes.
All right, so if Shang Tao called you right now and asked you for advice, what would you say to her?
I say, get somebody like Zenny, Andy Doherty, somebody can tell you what's real and what's Memorex. Sit down, tell you the truth. I'm not sure anybody knows what the truth is, certainly in the public. Maybe on the council. I've talked to council members. They don't know what's going on. So I don't know who is the ops broker in all of this to say, hey, the A's want too much. The city's not giving up enough. I don't know. You might. I don't. I'm not part of the negotiations. I know none of the details. I know that the A's seem to be determined to get out of town. They believe they have a better deal in Vegas. That's a business decision. That's hard to compete with. If you're going to be trying to, who's going to give up the most to keep the A's? And I don't think Oakland can win that race anyway. If they want to stay here, then the question is there a reasonable standard that the city has to meet in order to keep them? I've not heard what that is. I thought it was the tax increment financing. I thought it was the location. I'm not sure what it is.
And regarding negotiator Steve Cowell, who I'm acquainted with, was he the best choice? Why not you? Why couldn't Shang have had you do it?
Well, first of all, too far down the line. Why didn't Libby have you do it? I don't know. If you try to do a deal, you get somebody who's the deal maker. You have somebody who knows and understands the components of the deal, what it takes to make a deal, and understand how far they can go in making that deal. If you understand, like when you're playing poker, you know how much you're willing to put up, in a bet. Well, similar kind of situation. If you know they want $1 million, you only got 500,000. That's a bluff.
Makes sense to me. Yeah, makes sense. Boss, I gave you with a 5-minute cushion.
I appreciate it. Hey, man, you always give me a cushion, Zed. I love you, man.
Hey, love you too, man. You got it. All right, man.
Take care. All right, bye.
All right, okay. All right. So that's my boss. That's the coach, as I call him sometimes.
You're still the player.
Oh gosh, I appreciate that too.
Yeah, you'll be the point guard of my economic development team.
Thank you, and I'll outdo Steph Curry. How's that?
Hey, man, as long as you not do scoring and lead the league in assists, you're my guy.
You got it.
All right, man. We'll talk soon.
Okay, man. You know how to close it out? You want me to do it for you?
Yeah, close me out. Get me out of here. Zoom me up, Scotty.
All right, man. Okay, you got it. There you go. Okay, I'll see you. All right, he's removed. And he should be able to figure out. Okay, cool. There he is. And let's get him back. Let's get back our recess. There, we're still in the recess. And so get your comments here. Thank you, JB. So that was great content. Thank you. And he says, Peter Mandich says to add to the antitrust exemption and the elimination of it is a complete fantasy. Remember, politicians love to go to baseball games to laugh out loud. And Mark Tom says, good conversation. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And so, okay. Thank you very much. And let's see here. Mark my word, any thought of eliminating Major League Baseball antitrust exemption is completely off the table. That takes a complete act of Congress. Right. Any threats toward that is a complete pipe dream. Yeah. That's why I was saying Barbara should have just simply left out the idea that, well, you shouldn't do this because you're violating it. I'm saying, hey, look, if you're going to release your illegal challenge, history tells us you're going to lose. But if you issue a congressional challenge, hey, there's a possibility you can win that because you're a congresswoman, right? So Kate says, thank you very much. Thank you for the interview. Appreciate it. Yeah, Ellie was just awesome, man. He's been awesome to me. He gave me, and like I said, there was a council manager form of government. If it were a strong mayor, he would have put me in charge of things. He tried to, but there were some people who didn't want me in charge. But under Elihu, I created the Oakland Downtown Coalition and created the prior to that, I represented Elihu in the whole issue regarding straightening out the ticket situation between the Oakland Football Marketing Association and the Raiders. That was a tough one. Ooh, jeez. I had Andy Dolich come into our office thinking he could punk me. I wound up punking him back. You hear that, Andy? And he was repping the A's at the time. That was 1997. Okay. And Peter says that the Congresswoman is grandstanding, laugh out loud, about or taking on Major League Baseball and the athletics relocation. Yeah, it is a grandstand. It is. Folks, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take a break of my own. I'm going to monitor this. I'm going to leave this up like this, okay? So that nobody misses anything. All right? And leave it there. But I have sat here for a grand total of 3 hours and 5 minutes. I got to check on my mom. It's about a minute to 5 o'clock. I'm not stopping Jack, but I need to take a bathroom break and a meal break, and I'll be back. But again, I will not be caught with my pants down. I'm leaving this open, okay? I'm not going to let anybody do that. No. 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 And I've got to check on something client-wise anyway, regarding a certain very bad person. And I said it just like that. I said it just like that. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Where is sorry folks, trying to figure out something here. I'm trying to figure out something here. Yeah. It says get ready for coffee today. It's gonna be a long day. Been a long day. Been a long day. Been a long day. Okay, I found it. All right, I found it. Okay, got it. All right, cool. All right, be right back, folks. Ma, you okay? Okay. Whew. They still haven't even voted. I just left the thing running. So they still haven't even voted. I just left the thing running. I'll be invited to interview him. I'm gonna what's happening here?
Leon lost his keys, but he found them.
Oh, he lost the key? He lost his keys?
He lost his car keys, but he found them.
Oh, great. That was 5 days ago. Sit down. Yeah.
Yeah, I can text it to you. some of these extremists and couple black to out to each other. That kind of rhetoric makes unacceptable behavior acceptable and frankly violence inevitable. And I can understand the impulse of some of our leaders, some of our rational leaders who avoid engaging, responding to this kind of thing, but I think there comes a responsibility, frankly, by federal officials who lead federal law enforcement to really speak out against it, call it out, and say to those who are engaging in this kind of dangerous rhetoric, say if somebody gets hurt, we are going to, in the fullest extent of the law, seek to hold you responsible. It is a federal crime to threaten a federal official in the conduct of their office. It is a federal crime to incite an insurrection. And so we've got to look to not just the crowd riders and those who are off the ground, might be on the ground in Miami Dade tomorrow, but also those who are frankly inciting and encouraging this kind of violence. When you look at the charges against Donald Trump in the indictment, as somebody who wants to charge with the safety of the American people, both at the Department of Homeland Security, but then also Biden, when we were United Secretary at the Pentagon. How alarmed are you at those classified documents being stored in such a reckless way and being shown off to individuals that are dismissing the document? Well, in addition, JCAB was also years and years ago a federal prosecutor hired by none other than Jim Allen. It's surreal to know that there are TX level, highly classified, departmentalized documents lounging around in beggars' boxes and storage bins at Mar-a-Lago that the former president, it seems, showed off to various people. We handle classified information in Washington in the most secure fashion, scarce. We don't talk about it outside scarce. And for Donald Trump to undertake to do this is alarming. I'm concerned about the fallout from this. It can challenge Jake when this case goes to trial. Certainly will be how you share this information with 12 jurors who are randomly selected off the street, so they appreciate the gravity of what former President Trump had done. There's a procedure for doing this called CIPA, the Classified Information Procedures Act, but try to show that redacted version of this stuff or substitutes. I think that'd be a challenge in this case. Former Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security did not say thank you so much for the good officer. What was dependent on the president. There may be several problems with that example, hopefully when they are look at the real world impact of classified material possibly landing in the wrong hands. Stay with us.
Okay, did you clean the tub out behind yourself?
Oh, no check it.
Yeah, you always clean your tub out, sweetie, otherwise your mom has to clean it out. Okay. Grease, so black looking stuff and green stuff and all that, and you got wet towels.
Check the live stream here. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay, folks, we are still waiting. Let's see here.
You have to get to Home Depot tomorrow or.
Oh. Let's see, still on recess. Hello. Hey, everybody, still recessing. I've had the phone here, okay?
The assembly will now come to order.
Sorry, that's not what you think it is, folks. It's me accidentally hitting the other session. This is recess is recess. So you're referring to drama, I take it. Let's refresh that. Still, okay. Now you were referring to when they adjourned today, until today, I've seen the media creating drama on the A's ballpark situation. Which media? Because there's all kinds of different media. My media, somebody else's, which media? Says, is this delay good or bad for the A's? Well, Al, considering that there are amendments out there, I would say it's good. It would be, it it would be bad if, like last week, it looked as if the special session was just to rubber stamp something that had already been presented to them and they didn't like. Um, this is obviously different, and my hypothesis is that when you put in an amendment, you have to have it typed up and then you have to have it distributed, and there's a process there too. And that's, of course, after you've appropriately haggled it out and decided that's what you want, right? Um, so let's see if there's any scuttlebutt regarding the matter from the perspective of NV Ledge. And I will let you see it. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going for the latest. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. StreamYard. I'm going to switch this from that screen to the Twitter screen, okay? So that wasn't what I intended to do. It was this one that I intended to do. Share. And oh, there it is. Okay. Now go down here and zoom in and zoom in. All right. So we zoomed in twice. Not good enough. Zoom in again. Zoom in. It's funny. Alan cracks me up because he has a sports web news website, right? And you would think that he would want Vegas to get more sports because it's good for his business. I don't get what he's thinking. Well, but that's his problem, not mine. Okay. Zoom in more. All right, there. Can you see that? Okay, good. All right, now let's rotate down here. And let's see here. Accomplishment, homeless bill, corporate welfare for billionaires, whatever. Yeah, I don't care if the reverse work will work, but Cobble and Fisher got to be a little nervous if it doesn't get voted on until Wednesday. Absolute worst case scenario is elevating the scrutiny on the vote. I don't agree with that because the scrutiny on the vote, they're making changes to it. So, all right. So we have Oakland people. TLD TV series. Okay. Major League Baseball price point is family friendly and a good fit for Vegas. USA Today ticket price data for May 29th of this year. Bay Area reporters call Vegas a small town, but in reality, we run nearly 40 million plus in tourism every year. It's a vibrant entertainment city with options. Yep. Can someone text me when Nevada Legislature comes back? I need to use my phone for other things and don't want to miss it. Oakland fans, this is what John Fisher does blatantly. I'm going tomorrow. I'll be there to support. Blatantly overcharging his fans. He says the ridiculous tickets for this A-Games game on Tuesday is 3 times more expensive than any other Giants game that he's been to this season. And let's see here. As the A's stadium discussion resumes today, I found a new tax loophole I haven't discussed Haven't seen discussed. The A's would pay sales tax on building materials, wouldn't pay off bonds with it either. It would be tax exempt by stadium authority policy. If 1/3 of the cost of materials, it's 40 million. The A's wouldn't pay sales tax on building materials. Okay, so, but that's not all right. The A's don't pay a sales tax on building materials. But this is the kind of thing that pisses me off. These folks like this are so busy, trying to find something bad that they don't think. John Mahaffey does this a lot. I mean, okay, the A's, get this, listen to this. The A's are going to be allowed to have tax credits, right? So don't you think they would use the tax credits against any tax charged on that they would have to pay for building materials? Of course they would. So the A's aren't going to be paying money back to themselves in that way. That's not the way it works. It's supposed to be a consumption. There are forms of consumption taxes. This guy doesn't get it. But see, in his mind, he thinks it's in his logic, his homespun. This is what I said to him before. He has a homespun logic that doesn't fly in reality. John Mahaffey. It doesn't work. All right. But he just spits this stuff out without thinking. Okay. And then people quote this as if it's gospel. Don't bother. He doesn't think anything through. Like I said, in his world, his crap doesn't stink. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Same with Serenity. We went to the same school together. Yeah. Okay. Battleborn in Progress, who I like. Okay. There is nothing here. All right. Let me go and take care of this matter. Let me switch this back. Hold on a second, folks. I'm switching this back to the hold on a second. Okay, so there we go. All right. I will be back. I'm going to run a quick errand, another errand. I've got this. And remember to share it around. And again, thank you very much, Clay Kendall, for the $5 super sticker. It's very nice. All right.
most sensitive secrets the country has, and he kept them in a way in Mar-a-Lago that anyone really cared about national security were some of which are.
Staunch allies on Capitol Hill, Senator Lindsey Graham and House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan jumped to Trump's defense.
Espionage charges are absolutely ridiculous. He did not disseminate, leak, or provide information to foreign power or the news organization that damaged this country. He is not a spy. If you want to throw the bill in line, and after you want to throw it in line on the state, you can do that.
On Tuesday, the former president will surrender to authorities, be arrested and booked before his arraignment where he's expected to plead not guilty. The case landed in Florida, where the alleged crimes were committed after a year of prosecutors collecting evidence with a Washington, D.C.-based grand jury. But the South Florida venue poses challenges. The jury pool is likely to be friendlier to Trump.
It's called election interference, and they're doing the best they can with it.
And even before trial, Trump lawyers are likely to try to suppress key evidence from one of Trump's own attorneys, Evan Corcoran, who testified to the grand jury in D.C. and whose own notes are used in the indictment to make the case that Trump tried to hide incriminating documents. He made a funny motion, Corcoran noted, as though, well, okay, why don't you take them with you to your hotel room, and if there's anything really bad in there, like, plug it out. Trump will make his first appearance Tuesday before a magistrate judge, but then his case will be heard before federal Trump appointee, Judge Amy Bannon. She was previously criticized for a ruling in another matter related to the Mar-a-Lago documents case. That decision was ultimately overturned. There are not many physical security preparations underway down here at Federal Court. You can see except for only police stay behind me, you can see a few officers on patrol, but nothing like you would expect for this court hearing like this. One police tells CNN that the mood is painted on law enforcement, and they may now be prepared for the worst.
All of you get ready for a straight deal. We're going to receive a legal law enforcement and political experts right now. You believe that there's a law enforcement anytime you are responsible for crafting an event where you expect there to be disruptions from people exercising their First Amendment rights. Because some of the standard procedures that we see are dividing up the area, controlling the space, creating a space around the building in which protesters of any side cannot get through and get close to the building. You typically also see specially designated areas for different groups to be able to air make their voices heard and exercise their First Amendment rights, but in ways that they're not conflicting with others and getting in conflict. It's shocking to me that we haven't seen that sort of hardening of the facility yet, although it sounds like law enforcement might be rethinking the yellow police tape and hopefully opting for more substantial barriers for people. Your last letter, you looked into it, intelligence, obviously, over years, intelligence, what do you think authorities are assessing from an intelligence perspective of what they're doing?
Well, after January 6th, really is no excuse for them not to be able to figure out how to go through this information. There's been investigations about what went wrong there. They had the information, they weren't connecting it. Now, we know enough that this group of people in Miami, the law enforcement, both federal and local, should know what's going on. And as Andrew said, it would be really good if we could see the reaction on the ground that reflects what we're all hearing here of the warning signs going on.
Procedures are really similar to court procedures.
That's true, Richard. That's absolutely right. When the mayor decided to really slow stuff. And like, oh, that's right, here's what I figured out how to play a year-old, but no one else not a year-old. Everybody in the day. And what he was complaining about was, in that interview, he was complaining about how they had not extra resolution of our outside infrastructure. Cost compared to, they said, and we can get that in 5 years. So fast forward to what they're talking about here in Dale on Shank, the same damn thing. So you know. No, offsite. No, they don't have off. No, the city doesn't have offsite infrastructure money. That infrastructure is for the days. Sea level rise. No, we claim 340 million, and it's not. We put it this way: that's for offsite. And where's the money the city is supposed to give these for sea level rise on one side? Okay. No, it's not. It's not. No, it's sea level rise is cost effective 350 million. The deal was that the A's were supposed to get that money and then reimburse the city. That was the deal. Okay. That was the whole reason for going to taxpayer financing. What they did instead was they said, okay, we have this money for infrastructure. Now, that is why they're still arguing, and they should be arguing about the offsite infrastructure, because the city is saying, we pay that, but the whole reason for doing taxpayer financing was to have a pay for it by the taxpayer revenue, which the city hasn't even done till 4. Right. So if you add them to the base, right, that's the problem. So no, they haven't even gotten out of the way. And that's been 5 years they've been arguing about offsite infrastructure. But actually tonight, we scared purely state staff, that's something they can finance, it's going to be used for arterials and which is offsite infrastructure. Okay. So they have not treated the city, have not treated you right on this. They've been listening all the time on it. And ironically, I happened to play that video. And Dave was complaining about a year ago, the same thing was complaining about them getting stuck on with Shane. See? And then this ridiculous stuff. And then She hasn't. She's been playing the whole thing. She lied about, for example, she made it sound like the whole 375 million came from her and it came from Libby. She hasn't done anything. No, it didn't. Well, the whole point is it came to fruition last year, but she made it out. This is all they do. They play politics to save themselves, okay? And that's all they've been doing. And it's awful because it covers up a lot of things they haven't done. It covers up the fact that, hold on a second, I want to put you on speaker. You're gonna be on live, unfortunately, but I got my. But hey, everybody, I'm talking to Richard Hake. You might have seen his stuff on Twitter, but he's one of our board members and vloggers. Richard Hake is the first guy in our history to actually vlog like I do, my style. So I trust him
Well, I don't trust Richard with my life, but something close. So anyway,
I'm pushing you in the way. Sorry, buddy.
but Richard was expressing. Go ahead. What were you saying, Richard?
I don't even remember. What were we just talking about? We were talking about
offsite. You're talking about the mayor. Yeah. You said something about the mayor.
Well, it was just all the stuff that had been said in the media and so forth about like who's that maybe basically she hasn't done much of anything. Mm-hmm. She's not well, I guess their agreement was not to reach out to the commissioner, MLB commissioner, and I don't know what the reasoning behind that is, but everyone's like, well, why don't you call the commissioner? But I guess that was their agreement not to play this out in the media.
Well, there's a difference. I think the problem, I don't know who cared. They had an agreement not to play it out from the media, but there was never like, I'm not going to call the commissioner because, the Shane can call the commissioner and doesn't have to be public. And that's what the people who are putting this stuff out there don't seem to want people to realize or report that, hey, you know what? Just because you're not involved as the traditional media doesn't mean things aren't happening. And, right. But also it doesn't mean that they can't do certain things. And, okay. So, no, I just think the main problem is they're getting bad advice. And they're handling everything in terms of how the public will look at it. Like, for example, Richard, as I said the other night, when we were talking, privately, I said, look, the city doesn't even have Howard Terminal on its front page anymore. So,
neither do the A's.
Right. And so,
it's out of play at this point.
Right. But, if you go to the A's website, at least they do mention Las Vegas. That tells you something. Right. So,
yeah, I mean, well, as soon as they made that announcement that everything Howard Terminal was gone from the A's website.
Yeah,
they deleted the Oakland Stadium .com or whatever the URL was.
Rooted in Oakland.com?
Or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, rooted in Oakland.com. Yep.
But yeah, that stuff was immediately gone. And now there wasn't anything about Las Vegas per se, specifically. Honestly, at the time, they didn't even have that's not a site anymore, apparently. So, but it is what it is at this point. It's again, I think it's we can sit here and go in circles about whose fault whatever is. I mean, to say that the A's don't have a fault in this is
well, they have a fault in it. The fault in it is simply that they didn't. Well, the fault in it is that they didn't demand that the city have enough of its own paid-for staff. The fault is that they allowed the city to basically sit back there and let them do the work. That's the fault. Okay,
I do agree with that. Of course,
that's the fault.
I think what they could have done is, either side, honestly, was like, man, if neither of you know how to get a deal done, call somebody that does.
But Richard, that's what your task force is for. And,
well, yeah,
and that's what your task force does. We both agree
that was just dereliction of duty right there.
Well, that was Libby's fault. I told Libby.
Yeah,
she called me 2 weeks. Yeah, a week and a half after she got elected about Mark Davis. We had a long talk, and I said, "You need to establish a task force." And then
and that task force can't just be her.
Well, no, and task force is never right. The task force has to be Oakland businesses, community members, people also from the staff. You meet, okay, and then also you have to establish your public financing authority and make that your stadium authority, just like every other city has done. Virginia has a stadium authority. Las Vegas has Las Vegas Stadium Authority. We even have the Oakland-Alameda County Coliseum Joint Powers Authority. That's what you do. And yet they didn't do that. And so there's no paper trail about when a fund balance was created. And so now you've got Betsy Lake sending out these emails, and I'm going to repeat this again and again and again, demanding money from Dave Cabell like she's the Godfather or something, and in a manner that's very unprofessional and smacks of a possible Section 1090 violation of the California government code, which is conflict of interest, especially if you're holding yourself out as person who is trying to get the money for the project manager, and then yet you're the project manager. Maybe there's something to that, maybe not, but in my world, there looks like there's something to that. So I just want to find out, and I have to, if my world sticks. But that's another thing. I have a big issue with the gigantic level of unprofessionalism this project has been, started. Richard, someone says name R.L. Rourke, said Richard said that a Las Vegas real estate professional told him that this is all a smokescreen to keep them in Oakland.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be a thing anymore.
No.
Well,
was that person actually from Las Vegas or somebody on Twitter?
No. This is a guy who actually worked for Red Rocks Resorts in their.
But did you meet him, or was he on Twitter?
No, this is a guy I have met him before. I met him 2 years ago through my sister.
Oh, okay.
Who is in Las Vegas real estate, but she only does residential. And through my brother-in-law, who does currently work for Stations Casinos. And at the time, he was basically part of their what do you call it? Sorry, I'm doing like two things at once here.
Mm-hmm.
He works for their acquisitions and expansion stuff. So basically, finding new properties and so forth, and developing those properties. And this is all stuff.
He's a developer.
He is, and unfortunately, I haven't heard from this guy ever since I said anything about it. And just because I say it, it's not news. I'm like, I never put it out there. It's like, this is going to happen. It's just like, this is what somebody says. But you know what? A lot of the stuff that happens is always just somebody. I've alluded to this before, at least on Twitter. Which there's always somebody who says somebody knows somebody who said something, and
yeah, that's why when I do a live stream, and I see somebody putting out stuff that I know is BS, I just simply delete the entire thing. I don't even give it. I don't give it any air whatsoever. It's kind of like, come on.
But a lot of the stuff that this guy has told me has been truthful, and it went exactly the way it went. But then it stopped going the way it was going to go.
Also, the only reason I don't do things that way is because and this is what people don't understand. I'm process focused. So if I know how redevelopment process is supposed to go,
mm-hmm.
And I don't care what party it is. I don't care. And I've said this before earlier today on this show. I don't care if it's Dave Cobble saying, hey, look, I'm going to build $12 billion of buildings. That's my economic impact. And I texted Dave and I said, Dave, that's not your economic impact. I said, what that is your assessed value. And you have to then, if you're going to put that out there and you're doing it on land that's going to be redevelopment land where you're taking tax increment money, or you're taking property tax money and making a tax increment, then you have to tell people what the tax increment financing revenue is going to be. And the answer is $9.7 billion. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, that is a freaking gigantic chunk of money, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And yet he didn't do it. So that's that. So I'm thinking, if I'm a marketing guy with the A's, or I have a marketing brain, I'm taking that, number, and I'm touting it out there until the cows come home, because that's $10 billion in tax increment revenue that I'm bringing to the city of Oakland, an unprecedented level of money beyond what we need to build our ballpark.
And then
by far, thank you. That can be used for a whole number of purposes in terms of identifying, which is what it would be in the law, what are called projects of community-wide significance, whatever they may be, right? And so the A's, and that's what I thought was boneheaded. They missed a golden opportunity there. Now, on the flip side of it, okay, the city has been bringing up the same issue as you and I discussed before about offsite infrastructure improvements and costs for like almost 6 years, 5 years now, okay? And
Yeah.
and they don't know when to stop, and they don't know when to get out of their own way, and they're covering up for not implementing the tax increment district, and they hired a company, Century Urban, who, as far as I'm concerned, should be labeled the king of economic development malpractice for they in a state that gives you a 45-year bond period. All right. They don't use that. They go from 2020 to 2039. Well, that's 19 years. It's right there in black and white in the Century Urban Report. And there was only one person that picked that up, me. And then I blasted out and said, wait a minute, you're letting these people get away with murder by not using the full 45-year bonding period and therefore lopping off $1 billion from what you're supposed to be getting in terms of money. What are you guys doing? I mean, and then they walked in with the same numbers, and I know for a fact Shang didn't change them or have anybody to change them. And you got people running around worrying about where the money's going to come from because their A's have been paying their freight, and the A's are tired of paying their freight and getting nothing back. Which is why, as a government, you never go into a situation where the developer is paying for your staff time, because the minute the developer runs out of money, you're screwed.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. No government should run out of money. If you don't know how to get money as a government, you're the government, and you levy taxes, and you don't know how to get money, that's crazy. And you have these politicians saying, oh, well, and this is what I hate too. Oh, well, we'll get the money for you. We'll get the money by a grant. Okay, so what happens when the grant runs out? Do we have you around to get another one for us? Why not just use tax increment financing so that we don't have to worry about people writing grants as much on big projects?
I mean, and hell, still write the grants, and at least you have a backup.
Yeah, but you know why they do it, Richard? They do it as a way of saying, hey, look, vote for me because I got you the money. It's extortion. It's ridiculous. And the public lets this go on, like it's okay.
Yeah. But it's a mess. It's a mess. And versus it's a mess in Las Vegas, but there's somebody out there who's trying to make something happen.
Right.
And not sit around on their ass and make excuses and whatever. At least they're in a situation right now, even though they're not getting what they want. I'm sorry, this kid needs to go away. There's some kid at my door. They're not where they want to be, but they're tasked with getting it there.
Yeah.
And they've done in really a month, 2 months, what it's taken the A's 5 years
to do in Oakland.
And not just to get what it's to get further than.
Right.
Right.
The whole, and Richard, that's it. The whole process itself underscores the reason why the A's had tried to leave. I mean, look at what's happening so quickly. Boom.
I mean, we always knew that there was a will to get stuff done there. I've known it for 20 years. Just because, more than that. Just because I have family there and everything, and I will never move there, but I have a lot going on in Las Vegas, and I saw how quickly just things get done. Especially, I really noticed it with road construction and how they operate. I don't know if they still do it the same way, but 20-ish years or 25 years ago, they had basically an incentive to get a job done, not just on time, but early, because they would say, hey, this overpass is going to cost $30 million. And basically, if you can get it done in 3 months, you'll get $30 million. If you can get it done in less than that, you will reap the benefit of you getting to keep all that money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then there were bonus incentives. I don't remember if they got to if they got. Well, I know they got penalized if they didn't. If it did go over the amount of time. Anyways, there were just incentives, and I can't remember them offhand here. But basically, it was worth their time and their money to get a project done on time, on budget, because basically they got to keep whatever it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you bid $30 million, you get to keep $30 million. And if you got it done early, that means you're not paying those guys hourly wages and stuff. If you got the materials for less, as long as it wasn't of substandard quality and substandard work, everything was groovy. It's like, well, that's what it was. I see that in, like tiling and stuff, hey, you're not paying for my time, you're paying for my ability.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I might have gotten the job done in 3 hours, but I could have just sat on a bucket for 12 hours and did the same amount of work. It's not about the time, it's about getting the job done and getting it done right. But I saw this way back and I was like, this is incredible. When my sister, she moved to wherever the hell they were at the time in like the outskirts of like north. That's not north.
Hey, hold on a second.
Beyond Summerlin.
Hold on a second, Richard. Hold that thought.
So when my sister moved, she had a baby. They moved to this brand new place out in it's northwest Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
It's not north. You're in the hills. And at the time, the highway 215 really didn't exist. At that point, it was more of a road. It was all under construction. And I had come back about a year later, and that whole thing was done. And stuff was already starting to pop up. And, I come back 2 years later, and there were entire shopping centers built around it. There were schools that were built, even more housing. And but the thing that really got me going, wow, these guys get it done, was the 215,
mm-hmm.
Which basically loops around Las Vegas. And it goes like through Paradise and meets up in Henderson. But it pretty much goes all the way around Las Vegas, all the southwest and north Las Vegas. And then it meets up with 15 and then it shoots back through downtown.
Mm-hmm.
But that whole area, just like, it was just bam, it was there. No BS, just like bam, it was there. In a matter of just a couple of years, I remember they wanted to build an overpass right by where I live right here. And they wanted to build this overpass, which apparently they want to rebuild it now because it's been hit by trucks. And that thing took like 4 years of just dragging it on and road closures. And I'm like, why does this take so long? I mean, we saw it with the New Bay Bridge. I'm like, you have this huge effort, and it's just delay after delay, cost overrun after cost overrun. And even after all those billions of dollars, it's a piece of shit. It's a mess. And I had guys telling me that. There was a guy I had met at the time, and he was he ran a ground radar thing, machine that they. I'd run into this guy because he turned out to be from the same little town I was from in Texas. And we're like, wow, how do I not even know you? You know. Anyways, but he went to a different middle school than I did, and that was the whole point. But we're like, oh man, we know all these people, and if I would have stayed in Texas, through high school, I would have known this guy. I'm sure. But anyways, he was telling, he runs a ground penetrating radar thing, and he was telling me about how his job was to go through and use the penetrating radar to check welds and make sure the rebar is all in there, and looking for pockets of bad cement and stuff. And he's like, this stuff is rickety. He's like, this thing is going to have problems. And he's like, you don't want to be on that thing in an earthquake. I was like, yeah. And he was telling me that, you know, they report this stuff back. And instead of actually going back and fixing it, they went back and they redrew the plans to basically account for garbage. It said, well, instead of raising our standards, we'll lower the standards so that the completed work is within those standards. And nobody had a problem with that. So they got, because all this stuff was getting shipped, you know, from China. It was, you know, precast. You know, they're shipping it on barges and then just welding and bolting it together. And they're like, it's like a lot of the steel was substandard. It's pitted, full of, you know, holes and stuff. And this isn't even like rust. This is just, it was just bad casting. You know, not enough carbon, so that, you know, it doesn't have the tensile strength. There's just all this stuff that they were having. And then the bridge is open, and you get guys basically crawling inside of the bridge. A lot of people don't realize that that's hollow. And they're like, these bolts are shearing. You know, these welds are failing. It's like the thing just opened, and you like, but that's besides the point. You know, it took over a decade to get that done, and what was supposed to be like a $2 billion project ballooned into over $11 billion, and it was something like either 4 or 7 years late. And was like, I'm like, that would never happen there. That would never happen in Las Vegas because they wouldn't allow it.
Time is money too, and you don't want that to happen on any project. When you're paying by the rate, that's a kiss of death. And I'm pretty certain that there's a reason why Lake Mead is known for having human bodies in it. And I would bet
guys just go missing, huh? Cement shoes.
I would bet that some of those bodies down there are probably people who have probably tried to cheat a project like that, got caught, and got treated a certain way, Las Vegas old school style.
Well, you know.
And I'm not condoning that sort of thing. I'm simply saying, hey, look, you know, there are stories about that. You've heard it, and I've heard it. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've heard similar stories about the Bay, but not recently.
Thankfully.
Back in the 70s, apparently stuff like that happened. You know, you'd get these. I'll just leave that alone. A lot of guys went missing. I remember when my next door neighbor went missing, and then they found him in the Bay.
Oh no!
Somebody kidnapped him in front of the house as he was getting on his way to work.
Why?
He worked for Chevron. Yeah, he worked for Chevron.
Well, doing what? Doing what?
I don't know. I was a little kid at the time. Something with the union. I don't know if he was a union head or if he was a foreman or just maybe somebody didn't like him. I don't know.
Wow.
But late 70s, early 80s. But somebody grabbed him, threw him in a car, and they never saw him again until they found him. I want to say he washed up in Berkeley somewhere.
Vegas Marks 725 is writing, Zinni does not condone sleeping with the fishes. Doggone right, I
No.
don't. No.
No,
No.
I prefer that not happen.
No.
But yeah, they found him full of holes and missing pieces.
Oh no.
Yeah.
God.
And then, but
I hope the people who did that something rotten Hades. I really do. Man, that's awful. God.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That was a different time. I mean, you get,
You know, they had the Bible then, though. You know,
well, they
same
had the
scripture.
Bible then,
Same scripture.
but things were run different.
Thou shalt not kill.
Yeah.
The 10
But
Commandments.
things were
Remember
run
that?
I mean, these are, a lot of not so good people were in charge of a lot of stuff. You know.
Yeah. Well, you know, Charlton Heston, there's Moses coming down with that gigantic stone.
Yeah.
You know, lightning bolt hitting it. Zzz, you know, hey, the Lord prevails, man. There is a place in Hades for people like that, and I'm certain that's where they're at. Absolutely.
Well, they definitely made things happen here, for what it's worth. So, but here we are in our own world.
Fear. No, fear is a motivator. I grant you that. But you know what? I think the best motivator with respect to fear is lost a job, because you don't want to threaten anybody, because you don't know who you're playing with. You don't know who they know, what they have, what they used to have. I mean, you might be messing with a person who has a tank in their backyard, right? That they never use. They might just get the inkling to use it on that person, right? It's like kind of like, hey, you know what? So just saying.
Yeah, I run across some interesting people in my years.
Vegas Max, David Vegas Mark, rather, 725 writes, the people who did those things are either already long dead or are borderline zombified by now.
Oh yeah. These guys are.
Folks, this conversation is taking a turn for the zombie. Remember old Frankenstein movies going, oh, okay.
There was a guy we had met. He was a garbage guy. We knew the garbage man. He wasn't even the garbage man. He was a weird character. But through him, we met this guy. His name was Chick Hill, and supposedly he was some sort of mobster guy. Like he was. Before he died, it turned out that it came out that he was in the witness protection program.
Vegas Mark writes, I recommend visiting the Mob Museum here. Great place and Smithsonian affiliated too. He wrote that just as that popped up just as you were saying mob. It's funny you said mob and that comment popped up. Whoop.
Yeah. I don't know the dude's real name, but it turned out he was living in Winters, just up by Vacaville there, just living on a little piece of land in a little shitty shack, you know.
Oh wow.
But, apparently he's some old mobster. I was like, oh wow, that's crazy. I don't know how much of this stuff is just kooky, weird stuff, because like I said, the guy that I knew him through, he was a bit of a weirdo too. He was very eccentric. But he worked for Richmond Sanitary Service, and he would never cash his paychecks. He would just...
You hoarding them?
What is that?
Oh, hoarding them?
Yeah, he would just leave them in his... He was a weird dude. We knew him because my mom rented a house from him.
Huh.
And this guy had all this property, but he didn't live in any of it. Huh. He just rented it out to people. Mm-hmm. And then my mom rented this house from him, and his only thing was, he's like, you pay me when you can. He's like, but I need the yard. And he's like, I'll take care of the yard. He's like, but I want to plant stuff. He just grew stuff. He worked for Richmond Sanitary on the landfill. He had a whole farm, and he would just grow fruits and vegetables and potatoes and whatever else he can get his hands on, and then and all of his properties apparently had all that stuff going on. And then he had like a walnut farm in Winters, and it was full of just like the craziest people, just like a lot of immigrants. He had them working the farm just to pick the walnuts. And he's like, hey, just chill here. And then just a bunch of just dirty people. And it was always so strange. And he died in like 94, 95. And he left all of his properties to whoever was living in the house at the time. And unfortunately, my mom had just moved. Could have got a free house. But it was such a weird thing. It's like this guy, he made all this money and he never cashed his paychecks. He would cash one if he needed a few bucks, but somehow he just had enough that he didn't need whatever he was making, and he would just use his garbage man job just to like grow fruits and vegetables. Part of the stuff is still there. Like somebody's taken it over. And if you go over to Par Boulevard in Richmond, there's a whole hillside of which is basically a farm, and that was basically his legacy. And that's where I was like, where does this guy get his money? His family owned Bola Wine. I think they still do. It was a winery, so I guess he was kind of well-to-do, him and his brothers. But yeah, he was a weird dude. Really weird. It's neither here nor there.
Well, I'm going to go and get ready for dinner. We still got.
These guys are doing anything today, or they're just gonna maybe try tomorrow?
I think they're going to come back and try tomorrow. I really think they're just going to leave it at recess. I think they're going to come back and try tomorrow, and they'll probably do the same thing again then. Until
they have something.
Until they have something installed. Yeah. I think that's what's going on.
Do you think? So let's say they come back with amendments. Do they go through the whole comment thing again?
No, because it's just like any legislative session with Robert's Rules of Order. You get your open forum is done once, or your public comment is done once for that particular piece or that particular item. And then you have people offering their motions for adjustment in seconds. This is of that scale. And you have a vote, but you don't essentially relitigate the whole thing all over again in public. The comments are there, and the only time that comments come is when the representatives are making their final vote. So then, they're going to make some comments, but you're not going to have like this super long, or you shouldn't have, it's not necessary to have this super long public comment period on an agenda item they already originally responded to, and their comments spurred the need, arguably for some changes in the legislation, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. So yeah.
Yeah. And then after this, it goes to the assembly, and then the assembly has to agree on all this, and then I think.
Well, last time I checked, I think it was. I'm going to double check and see how this goes, because I don't think it's going to work like that. I think it's going to be, because with the Raiders, they did it. They did the committee vote, and then then they got to the floor, and it was a formality. So, and I think this works like that. So I have to double check that though. But
right,
yeah.
Cool. Well, you got dinner to do, and I've got some work to catch up on. So we'll talk later, I guess.
You got it. All right, man. I'll see you. I'll let these people know. Hey, folks. I'll see you, Richard. All right, folks. That was see ya. That was Richard Hake, and he is Uh, we heard his comments. So right now it's 11 to 7. I'm going to eat first and then come back. All right. So I have this open. Well, not the way I want. And yeah, I do have it. Oh, and Joe says, I think we all enjoyed roasting the opposition. Oh, I think we all enjoy roasting the opposition. Huh. Another great conversation. Yeah, great people. You know. Vegas Mark writes Joseph Webster. Yep, the California opposition, because that was most of them, if not all. He's right. All right, folks, I will leave this open as I do. I will have my phone with me. But in the words of the greatest action hero of our time, Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'll be back. You can count on it.
The end of the watermelon lasts a whole week. got a $13 coupon from Kroger for free water. So if 4 or 5 days you're not gonna be down in the weeks and not spend money on us. Personally, that's their tractor. This area was not there. Oh, they run out. They run out. It's like, this area, they're building a plan. Drivers avoid this area. We want to use the right of way. They don't think you can. When I walk.
That's sad. I think that's sad. But shouldn't have been moved on. Now, in terms of, pinpoint about, these are some of the things that, the team should know. I don't know how he could not know after every question spent a day in between jury going over all of this. Because he would ask question after question after question about his notes and about timing of his search, who knew when he was going to search, why was there a delay. So it's difficult to me, as I sit here without knowing exactly what happened. Going forward, yeah, but I believe that there was information where the team should have been able to put together that, they had to put well, that is just not very, people only have to support he knows. And the argument here is that this is concealed file. So there's no way for the arrive at the question that he would have been. Really, it is the kind of thing that, I would have expected us, to get the information. I know I've said this before, but the matter, this DOJ team has acted, is a very radical departure from the ordinary, team from the U.S. Attorney's offices that we deal with, where they would go and implement this kind of circuit, try and get them to do, to change the testimony. So they keep you against other people. I think that a lot of the ordinary prosecutorial tools were not used here. And it is people who I read this that seem that will try to ratchet up the adversarial nature of things rather than, working cooperatively. And, so that's these problematic. Is there anything different? I don't think so. I think that Steve had been confronted with lie on they've been lied to about business of additional documents. They've been lied to about a detailed search, and there were no documents left. They've given an affidavit to that effect. So I think, once they know that all that's a lot, you go in pretty impressed. There's no reason to show your card. You're playing a game that's going to end in right? Because this is not an end, it's a big deal. I don't think it's going to be good. All right, so let me talk about it for my good point, because this is really important. I think it's going to be very important. Right? There's a few things that he says. Obviously, with his notes, right? Everybody's notes that to be clear, I'm product testing, so everyone understands what a fraud, crime is committed, and attorneys are aware that you can't hide behind the veil of attorney time, right? Or usually I agree with that. The attorneys now deeper variation here, which is the allegation here on my front is that the former president received his own lawyer in order to develop the strategy. The lawyers came together, so the problem is the perception of right, so let me just work on that. I really do everything, right? Yeah, right. Well, so lots of boxes. So there's an incident from the conversation with Trump and Trump with Donald Trump. Basically, like, what if you're not going to respond to all of them? Would you ever just say you don't have it there? Well, we're going to make the most of it. Also, of course, it's just Trump over the possible government. Okay, so it's all there. It is the big house. Some forces. There, right there. You don't respond at all. You don't have it right there.
Okay, big change, folks. Big change, big change, big change. Don't know if you noticed it. I'll show it to you. Big change. Hey, everybody. Uh, let's refresh the screen. Right here. The Senate has not yet convened, and that means the Senate has went from recess to the Senate has not yet convened, which means they're coming back, folks. Okay, I'm gonna put out a tweet saying that days are coming back. Right here. All right. Hey, John Marks, how you doing? Says I hope we. Says I really hope we get a vote tonight. I'm sure they do too. Okay. Everybody. Anyway, how come what you tweeted out makes me think of Wang Chung? Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody Wang Chung tonight. Everybody. Joseph Wester, I had fun that night. Okay, I'm glad you did. All right. Joseph Wester, I had fun that night. Okay, I'm glad you did. All right. Sorry, folks. There's only one screen that's supposed to have volume. The Senate's not mine. You already hear me. Don't need the feedback, huh? Okay. Where are we? Boom. Let's see here. Senate off recess, but not yet back. Update. Okay. NV Ledge. There. Okay, I just tweeted that out. All right, so that one here. And I don't want that up there. Wait a minute. I'll leave this. Ugh. Yeah. The Senate has not yet convened. All right. Yeah, you were going hard in the paint. What are you guys talking about? Like paintball? Just West, I wouldn't have been as harsh if it were Nevada residents only. But no, we had California infiltrators instead. Typical. And here comes a former Californian, John Marks. Joseph Webb says, I had fun that night. Everybody had fun tonight. Anyway, everybody Wang Chung tonight. Is that it? I'm waiting here. I'm waiting. And I have to keep, And I'm glad I checked it because the volume's not up. Now the volume's up. All right. Glad I checked it. I'm waiting. Let's see here. Everybody has fun tonight. And I'm typing Wang Chung because now I can't get those songs out of my head because of you all. And I'd love to have Wang Chung as a guest. Boy, I have so many questions for him. Like, where did you get the idea for that song? I found the full lyrics. I'll drive 1,000,000 miles to be with you tonight. So if you're feeling low, tune up your radio. The words we use are strong. They make us reality. But now the music's on. Oh, baby, dance with me. Rip it up, move it down. Rip it up, move it down in the ground. Rip it up, cool down. Rip it up, don't hang me on the borderline. I never heard these songs in Wang Chung's song. I'm confused now. Then it goes, everybody have fun tonight. See, look what you did, Joseph Webster. Just because you said I had fun that night. I had fun that night. Everybody Wang Chung tonight. All right. So, what are we waiting for? The sitting Senate has not yet convened. We were on recess. All right. Then they did this thing. All right. And basically, teasing us with this idea. Oh, wait a minute. Shoot. One thing I got to do, I got to correct the tweet. Doggone it. I am such a dunderhead. I am such a dunderhead. Let me go and get it back. Recover from my dunderheadedness. Let's see. All right. Yep. Let me recover from my dunderheadedness. Okay. Let me delete that one. Got it. Now, let me try again. Okay. Now, let me refresh this. And still hasn't convened. Just making sure. All right. Go and get that tweet. Twitter. Boom. And paste here. Okay. Nevada, not New York. NV. Ledge. Got it. Okay. Cool. Space that. Cool. All right. Vado Vegas has some news remotely related to this, but it's about the Fontainebleau. He tweets 43 minutes ago, mounting red flags at Fontainebleau. Unclear if they realize they're supposed to open in 6 months. It's going to take 2 to 3 years for the general public to realize it's even there. Why waste a year with zero PR or marketing? Could be overconfidence about the brand, but shows. And then it writes, show more. Could be overconfidence about the brand, but shows little knowledge of the market or the current landscape. And Mitch Abdi says they should study circus plan. Okay. So there's that. All right. Let me not get too far tied up in that because I don't want to be surprised by the fact that the Senate has not yet convened. It is the live feed. No, that's the only, you're new to this. Anyway. Okay. Yeah. Says Zenny, I think we'd all agree. Thanks for making this whole thing fun as a weekend in Vegas while learning a thing or two at the same time. Thank you. You're very welcome, Jay. Thank you. Thank you. Vegas Mark says Fontainebleau is literally next door to the Las Vegas Convention Center. Yeah, I agree. They'll be fine. Yeah. I don't know. Scott in his old age is, oop, did I say that? Is saying about Scott Robin, the master of ceremonies of Vital Vegas. Things to me, I think he should support. He's just something really cynical about, like sports in Vegas, right? And I'm thinking, if you're blogging about Vegas in his case, you should want it all, man. You shouldn't be just, poo-pooing sports, economic development. But when I brought my concerns to him behind the scenes, he agreed. So he agrees. Like that's not going to make me change my opinion, but still. Thank you, Jay. Much appreciated. Yeah, it is next door. It is next door. And hold on a second. I don't know what's going on where. Refresh this yet again. Make sure that we're on track. We are. Let's go to Twitter and see if we can go and do the magic of hashtagging. Find out what the heck is going on with the Nevada Legislature. All right. And so Battleborn Progress is asking, so why is the stadium deal alive? This is an hour ago. Great question to the Nevada Indy. With no guarantee of any community benefit and a huge risk to taxpayers. It's not a huge risk. There's no reason why the stadium scam should exist, but as people, anyway, whatever. Alexander Marks says the stadium scam special session feels like the Price is Right yodeler game, but with tax dollars each day. Whatever. And there's LB Sports Biz, Steve Yeager, and then Battleborn once again putting out a ridiculous tweet. Well, the A's may come, but nobody else will. Well, then suppose they do. That's great for the area. That's what I'm saying. If it works, then it's great for the area. If it works wildly well, then it's even better for the region. The one thing that I'm tired of are these people who come out speaking against these projects as opposed to saying, hey, this is interesting. If you tweak this here and there, it would be better for our needs, right? Because then you're like a party to the partnership of the project. How cool would that be? But instead, they want to do it's not what I want. It's not macrame, so I don't want it to be built at all. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, okay? Vegas Mark says that Scott is stuck in pre-2018 regarding sports. What happened in 2018? Yeah. I would have thought the Raiders had done the trick. Excuse me. That's what you're referring to. The Raiders. Yeah, I get it. Poor man. But then if that's the case, then he apparently doesn't really understand, although I know this is not true, why Sheldon Adelson did what he did in luring the Raiders to Las Vegas, right? I know Scott understands why that was, because the internet has created a situation worldwide causing Las Vegas to lose its once lofty leadership in having gambling where no other state did, where it wasn't like it is today, where a gambling facility is at least within an hour's drive, if not closer, to where you live anywhere in the United States. Okay, that hurts Vegas because it means it's less likely by far that you're going to want to go to Las Vegas for gambling. All right. That's what that means. Okay. So he said 2018 was SCOTUS. Boneheaded me. Thank you very much, Vegas Mark 725. You're quite right. Boneheaded me. You boneheads in it. You bonehead. Jeez. Man. All right. You are right. All right. So anyway, okay. So at least if I can get some decent tweets here that bring me up to date. 8 News Now reports A's stadium work continues with uncertainty on the budgets for NDOT because the site could still change and other agencies. Huh. And it says organizational impact cannot be determined. We got a fiscal note from the Nevada Department of Transportation. It's me. Let's see here. We've got Sandra Drelugil. Feels like sometime we need 3 of us, but I think we make a pretty good doggone good team. Okay. Ooh. Jeremy F. Koo reporting Nevada Legislative AV staff has started microphone checks in the Senate. Now, that was 22 minutes ago when it caused, when it changed from recess then to the Senate has not yet convened now. Okay. And we refresh yet again, and we find, voila, the Senate has still not yet convened. Okay. Boom. 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 All right. All right. So let's see here. What else on Twitter? What else? 24 minutes worth. Hey, Carrie Ann. I would like to see an amendment to the stadium bill that excludes the A's from building it. Well, the A's are actually building it for you. Battleborn Progress says, how much tax money will Joe Lombardo sacrifice for a failing sports team? Now, you say that. What if they start winning and they win out? Will they be failing then? You're saying they're failing because they had a bad record starting out, all right? Boy, such, sloppy thinking. Man. Battleborn. I'm starting to lose respect for you. Not really. Okay. What else do we have here? Prime. Nope. Wait a minute. I didn't know that. I forgot though. This is happy. Well, this is Philippines Independence Day. All right. So maybe they were all down there, celebrating and doing Philippine dances. I don't know. Somebody put that out there. All right. Okay. Rex replies to Tabitha Mueller in Nevada Dot. I'm not going to repeat that. So did the A's spend the 4-day Nevada special session recess making a banner instead of writing the numerous amendments to fix the mess of Stadium Scam Bill SB1? If you build it, reads this banner, they will come, Nevada A's home run. I am still. The Senate has not yet convened. Let's see here. None of these jokers. What's going on? Seem like that. All right. Ugh. Okay. There's nothing new here. Nothing new, nothing new, nothing new, nothing new. Nothing new, nothing new. Okay. Pity those whose livelihoods rest on the sun and rain and the call of the choir. Huh. All right. 8 News Now is now saying 4 minutes ago what they repeated 22 minutes ago. A's stadium work continues with uncertainty on the budget for NDOT because the site could still change in other agencies. But these looks like they're moving forward anyway. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hey, Mark. Mark, you have not missed a thing. Okay. Al Carbo, the A's have actually won 5 games in a row. Yep. Vegas Mark says, I will order Filipino food tonight. Then lots of them here in Vegas. We're practically a little Manila. I didn't realize that. Huh. Actually, I did realize that. I did. Hey, everybody, welcome back. We have gone from recess to the Senate has not yet convened. Still a hurry up and wait proposition. I am apologize for the situation, but technically I didn't create it. Or you could say technically I did, since this is my live stream. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, gosh. And I will order some Hawaiian dinner myself. How? From who? Give us, a plug, right? I'm gonna. Excuse me while I stretch. Oh. Whew. Oof. Okay. Okay. Whew. Still waiting. Yes, I did fall asleep, folks. All right. Here in the fabulous city of Las Vegas, he is. You're the perfect host and educator for all this drama for everybody. Is any going to sort of miss this when it's over? Yeah, it is fun, Jack. I have to admit, it is. Says the NDOT thing will get resolved later on. SB1 is moving forward regardless, I think. Yeah, that NDOT thing was, they do that. They this thing comes up. They did it with the Raiders, remember? No, it was worse. They dropped a report at the last minute before the vote, which forecasted a $900 million expenditure of funds for the refurbishment of different roads and arterials and freeways in the orbit of what we now call Allegiant Stadium. And boy, that thing hit like a thud. That thud, not a thug, a thud. Whew. It just did. Huh. Mm. Mm. I need coffee or something, but I'm not bringing coffee in here. Well, I could. I do it all the time. Maybe I can bring it here and put it down there and have it. Whew. Come on. Get on with it, Bond. Come on, get on with it. Let's see here. Hurry up and wait. Oh, for crying out loud. NDOT is freeways and state highways jurisdiction, not the city of Las Vegas. Mark, though, that, when you're considering a project like this, NDOT comes into play. And NDOT's jurisdiction is more than just the city of Las Vegas. It is evaluating the impact of any high impact project, of which this is. They did exactly the same thing for Allegiant Stadium, no different. Well, arguably more extensive because they estimated that $900 million in projects was needed. But in that study, they also did mention the possibility of a ballpark. You hear me? They anticipated a ballpark. Okay, all right. So if Clark County is on its J, then they should be talking about what I just said. That they anticipate a ballpark, they get this, and hey, therefore we're happy ever after, right? He says, "Come on, Senate, I want to celebrate the A's tonight, and on a separate note, the Golden Knights tomorrow night." Yeah, something is, you know. But the Senate is not convening, whereas they were in recess, which means progress. Or as Oprah would do it. Oh. Everyone forgets that they mentioned a ballpark back then in 2016. I don't at all. Mm-mm. No, mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, I pay attention. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, yeah. I pay attention. Didn't. Yep. That's right. Didn't forget that at all. No. Nothing get. Nothing get. No. Nothing get. No. Nothing get past me. No. Anyway, I'm just trying to entertain everybody during the monotony, folks, because it is right that it's kind of like, all you want to really do is just kind of go, zzz, fade into the couch, right? It says, I think back in 2016 was just a rumor. It was, but look, a lot of planning is based on rumor. You are preparing for. Think about great planners, right? Of which Las Vegas has great planners. If you're preparing for the future, then what are you basing it on? But ideas and rumor. Okay. One person's idea is another person's rumor. All right. Yeah. Okay. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Oh. Hello, guy. Just trying to catch up. I will talk to you later. Bye bye. He says, "Imagine the Stanley Cup parade on the Strip. I can feel it in my gut. Imagine this legislature actually getting going. I can feel that in my gut. I'm going to see if I know there's coffee. I need coffee. I'll be right back. This is still running. Mom, you okay? Mom? You go to sleep?
The Senate will come to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Buck. Senator Cannizzaro. Senator Daly. Senator Duniate. Senator Dondero-Loop. Senator Flores. Senator Goycochea. Senator Hammond. Senator Hansen. Senator Harris. Senator Krasner. Senator Lang. Senator Neal. Senator Wynn. Senator Orenshaw. Senator Pizzina. Senator Scheibel. Senator Seavers-Gansert. Senator Spearman. Senator Stone. Senator Titus.
Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. Please mark Senator Titus absent excused, and please mark the remaining senators present as they're here in the building or will be joining us later today.
Thank you. Will you please rise now for the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, the prayer given to us by Missionary Dina Neal.
This particular session, our 35th special session. I was reading over the weekend Joshua 5, where he ran up on the commander of the Lord and said, "Are you with us or are you against us?" And he said, "Neither." But what was profound was that God would send the commander of his army in order to save Joshua to defeat the city of Jericho. And so we come to you today because we hope that you will continue to bless us in this building, that you will continue to defend us in this building, and that you will allow us to leave and go home and actually be present with our families sometime at the end of this week. Thank you, Lord.
The United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order business number 3, reading and approval of the journal. By previous order of the Senate, the reading of the journal is dispensed with, and the President Pro Tempore and the Secretary are authorized to make necessary corrections and additions. Order business number 9, motions, resolutions, and notices.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I move that the Senate stand in recess until the call of the chair.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? All those say aye. Opposed, nay. And we are in recess till the call of the chair.
Put some on my hands. Well. All right. So, hit here. And let's see what the cat dragged in from the legislature. Recess. So somebody popped in and popped out. Looks like. And yeah. Howdy, everybody. I see. Let's see here. Finally, please no recess. Let's rip this Band-Aid off already. Oh, for Christ's sakes. How many amendments were added? Thank goodness for the NBA Finals to pass the time. Yep. And MLB TV for me. Howdy, everybody. Hey, how you doing? Recess. I was in helping my mom. My mom will be, God willing, 89 this year. And I'm trying to get you have what she thinks is what is called, she thinks macular degeneration. I think, well, that's certainly a concern for anyone. I'm 60, but I think in her case, she's probably overreacting to just waking up and a little blurry vision, right? Because she's fine today. But just in case,
I discovered that turmeric tea, turmeric and ginger, is a great at-home remedy. That's because they say you can't cure macular degeneration. I don't believe that myself. I don't believe that stuff. You find a way. And there's a couple of other ingredients I've got to get at Walgreens for her. So I was making, reason why you're saying all that, and you're saying, what does that have to do with sitting down, Zinni? This is what I was making, both of us. Tea. Turmeric and ginger tea, a lot of it, but she was balking at the amount of it. I only put in like a big, like, kind of tablespoon, I guess. Hey, baseball fan, how you doing? Jay Bellin says you have to hurry and eat. They're back live now. Yeah. Okay. So, let me see here. Let me go back and go through your comments, see what I missed. Carbo said, finally, just as I walked away. Please, no recess. Let's rip this Band-Aid off already. Dang it. Oh, for Christ's sakes. How many amendments were added? Thank goodness for the NBA Finals to pass the time. And MLB TV for me, laugh out loud. Games, this, and YouTube. Howdy, everyone. To which Jay says, you'll have to hurry and then eat. They're back live now. Hello, Zinni and all. And I say hi, baseball fan. Okay, I got through all that. Woo! Let me refresh this. It says, experiencing interruption. What? No. Hold on. All right. Move this back here. Oh, the Senate has not yet convened. Okay. So we move this back here, right? And it says the Senate has not yet convened when I move it back here. And so then if I do this, if I refresh it, it says recess. Isn't that confusing? Okay, so let me see NV Ledge and see what's going on here. Cecilia Gonzalez says, thankful for this team that got us through, and it still is such a historic session. Yeah. Bobbleheads. They have bobbleheads of themselves. Okay. Vic Damone, Dave Cobble and John Fisher's response to the Nevada legislation question about community benefit, and whatever. Yeah, can I get all through all these stupid tweets? And Ben Margio says that it's looking like the Nevada Senate may reconvene tonight as a committee of the whole. Expect an amendment to the A's stadium bill at some point. We expect. They've been working on them all as it is. What are you talking about? A stadium work continues with uncertainty on the budget for NDOT. Well, I saw this over already. And then that's, of course, me getting off the news about what we're watching. All right. What's the top version of this? Okay. I got that one. In other words, from that perspective, not much. Okay. Let me see what Mr. Mueller's coming up with. Let me get Tabitha Mueller. Let's see what her number one tweet is. Oh, okay. And that was 4 hours ago. She's got nothing new. 4 hours old. That's it. Nothing new. Nothing. Nothing. As Doc Ock would say, nothing. Nothing. Okay. Sports Coliseum is trending. Talking about the reverse boycott that's planned. All right. It says that breaking news: over 20,000 tickets have been sold for June 13th. I think they're going to get a lot of walk-ups. Or I really do. I think they're going to get a lot of walk-ups. There's a party at the Coliseum Tuesday, and you're all invited. On the origins of the reverse boycott. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay. All right. Do 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 do. Okay. Here's a great point. Now, if they had packed the Coliseum every night, this wouldn't be a problem. Yep. Okay. What else? What are we looking at here? That's the Coliseum. I want. Let's see. Nevada. Like this. Okay. Foghorn Leghorn issues a tweet. I don't trust Foghorn. All right. Nevada test site in the 50s. Okay. 47. Let's see here. Osmond will have the Osmond's Nevada lithium foyer mirrors Alba Mines Clay Valley ops. Okay. I keep Steve Sisolak is speaking. This J.C. Bradbury guy is an idiot. In my opinion, I'm sorry. He says, unions don't favor the A stadium because the stadium will bring in lots of union jobs. It won't. Stadiums are incredible job creators. They support it because backing the pro stadium local growth coalition of insiders will benefit them on other projects. This guy is stupid. The unions that he's talking about, I challenged J.C. Bradbury to debate. He hasn't even responded. I will wax his tail in a debate. Period. End of story. He gets on Twitter, thinks that, his idea is out there and it's unassailable, doesn't run a challenge because really, hey, he can't be challenged. All right. Debate me, right? Hal the hot dog guy, calls himself an economist. Forget it. Boy, oh boy. Yeah. All right. We got, I think the stream ended. No, it didn't. No, wait a minute. Let me no, it's something with the signal. It didn't end. See, look. Okay. No, it didn't end at all. It says, hi, Zenny. I think you'll need to borrow part 2, the second line. Oh, the new one? Oh, okay. Let me try that. Thank you for telling me. Okay, hold on. This is the only live one. What second stream? It says we're already on part 2. So you're already on part 2. So this is it. If you go to the front page of it says 101 watching. You go to the front page. This is the only live thing that's out there. Okay. Now, if I hit live over here, right? Okay. This is part 2, right? So we got it. All right, we got it. But it's on recess. Okay. So maybe just by luck or stupidity, we're okay. All right. Okay. Now they changed the title to part 1. This is the old live stream. Part 2 is the new one. Yeah, I got the new one. Aren't these the reporters at the Senate chamber source? Okay. There are. Well, yeah, but they're not. But Peter writes, aren't there reporters at the Senate chamber and or sources that can get information on what's going on there? Except that the reporters that are there, the last tweet they put out was 4 hours old. 4 hours old. Okay, like 4 hours old. Like yeah. It says, what will the reverse boycott do tomorrow? Party. Marked. It's an excuse to get drunk for people who go. The reverse boycott will give more money to the athletics team and owners with all these game day ticket sales. Yep. Yeah, that's true. Biggest Mark says, we're okay now. I never thought we were not okay. I'm going to enjoy my tea. I want to watch the basketball game, you puckety pucks. Hello. Let me see something here. In a situation like this, I think no news is good news. In a situation like this, I want some news. In a situation like this, I think it's time to go home. Home is where the heart is. Let me try something here. Let's see, Dave. Where's Dave Cobble on this? What I want. Let's see. If I can get through all the insults about Dave, I just want someone to tell me where Dave is. Okay. Rooted in Oakland. Ha 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 ha. Boy. Someone they like throwing the insults around, don't they? Boy, oh boy. Revenge boycott. There's nothing like having a revenge boycott to really hurt the owner. Gotcha. All right. Okay, so we've got Senate floor here. Recess. Why don't they just adjourn? It's after 5. I wonder if I can find some good old, royal doesn't screw things up, So I'm gonna play in the background a bit. Royalty free music. Let's see here. The best royalty free music. Something called the Spring Dance. What is this? You like that? Royalty free music. I know that's not classical genres. They don't have anything that says classical. Acoustic group? Nah. Wait a minute. Modern classical. That's called modern classical. Now, thanks. Vaporware. It did. I'm just fishing around for something interesting. That's not it. Let me try something. How about eccentric and quirky? That's sad. This is called Blade Running. That's called Blade Running. On floor. I like that. Oh no, melancholy. Forget it. No. Forget that one. All right. It's pretty cool. Any other requests? I don't have anything that can be played that, is obvious, but there's a lot here. Now, I can also, while I'm doing this, pull up some trying to find out or think about what other intro I have had a lot of interesting interviews. Like, you didn't think that was an ambient sound? Just saying. Other Dave Cobble. Oh, yeah. How about some other Dave Cobble interviews to wow the time that are more relevant to the situation, eh? Let's see here. I like the music, but still. Or how about Mayor Schaff talk? You've heard enough Cobble, right? You've heard enough Cobble. Hold on. And I don't want play anything that's long-winded, right? So we have this. Live, Libby. Say Libby. How about Libby? Interview. Let's see here. That was 2022. How about Libby? Okay. Maybe Lauren Taylor. Let's see here. That was older. Let me go here. Interview with now former. Let me see here. Let's listen to this. Let's just now former mayor, because hold on. And I've got to make absolutely certain I'm not missing what's happening here with this recess thing. And I'm not. Nope, still not. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't want to do that one. Wait a minute. Let's try this other one. I kind of like that music. All right. While I'm trying to figure, you know what? I'll play the music while I'm trying to figure out. It's just nothing boring. That's alternative hip hop. These things are melancholy. What is it with this? Star Trek. Mike the Port guy. Mike the Port guy is more interesting. Maybe. I'll need a double mark and I have to listen to. You don't have to. Oh, man. Nice. I think I found the music. I meant Lauren, not Lauren. Lauren's my ex-girlfriend. You gotta love how the legislature makes bobbleheads of itself. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah. We have two sessions. We have Alright, folks, we have two. We have the Assembly live stream now and the Senate live stream. Go back here and see what's going on. Yeah, we have two streams. We have the Senate and the Assembly. kill that for a second. We have Senate Assembly live streams. We have 2 of them. So yeah, I turned it off. Yeah. Hey, what happened to me? Yeah, there you go. We had 2 live streams. Now, check this out. When I take you to Senate, right? Now watch this. When I go to, you see that? Okay, we have 2 live streams. So we're gonna keep it on the Senate live stream. Okay, here. Because what else is a fun-loving Oakland A's fan gonna do but pay attention to the one that supposedly has to do with the A's? SB1. All right. Let's see here. All right, so let's see. We've got that. Trying to see if I can figure out what's going on again here. Oh. Let's see here. What is this? Nothing. Okay, nothing. Okay. There. All right. Nothing there. What else is going on? Let's see here. Jasper County. Huh. It's just something else. I'm not getting anything. I have a feeling that since a certain person is not available, that he and therefore they are deep in the throes of some adjustments. I'm just speculating. But we may wind up being back here tomorrow. All right. That's just me speculating, okay? That's just me speculating. Let's see what else I can find out. Yep. Nope. Okay. Okay, contact information. I'm looking at contact information for a certain phone number for certain people. I wouldn't call it cyber stalking. He says, okay. After that prayer they did when they came back, I wonder if they are legit not going to finish anytime this week. Well, I mean, this is just Monday. You just have to just play it as it lay, just let each day go by. Rather, because what'll happen is you'll say, well, it's kind of nice to get the balls and strikes, right? You want to see what happened, when, and why. What I don't like is they take you into the room and it's obvious there are people there. Why don't they let us watch them? I mean, they're gonna take us away from them and just bring us back. They might as well just keep the camera. They might as well just keep the camera on. That's what I'm saying. It's obvious I'm getting sleepy. It's because I am. Yeah. By mail, by email, by phone. Let's see here. Audit. for general recorded questions. I'm just going to spitball a phone call. Just want to see what's going on. I'm calling legislature. We're watching the special session, and they've gone into a recess, and I'm just trying to find out from my viewers. Do you know what they're doing? Are they working on an amendment, or have they gone to watch basketball or something? Yeah. Mm-hmm. The assembly, right? The one that's working on the A's bill, that's the Senate, right? Because they're also live. Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. But but you're saying that the assembly is about to meet also on the A's bill too? Oh, okay.
Assemblywoman
Okay.
Mosca,
Oh, wait a minute.
Assemblywoman
They
Newby,
they just
Assemblyman
I
Nguyen,
can hear something. Hold on a
Assemblyman
second. Let me
O'Neill,
folks, let me switch
Assemblyman
you over. Oh, I
Ortmacher,
got it. I got it.
Assemblywoman Peters,
See?
Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong,
They just
Assemblywoman
adjourned.
Taylor,
Okay.
Assemblywoman Thomas, Assemblywoman
The
Torres,
assembly is adjourned for
Assemblyman
the day.
Watts,
Well,
Assemblyman York,
that means the Senate
Speaker
will be
Yeager.
next.
Here, we have 3 members present, 39 absent excused. Seeing that the Assembly does not have a quorum this afternoon, we will adjourn until Tuesday,
Oh,
June 13th
that was what you
at
just
the
told me.
hour of 9 a.m.
Yeah, 9
With that,
a.m.
we are adjourned.
Okay. 9 a.m. in the morning for them. Okay, so the Senate, I guess the same thing then? Yeah, I understand. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, hey, thank you so much because that's more than I knew, and I can inform them as they're watching. I'm Zenny Abraham. My stream is Zenny62 on YouTube. So and that's who I have a live stream, and then we have that in the background. So now let me go back and see what that is. And now the Senate here is still marked recess. Yeah. Until so they probably will chair. They'll probably call the chair and then adjourn too, huh? You sound like it's been a long day. I'm sorry. Oh no. Can you tell me for my viewers, is it when they have a situation like this with a bill, are they taking the day? Is it right to assume that amendments are being done, or what should we? Oh yeah, I understand. Yeah, you don't normally comment to the press. Okay, okay, all right. Oh no, but you have the knowledge, though. I may be barking up the wrong tree in terms of, but you have the knowledge. So anyway, I just wish they could pull out a press release or something saying, "Hey, here's what's going on," or something like that would be helpful to the modern press. Anyway, I will get out of your hair. Um, so enjoy your day. All right, you too. Thanks. Okay, bye. I was talking to the librarian. Hey, that's what happens. You just cold call, right? I was talking to the librarian, and so she what she could tell me, which is she couldn't tell me. She couldn't answer my question about exactly what they were doing, but she did tell me that I said for me to assume that if assembly, all right, um, I just might, hey, why not? You know, somebody's stopping me. But let's see here. Yeah, that was a research library I wound up calling. That was actually pretty cool. Um, General numbers to legislative building. Let's see, legislative council bureau. Maybe they can tell us something. Let's see here. Hold on. Hi. I'm calling to find out if the Senate is in recess right now, right? Yeah. Do you know when they're going to come back in? Because I've been keeping track of a bill. Uh, oh, okay. You know. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Let me ask. Um, Let me ask a dumb question from a kind of well, yeah, an uninformed person's way. Uh, if it's been reported that they're working on amendments to SB 1, the ballpark bill, but is it? I mean, how do they do that? Because I was thinking, well, gee, why don't they just leave the cameras on and let us see them at work, right? But they turn them off. Does that mean that they're away from the chambers? How does that look? Oh, they're not in chambers when they work on the amendments. Ah, interesting. Oh, you mean the legal has to? Do they have to weigh in on it or draft the bill? Oh, go because it's a new bill, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, is it logical to think that if they're working on amendments, then the people that had objections to it, their amendments got in, and therefore more likely to vote? In other words, if they're working on amendments, then yeah, the thing's going to pass. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 I mean, right. I wouldn't think that they work on amendments to get it killed, right? I mean, yeah. Mhm, mhm. Yeah, that's what I would. Yeah, that's what I saw. So it sounds like, uh, are they? Wow. So this is quite the situation. I mean, they're basically providing surgery on legislation as we speak. Is that fair to say that? They're basically doing surgery on a bill as we speak, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's cool. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Huh. Yeah. Do you know A's President Dave Cobble when you see him, and has he been there? Oh, you're open remotely. Okay, okay, yeah. So, so you didn't see the old bobblehead walking around. Okay, got it. It was a all right. Yeah. Quite interesting. Well, I'll get out of your hair, but thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. I'll do that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. See ya. Okay. See ya. Ah, what a pleasant lady. Okay, so she told me um, that get this. All right, the fact that we can't see them means they're actually working on amendments. You hear that? They're actually working on amendments. All right. And yeah, this is going to wind up passing. I mean, because as I was saying to her, I said, hey, is it fair to say that if they're working on these amendments, they're not working on amendments to have it rejected? Uh, you know, um, and she said, well, the idea is if you work on those amendments that you're working to get it passed. Yeah. Um, and but what I thought the neat part about it was, well, they're not in the chamber. They'll come in and they'll get out of the chamber, and they are working with legal. Legal's typing up the bill. And this is a process, folks. The sausage is being made as we speak. You hear me? The sausage is being made as we speak. All right, that's what's happening. So either two things will happen with respect to this thing. All right, either they'll come back out of recess and vote on it, but it's more likely that they'll adjourn for tomorrow. That's what's going on. It's more likely that they'll adjourn for tomorrow. Okay. So I expect them to, any moment now. All right. Okay. He says that's what I call getting breaking news. All right. Yeah, I think it's going to wind up passing. I mean, they're giving it surgery. It's not going to be a different bill number. They're doing surgery to this bad boy. Let me see something here. Something's going on here. What was this?
Check 1, 2. How do I sound in Vegas?
Ooh.
You sound good. You don't sound as good as the first mic, but you still sound good. I can hear you loud and clear. It
Okay,
sounded
and you
like it was
sound
fading in and out a little bit.
This was
the
earlier.
second. This one is fading in and out.
Right. This was earlier.
Yes. So I can still hear you, but I could definitely it has some fading. It has some fading in it as you're speaking.
Okay, I'll just do a quick count here. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
This was
6,
earlier. I
7,
think you guys
8,
heard that earlier. Let
9,
me
10,
refresh this.
11, 12, 13.
All right. So let me go here. It went off being live. Okay. Hold on. Go back here. All right. Recess. We're waiting. All right. So that explains. Yeah, that explains why it's taking so long. Oh, and I'm a blogger. Thanks, man. Yep. That's why they're taking so long. They are working on amendments to that dang on bill. What amendments? I don't know. And also, I know if I can't get a hold of my friend at this time, and he's been working on that thing, then something's going on. All right. Yeah. This is like Crimson Tide. You don't put on a blank unless you're going to blank. They put on their blanks. So they're blanking. Sorry. Don't know of any other way to put it. So I opted for the less crude version. Yeah. Zenny, you can break the news with all the updates. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, you mean like make us? Yeah, I know what you're getting. Got it. Capital idea. Ooh. Hey, how are you? Oh, we're all fine, Mom. I'm on live, doing a broadcast from with respect to the Nevada Legislature. And Mom is watching the basketball game in the kitchen, and it makes me happy to hear you guys' happy voices. Not that I was unhappy. And I have some news that I'm breaking to you, but I want to break it to everybody else too. They're working on amendments as I speak. The Senate in Nevada has not yet adjourned their recess, but a very kind administrative representative told me how things work and that they're working on amendments now. And more than likely, if they're working on amendments, then they are working on it to make the bill pass. So that's what's going on. Yeah. That could be too. She yeah, but she told me, yeah, that could be too. But yeah. Yeah. I will. Go ahead. Yeah, and oh hey, hey, how's Nacho? What? Oh no, the cat. Yeah. When? Or did I just forget that? Right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh. I'm really sorry. Hmm. What, what do you do? Oh, so you bring him back home and wow. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh. All right. Oh. All right. Well, I will call you guys later. Love you guys very much. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right. See ya. Okay. See ya. Okay. Sorry about that, folks, but those are my godparents. Okay. So all right. So anyway, hold on a second. Let me. I had to take their call. They are well, dear. Now. Okay. I am going to break the news. All right. I'm going to break the news. Okay. Update on Oakland A's, Las Vegas Ballpark. Um, special. Excuse me. Special session day 3. Um, legislators working on SB1 amendments, bill expected to pass. Okay, that's a long title. Oakland A's Las Vegas Ballpark update. A special session. Legislatures working on amendments. Oh, how about this? I'm trying to shorten the title. Oakland A's Las Vegas Ballpark special session. Legislators work on SB1 amendments bill expected to pass. I'll try that. Select all, copy. Okay. That is as plain as I can make it. Plain as day, all right? Plain as day. Okay. Hold on. Got that. All right. Now what I'm doing here is I'm going to live stream it. First, make a thumbnail. This is another bit of the sausage being made, eh? Here. And let's see here. Oh, where is that? There's that bad boy. Use that. Okay, add text. Paste that. Got that. Let me copy this. Done. Add. Hit that. Hit this. Hit theme. Hit that. Go over to font. Change the font to give me there a second. To that. Go over to auto paragraph. Shorten that to that. Lower this to that. Okay. Hit save. Original. And there is. All right. Save image. Go to live stream here. Go here. Copy this. Come on. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me. Select all. Paste that. Good. Good. All right. Get this. All right. Get the title in there. Good. The title's done. Ready to go with my second live stream here, which will point the other way here at me this way. All right. And I will do that, and I'll say, yeah. Hey, everybody. How you doing? I am with my followers watching. Here they are. This is that's the actual, I call this the master live stream. I just happened to have an interesting conversation with a woman who represented the Nevada Legislature. And as you can see right here, if you go to the only remaining live stream there, they're in recess, you refresh it, right? And then you press the arrow. They're still in recess. But this is what I learned. Okay. According to her, the legislators are working on the amendments to SB1, and it's expected to pass. We had a long conversation because I was asking her about, trying to figure out how the sausage was being made. Because I said, hey, why didn't they just leave the camera running? Let us see it. And she said, well, they're not actually in the chambers. They're out talking about amendments. And I said, oh. And then she said, there's some legal work that has to be done, and printing work. She says, I said, so are they working on a whole new bill? And she says, no, it's the same bill. It's just the amendments. So the bill number will be the same, okay? But it's just amendments. She didn't tell me what amendments those were. I didn't have the presence of mind to ask. Whereas Maxwell Smart might say, missed it by that much. Anyway, you can't think of everything. But yeah, you don't do amendments with the expectation of failure, okay? You just don't. And right now, two things will happen, because right now they're in recess here, all right? And two things will happen. They'll come out of recess and they'll adjourn the meeting for tomorrow. Right now, the assembly is adjourned until tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning Pacific time, or 12 noon here. My guess, I don't know what they're going to do here. They could decide to go in the night. I don't think they're going tonight. But I think they're doing enough work to get this done, come out, adjourn, go home, come back, and then vote. That's what I think is going to happen. I'm going to take a hypothesis based on what my friend told me, my new friend, that that's going to be it. So that's the news. They're working on amendments in special session, day 3. And SB1, the Oakland Athletics Las Vegas Ballpark bill, is expected to pass. Subscribe to Zenny62 and bookmark oaklandnewsnowblog.com. That ends this broadcast. I'm putting the thumbnail up here. Hold on. And I will show you what it looks like in a second. Okay. And I'm tweeting it out. Excuse me while I tweet this out. Let's see here. NV Ledge. Oakland Athletics. All right. Oakland Las Vegas. Okay. And it's out. It's on Twitter. Tweeted. And this is on Facebook. Okay. Yeah, I think you should start calling them Las Vegas Athletics. Because that's what's going to happen. And yeah, that's the if you can see that. Okay. There it is. Sorry, folks. It's one thing to expect that to come. But it's quite another to deal with the reality. Because I remain upset. We screwed up as a government. I don't want to hear about John Fisher and Dave Cobble. Because, look, John owns the team. He can do with it what he wants. But the common denominator in all these moves has been the Oakland government. And I'm going to make a new video lining up what Joe Lacob said, Stephen Hill, Ed Lee, Peter Guber, the late Commissioner David Stern, about Oakland. Okay? Like David Stern basically being dismissive of Oakland losing the Warriors. Well, it's across the bay. Yeah, it's another world. Literally. or the bottom line is that Oakland didn't try. Okay. And I resigned myself that this was going to happen because people don't understand in Oakland how different Nevada is. It's a different animal from an urban development standpoint. It is Epcot, the experimental prototype community of tomorrow, always changing its environment. In some cases, as much as a generation ahead of normal practice. Look at the MSG sphere. It's crazy, right? Have you seen the latest images of that? Videos where it just lights up like this bright sun in the middle of the Las Vegas Strip, or at least one part of it. Who else does that? New York, you say? No. London? Haven't seen it yet. I don't know they're building it there. But of all the places, okay, you don't compete with Las Vegas unless you're ready to bring your A game from an economic development standpoint. All right. You don't compete with San Francisco unless you're ready to bring your economic development A game. Folks, Oakland not only didn't bring its economic development A game, Oakland does not have an economic development A game. We have a B game. At that, at best. I think more, frankly, a D game. More appropriate to what's happened. We have a D game. This is awful. Okay? Awful. And no, it's not about Libby being anti-capitalist. Let me go get your comments here. All right. It's all right. So sorry to miss your comments, folks, but okay. Let's see here. Where are we? We started here with Mark Thompson, where he said, "Zinni, you can break the news with the new updates." Mark, I did. Thank you. And it were not for you saying that, I wouldn't have. I was almost content just to lay it here, and I thought, you know what? He's right. I better vlog that. John Akala says, you know what the A's have to pay Oakland to get out of their lease after this year? I'll get that for you. If they have to pay anything at all. No, I don't think they actually do, because they would not be leaving early if they did. That would be an early leave. And it was never planned as that. It's not like, hey, we're doing this to get out early. So they shouldn't have to pay anything. I'll double check that though. So likely welcome the Las Vegas A's. Yes. Mark Thompson says, first to hear from you and your sources. Yes, sir. But how cool was that? I was just dialing for information, man. I didn't care. Went to the website. I was like, oh, dial. They're people. Ladies were nice. I'm a single guy. Anyway, the whole point was, why not? And everybody in Las Vegas is so nice anyway. Boy, I was like back in the pre-internet ages. What else? He says 23 million. Are you sure? Birdie Bill Dilby. Okay. Brazil Bert's ketchup on his hot dog. Brody's a holdout for hope, even though there isn't the type of guy you see ketchup on hot dog. Better not tell Casey Pratt this. He's gonna go on a rant. I have nothing against Brody. I bet he's only doing his job for the NBC state. Yeah, they both are. In fact, I like Casey. I don't know Brody. He's never veiled himself to me, but Casey has. So I like Casey. I don't know Brody in any way to dislike him. I'm sure he's a very likable guy. All right. think he's already doing the news, though.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 415-696-6674 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, this is Zinni Casey. I was just on the phone with legislative rep who told me she believes it's going to pass. So I already put out the information. Just giving you a heads up. All right, see ya. All right, so okay. So there we go, folks. All right. News from yep. Neither do I actually like his. I actually like his blogs. I don't dislike anybody. I mean, you can have my only issue about this entire thing is I thought that, and I think Casey lent a hand to a degree to this, but in terms of when I say this, I mean getting rid of this sort of schism between new media and traditional representatives. But look, I have 37 years of experience with the city of Oakland. They don't have any kind of experience that can match mine. They didn't work in economic development. They didn't go to school to do economic development. They didn't go to school to do urban economics. I did all that. They didn't go to school to learn public finance. I did. All right. They didn't go to the number one planning school in the country, Berkeley. I got my master's degree from there. All right. They didn't create the data for the Coliseum redevelopment survey area. I did. There's a lot of things that I've done that are directly related to economic development and this that they never did. So it's logical that they would use me as a resource, right? But they didn't. All right. That's it. Now, could you say it's because I'm black? All I know is that KC didn't treat me like that. But Brody never once bothered to reach out. Not once. Even though I reached out. Okay? So I don't know him. But what I'm saying is that people who do that, in my opinion, do a disservice to you. Because I'm not trying to compete against anybody. I'm trying to explain to you how things are made from an insider point of view. I've been an insider. I still am an insider. I still am an insider. I've known you talk the Coliseum Joint Powers Authority. I know everybody on the board. And I've got the videos to prove it. I've known Henry Gardner since what? 1991. I've known Mayor Schaaf since 1991. I mean, I've known Shang for 8 years, going on 9. She was a different person. She's changed in her way. It happens. Oakland is a small town. And Brody and the mainstream media types who are young don't know Oakland like I do. And so my feeling is, hey, look, when you have complementary experience, because look, I may know what I know, but they know how to communicate. They know how to adjust to what the broadcast demands are. They know the techniques of that business, which, by the way, I happen to be in. Okay. So as far as I'm concerned, it's complementary. But what bothers me is when people who have no education or background or experience in economic development try to explain it as if they are the expert. I really find that annoying. And you should too. Because it's really insulting to those of us who actually have done this stuff. It ain't easy. All right. The area must support go to the reverse boycott. Wouldn't it be something if the bill passed just before tomorrow's reverse boycott game? Yeah. Make sure to add appropriate hashtags and such. Forgot. Well, no, actually, I did. No, I did. A big FU to Oakland, and dang, that would be cold. Never thought I'd see the day San Diego would have no NFL team. Me neither. That's what the Oakland situation looks like. Yeah, San Diego still has Major League Baseball because the Padres went to the World Series in '98. Well, they have Major League Baseball because they planned for it. They could still get baseball. They could still get football back. All right. I maintain that they didn't get the hotel industry comfortable with a football stadium downtown. And they didn't do it the politics right. I mean, that's something I think they needed to have back. I still can't believe they screwed that up. But they did. All right. Vegas is blood money mafia. The odds are always in their favor. Padres had a blessing with Measure C in '98. San Diego beat Las Vegas to the new MLS team, though. They'll get there soon, but Snapdragon was a huge win here in San Diego. Mark Thompson says yes. Let's go Las Vegas Athletics, he says. Mark. Holloman says, isn't he going to break a lot of hearts right now? Sorry. Just doing my job. In Oakland. Laugh out loud. He'll celebrate Macau. Celebrate in Vegas. Jesuit Mayor Libby was anti-capitalism. No, Libby is not anti-capitalism, and there's nothing wrong with being a Jesuit. You dig. Okay. When Las Vegas wants to get things done, they get it done. Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's what shocked me. She says they're working on the amendment. I'm thinking, wait a minute. All this time we've been seeing they're waiting on them, and they've been hammering out these amendments. Wow. 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 Okay. It says when you have a Democrat running government, this is what happens. What? What? I mean, look, I don't disagree with you, but I want you to articulate that because are you talking about Oakland or a democratically controlled Nevada legislature? I'm confused there. All right. So what's the word? I'm seeing a lot of responses about positive news for Ace to Las Vegas. Yep. Congrats to new Las Vegas Athletics. They're going to be spectacular in their new home and new city. Yep. So, just heard Zinni got some info. Yeah. I think you heard it by now, right? Casey is cool. MJ amendments are being worked on, likely going to pass. Yep. Here you all Las Vegas A's. At the boycott game, don't go in, stay in the parking lot. Don't go in, stay in the parking lot. Well, I'm 3,000 miles away right now. Dean Spanos intentionally sandbagged San Diego for the fool's gold in LA. Yeah, you know what? I think the San Diego Chargers could easily be the Oakland Chargers. Or how about the Oakland Invaders? Let's steal them. Let's steal them and get them to Oakland. I'm serious. We got to be bold. We got to start throwing some punches, man. Serious. Okay? You dig? Hit that like button. We have more people on this live stream now. Just go here. What's the news you've heard, Zen? Yeah, as I said before, Chase, um, a very nice woman at the Nevada Legislature told me that all day long they've been working on amendments, that they're generally not on the floor when that happens. You don't do amendments if you expect a bill to fail. You do it because you're trying to get it to pass. She expects it to pass. That's what I was told. I think that the team, as constructed today, will be pretty good when they get to Las Vegas. Oakland dragged their feet, intensely so. The deal was there to be made. Yes, it was. By the end of last year, A's have recently just pivoted to Las Vegas, and boom, they're on the fast track. Yeah, it happened fast. And it's not like they just went there all of a sudden. They had already been snooping around there for the past, 5 years? All right. But it wasn't until the commissioner said, Manfred said, hey, they were in 2021, March 27th, hey, you know what? We're going to check out Las Vegas because Oakland was too slow. All right. Excited to finally have a Major League Baseball team in Las Vegas. Ruiz and Booker are both good young talents. My thought all along was that the A's and Aviators should switch cities. Oakland got the minor league team, and Las Vegas gets the major league team. Why not? Well, because there's nothing written that the Aviators should have to move. Why not? Let me ask you. Why not have the minor league farm team and the major league team in the same city? Kind of cool. My point six. Okay. Will the city of Oakland do any soul searching reflection on this? Mark, the reason why I turned away from Oakland was because after the raid, when I say turned away, I mean in terms of just being on any bandwagon, was because Oakland wasn't doing any work. Everything is just talk. When it comes to doing substantive work, nothing. And then we always want to blame a victim. We have to have a victim. Their fault. Oh, you. How about you point the finger at yourself? Go, you, me, right? I mean, come on. Oakland will not become a minor league city. Well, right now we are. And I think the first step toward getting back into a major league city is to admit what you are. And we are a minor league city. We do not build edifices. We have not proven that we have the will and the initiative to complete big projects. Okay? That's the fact, Jack. A sad fact. A tearfully sad one. Okay? Aviators are just too new to move. What about the AA team under the Aviators? Would be cool if we can give something to Oakland. I feel bad. Chase, don't feel bad. Make Oakland work for it. Okay? Make Oakland do what other cities have done to it. Make Oakland work. Make Oakland sell itself. Make Oakland be aggressive. Make Oakland go after things. Make Oakland build itself. Oakland has not done that. I'm telling you, okay? That's the problem. All right? How about Oakland officials spell we with an I? Yeah. Excited for Las Vegas athletics to become reality, says Kate Moe. And so there we are. It's the last tweet. Wow. How about that? Still in recess. Nothing has happened. Still in recess. Nothing has happened. Well said. Oakland officials' approach to sports has got to change. You are so right. They only get aggressive when the team is already out the door in process of leaving. Yeah. It's the second time that's been, the third time. We did it with the Warriors. We were slow. We did it with the Raiders and now the A's. And we don't seem to want to get better. Okay? John Fisher is a real estate con man, not a major league businessman. So, what does that have to do with anything? He got what he wanted. And so here we are in the place of collectively, hurling insults yet again, proving that we're losing yet again, and doing nothing about it yet again. No lawsuit's going to get them out of this, or us. All right? Well, we did this to ourselves. It's a fact. We did this to ourselves. Like I said, you ought to be upset for your government. They'll play the denial game and the insult game and will do nothing, no bold moves toward improvement. Nothing. 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 Okay. Wow, sorry. It's jarring. The one thing I used to hate is the feeling in Oakland that everything was happening around us. You go over San Francisco to do this, right? You go over the South Bay to do that. All these great events are happening in other parts of the world, other parts of the country, not Oakland. There's nothing wrong with us, except the fact that we think there's something wrong with us enough not to fight for ourselves. Yeah, it's Oakland. Because you can take John out and place John with Joe Lacob, or, right? Or Mark Davis. Or if you want to take it a step further, think of the number of owners, or people who were owners, who said they're going to move. Schott and Hoffman. Okay? Steve Schott had the A's, close to moving this to Sacramento. Remember that? Charlie Finley even toyed with the idea. Only the Haas family wanted to stick around. Lou Wolf, he wanted us in San Jose. All right? Them's the facts. NBA Finals. Let's see what's going on. We're waiting for recess. Whew. Casey wrote back, he says, I still expected to pass 2. Nevada gets to yes. I wrote to him, legislative rep told me SB1 is expected to pass. Was any? Yeah. So like I said, it's not a happy day, By the way, the people who called me were my godparents, were Libby's parents. We've had great times together. I started to, take the phone over to Mom because I figured she wanted to say something. Mom's probably sleeping. Let me check the schedule of the game. We're all family here. Wow. I mean, like I said, I knew this was going to happen, but there is the thought and there is the reality. All right. And I don't know I don't expect this version of Oakland's going to do anything. I really don't. Miami by 4. Thanks. I don't. I really don't. So, wow. I am going to see if my mom is. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Drink this. Wow. Folks, if you don't have turmeric tea in your regimen, get it. I have 2 bags of turmeric tea, big bags. I use ginger tea, ginger crystals, mix them with turmeric, a tablespoon of turmeric. Okay? If you are of the age where you're suffering from inflammation, or even if you're not, you just want to be healthy. But it is a super herb, turmeric is. And also put licorice root extract in your cupboard. The ultimate COVID fighter, and the ultimate inflammation fighter, and the ultimate immune system booster. Okay? All right. Oh. That was an unpaid endorsement. Pay me. Just kidding. But am I being paid for that? All right. It is 6:32 Pacific Standard Time in Nevada. Please make a YouTube tea. Oh, hey, I actually did, Edward Scissorhands. I will let me get that up there for you. Let's see here. TVE. Oops. YouTube. Okay.
Folks, this is, you guys asked me what I drink. This is my tea. It's
Here it is right here, folks. This is the name of the video, but it's also, let's see. I didn't know that. Okay. For me, it's arthritis, but also ginger and turmeric. It's ginger and turmeric. I also have hibiscus tea. Will the A's change anything, quote, fit Vegas, or do you think they can continue the green and gold? No, I think the green and gold will be there. It just will be bigger. Big marquees, big events, bigger. Flashy. I think you'll see ball girls in shorts because it's Las Vegas. All right. Things like that. But I think you'll see a lean toward purist baseball for the most part. You won't see anything flashy in the Liberace sense. You won't see that. It'll be big, it'll be green, it'll be gold, it'll be athletics. All right. This is the tea. See? COVID-19 tea is what I call it because it fights COVID. Selenium, turmeric, ginger, and edible green tea mixed. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. He says, I doubt they will change the uniforms. No, I don't think so. They're great. And they had that in KC before they moved. No, like I said, I think when it comes to uniforms, the colors, name, logo, I think they're going to be the same. But I think they'll just do it bigger in Las Vegas. They'll have a bigger canvas upon which to play, if you will, right? I really believe that. Yeah. And licorice root extract fights COVID-19. Don't believe that they won't. I doubt that. No, I really don't. I think they're going to maintain their roots. I mean, look, that part of the athletics doesn't need to be broken like that. There's nothing wrong with the A's. And don't forget, everybody in Las Vegas and Nevada knows the A's. They just over the border, right? So why change anything? You're just going where it's bigger and better. It's Vegas. You can be more of yourself. So no, I don't cotton to the idea that they're going to change the logo or anything like that. I don't see that coming at all. At all. At all. Nope. 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 Damien says, I hope they keep them and even wear the Kelly green even more. The rendering of the new stadium with the MGM in the background lit up in green looked pretty awesome. It did, although I'm not, you know what? I still want Ben Garcia's design. The spaceship. Especially since Las Vegas just got visited by space aliens. How cool would that be, right? In fact, let me see something here. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna not do that. Hey folks, I'm gonna check on my mom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm just going in the next room to see about her because I am here for her. All right. I'll be right back. And I've got this monitor, so if that changes, don't worry, I got it. All right. In fact, let me see just in case here. Those aliens were just looking for a place to play Baccarat. That's funny. That's hilarious. Okay. Still alive. They could pop in at any second. All right. You know, with the way things have gone for me, if I pop out, they pop in, huh? Yeah. So let me pop out. Mom, how's the game? So I asked her on the phone on the air. I said, so she explained to me how it works. I said, don't get in the middle. I should expect to go fast, right? She goes, well, yeah. So she was back in the days ago. Well, hopefully that was going to happen. You know, I said, a year ago, they're out of there. So.
And then Bobby Barber called me and said, all right.
What you doing, Mom?
Okay. Oh. Listen to a story by a man named Jed. It started from this tropic port aboard this Chinese ship. The mate was a mighty sailing man, the skipper brave and sure. Bobcat packed 5 passengers that sailed that day for a 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour. The weather started getting rough. The tiny ship was tossed. If not for the courage of the fearless crew, the minnow would be lost. The Oakland would be lost. The ship's aground short of this uncharted desert isle, with Gilligan, the skipper too, the millionaire and his wife, be a billionaire now, the movie star, the professor and Marianne, here on Gilligan's Isle. Anyway, don't ask who I started singing that. For some reason, it made me think of Oakland. Well, I guess maybe because I grew up in Oakland and still live in Oakland, and used to watch Gilligan's Island on what was the UHF channel. I forgot what the UHF channel was. Anyway, Let me see here. All right. So I hope they keep them. Even wear the Kelly Green more. The rendering of the new stadium, I got that one. Green and gold fits Jake. It does fit Vegas just fine. Cursive Las Vegas away jersey. A's have a rich tradition and history. Great looking uniform. Nothing to change. Agree. Those aliens were just looking for a place to play. That's funny. Peter says they'll keep the logo and jersey the same. The A's tradition goes all the way back to Connie Mack and the Philadelphia A's. Miami, yep, 51-44 at the half. For those talking about San Diego, Stan Kroenke just joined the team to redevelop the sports arena and Midway district. Wow. Interesting. Wait, redevelop the sports arena. Does that mean we're going to get basketball in San Diego? Does that mean we get basketball in San Diego? Well, that would be cool. I love San Diego. Comic-Con coming up. Maybe NBA. Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth. You're the hottest tourist city when interstellar tourists come to visit. Isn't that the case? Oh man. The green matches the green matches the Vegas table game felts. So we can keep the green. Vegas marked 725. Congrats on the A's to Las Vegas. I'm happy they got a new home. Future ballpark for Las Vegas is going to be unstoppable entertainment. It will be. Huge. Replace the elephant with the 4 aces cards. Peter says, Las Vegas' next quest will be an NBA franchise. Yep. OVG Group. Oak Valley Group, right? Who manages UBS Arena, is building a 20,000-seat arena casino complex south of the Strip. Is there an artist rendition of that? I haven't seen anything yet. Vegas is Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, and the Stones are the sports leagues. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Oh, the mission. You can see that. That'd be a cool kind of video. But who would play? Here's the question. Who would play Thanos? I mean, who would you get to play Thanos? Would it be the governor? Or would it be Steve Sisolak? Since arguably Steve Sisolak laid the groundwork for this. Okay? Or would it be Stephen Hill? You got to put Stephen Hill. You got to put Stephen Hill in the place of Thanos. Yeah, put the suit on him. Take the beard off, right? Put the helmet on him. Stephen Hill. Okay. Also, LeBron James has expressed interest in possible ownership in Las Vegas after he retires. NBA and Vegas are next on the Las Vegas agenda. I'll bet that Tom Brady is probably trying to lure LeBron James to Vegas anyway. I'm just saying. Pete says Las Vegas will also be a destination for high-speed rail from Los Angeles. Yes, it will, which will further expedite more tourism to the region. Edward says, fact, Jose Canseco was the first to predict the Las Vegas A's. Was that right? Really? I got to find that one. Vegas Mark 725. Like that one disco song goes, ain't no stopping us now. Nope. Peter says Las Vegas is also working on expansion of the Las Vegas Loop in terms of high-speed rail, light rail, giving Vegas a further advantage. Edward says, or the song in Oakland is ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Nope. The Oakland song, what would Oakland song be? Why is it the Logical Song by, don't ask me why. Don't ask me why the Logical Song by Supertramp just flew right into my head. Oh, what would you say if they were calling you a radical, a liberal, oh, fanatical, criminal? Oh, won't you sign up your name? You want to feel you're respectable? Anyway, I say that because I think Oakland's path is going to have to be very iconoclastic from here on out. It's going to have to be the outsider in the logical song. All right. San Diego is developing 16,000 seat arena on land once occupied by the San Diego Sports Arena. Too bad the San Diego Clippers cannot come back. Was a great new logo and uniform. Yep. And Peter, no renderings of an NBA arena just yet. The arena casino complex will also include a 5,000 seat amphitheater. It's a massive project. Wow. Casino complex. Who do they partner with? I got to read about this. Wow. Whew. Okay. Well, we're still waiting. All right. Something here. Hold on. Another song this makes me think of is Major Tom. I don't know. Oh, Ashes to Ashes. Because Ashes to Ashes would apply to Oakland. You know? Ashes to ashes. We all Major Tom's a junkie. Strung out in every eye. Looking at all. Anyway. There's something there. It's a sad song, but that applies, I think, to Oakland. When I think about that, yeah, that makes me cry. Phew, boy. It's like Oakland is dying before our eyes, you know, becoming just nothing but a residential community for San Francisco. But San Francisco's not safe anymore either. Ooh, doggy. No, doggy. No, doggy. Chuck Santana.
Representing.
How you doing, brother?
Well, I'm doing good. I'm thinking the A's are having problems in Vegas. They figured them out. They're a bunch of con artists.
No, well, I got some bad news.
What?
Well, I've been on a live stream. I'm still on it with my viewers. And I called the legislature and got a hold of a couple of really nice ladies. One a librarian, the other a legislative rep. And the legislative rep in particular told me that the reason why the camera was off and we weren't able to see anything was because they're working on amendments to SB1, which is the only thing that they're looking at. And I said, wait a minute. If they're working on the amendment, does that mean this thing's going to pass? And she says, well, that's, likely. And I said, yeah. And I said, yeah, because I said, it doesn't make any sense if you're going to, work on an amendment and then expect no one to vote for it, right? She said, yes. So I'm sorry.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
Fucking thieves,
Yeah.
all of them.
Well, yeah. Hey, everybody, this is Charlie Santana Jr.
I don't want to talk. No, I don't want to talk.
Oh, I was going to talk.
I left the golf tournament. I just took a picture by Mark Davis's house
Oh.
out there. Yeah, I don't.
Oh, you should send me that. I never knew what his house looked like.
It's the house he's got in Alamo.
Oh, okay. You know, because he
told me when he bought it. It's
Wow.
a beautiful house.
Wow. Well, he's working on a palace in Las Vegas, man. Whew. Have you
Not
seen
Vegas. I'm talking about Alamo, Round Hill.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying, have you seen what he's working on in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
Lord.
just crap me about the A's, man. I thought that shit was gonna fall apart.
No, it's not. I'm sorry, it's not falling apart. No, and like I said before, Charlie, we didn't have our act together, and But there's some other some news I'll keep you apprised of. I can't say it here, but I'll let you know.
All right.
Anyway, yeah. So.
All right. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, buddy.
All right.
All right, buddy. See ya. Well, I'm not exactly making not making people happy, am I? Hold on a second. I better put this one on here.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voice mailbox that has not been set up yet. Goodbye.
Yeah. Who else do I call? Mr. Lowry. What's your favorite David Byrne song? Take me to the river, do 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 do, scoo do do. Drop it to the Jerry Fagoni. Man, I gotta call Fagoni anyway. Jerry Fagoni is a famous friend of mine who's legendary Cal rugby coach and player. And bartender. Jerry's a great guy. Hey man, how you doing? Okay. Yeah, I call. I just mean I gotta catch up with Jerry. I've been on covering the. Well, I got some bad news. The A's are gone. So yeah, I just called. I've been covering the legislature, and I had on live stream, and I just thought, just saying to my viewers, whatever happens if I just just dial these numbers. There were all these numbers to be dialed the legislature, and so I dial one person who happened to be the librarian, and boy, she coughed up a lot of information. And then she realized who I was and said, "Oh, I can't hear you." I said, "She give me enough." So I dialed another number, and I got a hold of a really nice lady, and she told me, "Yeah, well, the reason why you can't see them on camera is because they're working on amendments." And I said, "Wait a minute, you mean the sausage is being made right now?" She says, "Yeah." I said, "So this thing's going to pass?" She goes, "Well, yeah, likely." I said, "Well, you don't work, I said, you don't work on an amendment with the idea it's going to fail." So, there it is. And this is a project I wanted to work on. I begged Libya for it, and, it didn't happen. And she made a lot of mistakes. So there you go. Yeah.
For my money, the area of the Coliseum is the perfect place to build a new one.
Yep. Yeah.
It's got, you always have to touch up the infrastructure, but they have infrastructure there that was made for there to be a football game and the pavilion going on at the same time. So that's like 80,000 people needing to use bathrooms and parking and art and Caltrain and an airport. It's all right there. It's the neighborhood work.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Jerry. I mean, That's a great point. I'll be less coy about it when it happens, but I may wind up working on that. I'll put it that way. Yeah, I'll finally probably get my break. Yeah.
Someone wanted to argue with me about where the Giants play. I build it up how nice it is. Let's compare them. The aisles are thin. The seats are steep. The place is cramped. It's difficult to get there. They don't, the parking, you can kind of get parking. You're stuck in traffic. So the Coliseum, even if it's old, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got big wide walkways and big wide pavilions. Parking is great. It's got a freeway in. It comes right into it. It's got another freeway up the hill. I can argue that that's good for town, of course. It's got BART. It's got Caltrain. But it's got everything. And all they have to do is just make it, clean it up a little bit, or do what they were going to do one time and build a brand new baseball stadium next door in the south parking lot while they're still playing right there.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Save a bunch of money. I was part of the group that argued for the Warriors thing there by taking the cake can off the top figuratively and enlarging it to the windows, which is what they did.
Yeah.
Place or you were part of that.
Yeah. Well, actually, you were more part of that one. I was more. I was 1998. Well, yeah, I was working for LAU. Yeah, I was. So, yeah. God, thankfully, my memory hasn't gone, Jerry. Mm-hmm.
And there's no freeway exit, no parking.
Nope.
Park's almost a mile away.
Yeah, we have to reroute it. The Coliseum is better. You're absolutely right. We have to work on the whole sea level rise problem because it basically encompasses all of East Oakland, and there's a plan to do it. It's the city. We have to, Jerry. We got to get the city in gear and make it do stuff because it's always looking for a reason not to do things. It wasn't like that when we were the pre-internet days, right? But now it's kind of like they're just sort of dragging their feet all the time.
The Coliseum is already under sea level. It's already protected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was. I think when I was talking to Dave Cowell about the Coliseum, he said, "Well, I've got to spend $400 million for a platform," and that was the whole sea level thing. But
I think the floor of the Coliseum, the field, I think is 20 feet below sea level already.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I got to check the drain. Yeah, check the drainage problem on that. There's an old. Yeah, it's a pump. Yeah, but I'm thinking also is that reminds you there's an old punch list. When the Raiders came back, there was 120. There was a punch list of 146 items that were to be done. I have to see what was done and what wasn't, because this group. I mean, I like them on a personal level as friends, and I've been candid about this. They run it like it's a high school gym, the Coliseum. Yeah, it's like anyway. So how you been, man? How's um I just I gotta take you to dinner when I get back, man. I just miss talking with you. So and I'm sorry about calling about Diane and everything. She's fine though. She just I just didn't she was been going through a state. So yeah, you did. You remember. Yeah. No, but we've always had. I remember. I was thinking the other day. Dave Byrne, right? Do you realize the first time I heard David Byrne's version of "Take Me to the River" was at the Golden Bear? Yeah. I think about that all the time, man. That was the Golden Bear on Grand Avenue. That was a little slice. That was a little slice of heaven, Jerry. That really was.
I really enjoyed that place, and it got the partners got a little bit too much for me. And
Mm.
wait, one was a cousin, one was a friend. So I said, okay, I'll just sell it.
Yeah, it's like yeah. I mean, but you know,
They didn't treat it like a community center like I did.
no, you respected everybody. You were the real life. What's the guy in Cheers? Played by Sam. Played by yeah, Sam. You would no, you were really you made the Golden Bear Cheers. You know, it was the place where everybody knows your name. Uh,
And the people made it. Once you're friendly to people, they're so generous, so nice.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What a crowd we had. What a even when the city council met, this is how we got close to them. I think
Yeah.
one of the reasons besides that we like being involved was they would come over from the garden center too.
Yeah, that's right. The Lakeside Park Garden Center. Yeah, we called it a.
I was president of the business association here at Adams Point.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the Adams Point Residents Association. And we were the only group, we all decided, well, let's meet together on the same night.
Mm-hmm.
So we're the only part of Oakland where the residents and business associations in the same neighborhood met together. And boy, when you talk things out, find out what everybody's capable of and what everybody wants, a lot of stuff happens pretty easy.
Yeah, it does. I mean, and I think you you generally like people. That's the thing, and that's to communicate that to other people is a beautiful thing, and I think that's Oh, thanks. Yeah, I do. I do. Yeah, I do like trying to help people. I really do. I like to give you a compliment though. You guys make you crack up. I remember when Cal Women's Rugby were having their events there. You would say, Zenny, I know you like athletic women. You have to come to the Cal Women's. And that was how I met Julia. It's hilarious. Oh man. It was Oh, he's on my board. I just talked to him. He was on my show. I got to get you on live stream and talk about rugby. He was on my show talking about the A's today, and yeah. But you were saying about him. What were you saying? Hmm. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
So when it came time for some of those meetings that had something important going on, he would come to the meetings.
Yeah. No, Elihu, yeah. Elihu, it was just all involved in. Oh, yeah, she lived right around the corner. Remember, she almost burned her place down. Yeah, she had this fire. What happened was she had this party. It was like she was working for Wendell Rosen. This was like 94. And poor thing, she had this night idea, but she had all these candles, and unfortunately the candles hit the drapes and caught fire. Yeah. Yeah. So I was really sad. Mhm. Oh yeah, Mark. God, what has ever happened to him? Mm-hmm. Wow, nice. Hmm. Hmm.
all that stuff from the Oklahoma created.
Oh no.
Because he was like crawling between pieces of concrete with breathing
Oh.
cement dust. Here it is, it's surfacing itself, 40 years later.
Can you still file a lawsuit for that? Can you get
I think he's getting something for it. I think I think there was something that went on that allowed them from some existing funds that gives them something, because there's others besides him.
wow.
So yeah, I think he's doing okay there.
Man, oh man. Jeez Louise. Golly. Oh man.
Sometimes when we needed to discuss a rugby thing, because he coached high school, sometimes there'd be 2 or 3 fire trucks pull him out in front. The guys in the other, they didn't know what was going on other than
but also what I remember, I never forget. We had one night, I think it was a Tuesday night, we had an 18-guy dice game. 18. Yeah. I mean, it was just talking like one guy took someone else's turn. There was some other guy that came in that I forgot his name. And he didn't know what was going on. He was just happy go lucky, and he dived in, and it was like it started off with like 6 guys, and then it progressively grew to 18 guys. An 18-guy liar's dice game. Hmm. Yeah, I can't. Oh, that hurt me so much, man. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
He said, what kind of place is this? He kind of looked in and went, there's all kinds of different people in security guards down the street, all these women from the law firms. So he had a good sense of humor. He said, what do you guys have? Food? He said, as you order Chinese food, but you can bring in anything you want.
Yeah.
He said, well, I might just go up and try this new place called a Jamaica barbecue.
Oh, I remember that.
And I said, well, that sounds good. I said, I'll go with you. And he goes, well, hold on. He said, I'll pick it up. So he asked anybody else. So the next thing you know, we got about 6-7 people, and we all chipped in. He went and picked it up. We all got back. So his first night there's this extremely varied group sitting around a table watching Monday Night Football with napkins cut to her collar. And we did that for a long time, and it endeared a lot of people to each other.
Yeah. And that reminds me, because the Golden Bear was the place. I mean, you knew that a game was an event because the crowd had formed outside. I remember we had from the Cal football team. I think he'll play rugby. What's his name? His name is flying right out of my. He played for the Bears later. I think he played offensive tackle for us. Troy Ozine, that's him. Yes. Yeah, Troy Ozine. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Todd Stussy. Played for the Packers. Yeah, yeah. And the Niners too, yeah. Yeah, right, right. Oh man. My brain is exploding. Right. No. Yeah. Yep.
And every time the door opens, or you can sit outside if you want, or you can leave the door open. I don't care. But after we hit the door, stick your hand out and say, "Hi, I'm
Yeah.
you know, my name's Troy. I'm your host for the evening. Whatever I can do to make your evening more enjoyable, please let me know."
Yes.
Even if a guy, some guys just had never been to the place before. Maybe they had a bad day. Kind of walked in being defensive or not sure what to do. Takes all of that off their shoulders.
Yep.
Right?
Oh yeah. No, I love that place, man. I had some of the best times in my life there. It was I remember whatever happened with Mark. Mark, he went down to be working movies, right? Yeah. Yeah. And I remember I was dating Julia, who I met at the party, the Cal Women's Rugby party you told me to come to. And she had a little brain episode of which, was neither. It was just things that happened. I meant to search for her, and I remember coming to Mark and said, "Mark, have you seen her?" She says, "No," And then she finally came all the way back home, and she was just fine. That was, but Mark was really helpful. He called and goes, "Hey, I think she just came by, and I told her to come back to your place." No, it wasn't. She just, uh, she was bipolar, what they now call bipolar, and she was going through some episodes, and that was my first taste of that sort of thing, and I stuck with her for as long as I could. Uh, well, that's you know what though, that's okay. I mean, the Lord has a purpose, Jerry, and I'm not, I'm not. I mean, I rekindled friendship with my friend Lauren, who I dated when I was back at Cal, and she rode for Cal. And Jerry, she was so strong that and so she was so athletic and strong that she could run the memorial steps 22 times at once. 22. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we started taking food out and cooking it in the barbecue. But all the stoplights went out, and all of the elderly people who like walk around the lake late in the afternoon, and the groups from people in the Clausen houses.
Yeah.
Also
Yep.
walk around there.
Yep.
And I mean, I kind of broke down in tears just a little bit of how sad it was. Because I was on my way to get candles up at the corner store just in case we needed them. So many people needed them. I said, "No, well, we have lanterns, that'll do." But I saw all those people that really choked me up, and I ran back into the Gold Bear. I got you.
Yeah, you did. Yep. Yeah.
You and you got a couple people with you, and I got a couple people. We slowed down traffic.
Yep. Yes.
We stopped all the traffic from in front of the street where it crosses where Osberger's.
Yeah. Yep.
All the way down to where the gas station and the store were. Zero cars.
Yes. Yep.
And we heard it. It's hard to stop because everybody was frantic.
Yeah.
We heard it. All of the elderly people and all the Clausen house people all across Grand Avenue until they were all across and all safe. And then we let the cars go.
We sure did. Yeah, that was, and yeah, it was. That was a moment, man. That could have been. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you came and got me. Thanks. Oh well, hey, only happy to work for you, man. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, when can I get you to come on the show and talk Cal rugby and stuff, and just reminisce? Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I remember that. I remember. God, there were these like. Oh man, I'm so sad Rick Bailey died. I don't know what to do. It comes back to me because I don't know if I ever told you I ran into him at the Balboa Cafe. Yeah. Yeah, but get this. He was with Harry Denton, who is rest in peace, passed away as well. And Harry was in Harry form. and Harry, he came in. Rick went to use the bathroom. And the Balboa was packed, and so Harry's looking around, looking around. He grabs this like uh, these straws, and he looks around to see who's looking, and he just throws them. And I say, Harry, Harry. He goes, what? Where's Rick? Where's Rick? Where's Rick? And I see Harry. Rick went to the bathroom. I want Rick Bailey. So I said, he'll be right back. So all of a sudden, Harry, he went out, and then I said, Harry, where are you going? He goes, I'm going out. I said, where? I'm going out. I said, Harry, don't go. It's not safe. So he got him outside. The bouncers helped me talk him back into the Balboa. So we're back in the Balboa. And Rick's still in the bathroom, whatever he's doing. And so we're talking. But Harry says, where's Rick? I said, he'll be around. And he goes, well, no, I'm going back out. And he got beer muscles and broke through everybody. I kid you not, Jerry, stormed out of the door, okay, out into the middle of the street, Fillmore and Greenwich, all right, and he lays down in the middle of the street. I was like, what the heck? And sure enough, right on cue, here comes the SFPD. I'm thinking, oh man. So they stopped the car just about 8 feet in front of Harry. Now Harry's laid out on the ground, straight out, like he's on a hospital bed with his arms folded over his chest and his eyes closed, like he's sleeping. And I said, Harry, the cops are here. Cop comes over, he shines a light, and he says, look, he shines a light on Harry, and he shines a light on me and this short dude. And he says, y'all got this taken care of, right? We said, yeah. Gary, yeah. And Harry gets up and he's like, ta-da, I did it. And by this time, about 150 people are gathered around, all right? And I'm thinking, he goes, yeah, and they're cheering and everything. That was the craziest thing in the world, man. And then Rick came out. Oh, man.
We'll be right back to the market. And we'd go over, and Harry had a place on South Market. It was a really busy place. And we were at like the third lane out from the sidewalk. And Harry's out there directing traffic. And he's just making a parking lot out of, I think it was Harrison. He's just making a parking lot out of it. And he sees us pull up and he goes, Bailey, what are you guys doing? Leave their cars right here. Brings the stand and sticks them up, pepper schnapps in the middle of the table, sits down with 3 or 4 actresses who just come from uptown and finishing a show. And there's this like ridiculously gorgeous woman sitting next to me who doesn't speak much English, but we're having fun.
Nice.
Yeah, that was just Harry. Eventually, we all went back to Slow Bear. Other people that lived in East Bay showed up. And then a couple of times, Harry would return to John. Harry'd show up with a limousine or something out in front, stomped full of people, and he'd come roaring in.
Oh, I miss that guy. I miss him so much, man. That was so. I'll get on your hair because I would type you all night long. My mom she's, as I mentioned, she'll be 89 this year, and so so I'm just blessed to have her around, and my only family. I wasn't able to bless her with wife and kids, but look, they say there's still time. So, hey, well, I'll talk to you. I just wanted to get your read on Cal athletics and the department and everything, where things are going. It seems like we're heading in the right direction in a lot of cases. I just, I have no axe to grind. I was just curious.
I think everyone would like every sport to have, better win-loss records. That's something that you do in athletics.
Yeah.
But in terms of, I'll call it a student core,
Mm-hmm.
academics, commitment, all that is there. It's still the University of California Berkeley, and better than it ever was.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Everybody's got their noses in that direction. Women's softball had, when they changed coaches, took a while for the new coach to get going. They were in college, the women's
Mm-hmm.
got won a couple, 3 games in there in the regionals, and things are, I like how it's going.
Yeah. Yeah.
I maybe even more so than ever. And I think one of the things that makes things good as well is departments are working together better than they have.
That's a big plus.
Yeah, the athletic director and Chancellor Chris
Yeah.
work
Mm-hmm.
together with the chemistry department, name the departments, and Chancellor Chris is working with them in a positive manner. Kind of cut the bickering out.
Nice.
Admissions are better because they've created space for there to be a lot more students. One of my major complaints, but one of the reasons it's so hard to get into college these days is the facilities and number of professors didn't come close to increasing with the population across the world.
No, it certainly did not, man. Oh.
Cal has created a way for there to be a lot more students admitted, so it also helps the cross section of students who are coming there. I'm pretty happy with that because the DNA, I like to call it, of our admissions department is to be as fair as possible in admissions without admitting people that it would be unfair to them to be admitted.
Huh. Nice. Hey, that reminds me too. I have a friend. I don't know if you know Carl Rose, but he's a track coach, but he's working for the city. He's a brilliant, nice dude. Met him Cal grad school. He's been to the Golden Bear a few times. But I need to figure out how to get him a job with Cal. I don't think he's a shy guy. He's done some great coaching up there, Strawberry Canyon. But that track. Okay, I'll tell him. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
But I know that a lot of them aren't from the area.
Mm-hmm.
And when you move here and you're not entrenched in knowing where you're living in an already reasonably priced place,
Mm-hmm.
you move from somewhere else, and that's hard to do.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't stay. So there's quite a few assistant coaches in track and field. And I think that, there's kind of a rotating gate there.
So he might be able to catch the rotation.
Yeah, I think applying and getting meeting and just saying I'm around. I live here. This is my home.
Mm-hmm.
So you've already cured a couple of things when it comes to a good candidate. Will they stay?
Right.
Someone who's already entrenched here has a way better chance for staying.
Yeah.
When you coach rugby, have I not owned the business and already lived here?
Because he's working for the city of Berkeley, but he's also been coaching, on the side part time. So yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna go in here and check on her and finish up with the rest of this stuff. Love you, Jerry. You're. Oh. Oh, okay. I'll tell. How's your schedule this week? You pretty buried? Okay. When are you unburied? When you're not? Okay, okay. You sound like my friend uh, who he blew the whistle on Donald Trump. So we were talking the other day, and he says, "Yeah, I want to come on your show and talk about Donald Trump." And I said, "When?" He goes, "Tomorrow." And I can't get a hold of him now. He's like, "You got it, man." Hey, back at you, man. Yeah, we got yeah. Hey, you talked to Johnny Love, Matheny lately? I gotta give him a buzz too. How's he doing? Nice, yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
What's up? Miami
Uh-huh.
gonna lose. Yeah, they're gonna lose. I thought maybe they might take another night, but I don't see it. So,
Oh. I apologize, everybody. That was my longtime friend, the legendary owner, well, Cal rugby football coach, Cal rugby coach, Cal football rugby is football, and friend and owner of the once Golden Bear, which is now called Room 389, Jerry Fagoni. And I hadn't talked to Jerry, I don't know how long. And Jerry, if you've if you're familiar with Oakland, I'm going to guess that some of you aren't. But and I'm going to guess that maybe half of you are. I know, but but Jerry started the Golden Bear was at 389 Grand, and it's on the corner of Grand and Staten, a block off the lake. And he opened the place, I think, starting at 88. I graduated from grad school 87, and I always wanted to move over. My objective was to live at Lake Merritt and have a nice job, and I did. That was my internship job with the city of Oakland redevelopment, and I lived in Lake Merritt, and started going over to the Golden Bear. And Jerry was one of the coaches also of the Cal men's rugby program, the Old Blues, and and the the Cal. There were he was assistant. Jack Clark, his legendary Jack Clark was a coach, still is the coach. Um, Boy, what a place! And I wound up working for Elihu, as many even know who follow my show here. And on Tuesday night, me and I met Libby's parents there in '91 after Oakland sharing the vision. But then later, when we started working in the city, we had something called. When I started writing for the Montclarian as a columnist, because my background in city planning, I just happened into that job. It's another story. But we all went to the Golden Bear after we had the council meetings at the Lakeside Park Garden Center because the city hall was so damaged that it was unusable. Okay. And we go to the old Golden Bear afterward, and that was called Agenda 99. You know how you have council, you have agenda items like agenda item 1, 5A, all this, right? That was Agenda 99. And I had some of the best times of my life in that place. Jerry Fagoni is the real life Sam of Cheers. He really is. He made that place into a place where everybody knows your name and they're always glad you came. And unfortunately, it was magical for a long time. It really was. Like the Loma Prieta earthquake. I remember I was actually coming out, I was getting ready for a meeting with my client, and I was going over some material, and I was going to take Bart. No, I was going to take Bart back. I was in Berkeley, and Bart had stopped running. I had no idea what was going on. And so I wound up taking the 51 bus because everything was just so messed up. And I remember on the way to the bus, this lady, blind lady with a phone up to her, said, "Oh, the bridge has collapsed." So you're thinking the whole frickin' bridge has collapsed, okay? She says, "Oh, and these buildings are falling down, and and she's got all she knows, and she's blind, right? She's got this radio to her ear, and she's blasting out what's going on as the bus is going. And you can see this traffic for I don't know how long, all the way down College Avenue. It's like, my God, I'm thinking, I'm never going to make it there on time. So eventually I got off at 27th. I took a shortcut way and I got to the Golden Bear. And when I got there, because the quake had hit at 5:04, right? And I didn't get there until 3 hours later, something like that, 2 or 3 hours later. And the place was a way station of people. One lady, I'll never forget, she lost her car because a whole wall of brick fell on it. And I ended up being at the Golden Bear until almost midnight. I got a ride home from the most beautiful woman in the place. And Barbara. Barbara is such a great lady. She actually worked for another client of mine. Actually, she worked for John Sharon of Stu Sharon Harbor. Just a wonderful person. Gave me a ride back because my car was back in where I was staying. I wasn't staying in Lake Merritt then. I was staying in East Oakland. I was actually staying in an apartment that was once used by Bruce Lee. Yeah, on Montecito. Okay, that's where I was. That was my home for about a year. And but that was a heck of a time. And so because the next year I wound up living like 2 blocks from Jerry's place, in Lake Merritt, and I'm still in Lake Merritt today. Wow. But just some great people who make Oakland the great city that it is. And Jerry Fagoni, Alan Michon, who owns Alan Michon owns the Grand Lake Theater. I can go on and on and on and on and on. And so On and on and on and on. What are you guys talking about? Let's see here. You've got all of these. I don't know why you guys are ragging on these other broadcasters and stuff. Forget them. I don't mean forget them. I mean, just, if you can't say something good, don't say anything about. I mean, just golly. They got their thing, we got our thing, right? Let me see if Ben Garcia leaving. As far as let's see here. Let me get your comments here. Nonetheless, I'm not gonna not read certain comments. Just because, right? I don't think. And then I'll jump in. Let's see here. Boy, lots of comments here. All right, lots of comments. Okay. I started Denver by 4. You saying Brody Bisling, Casey Pratt. I'm not going to repeat that. That's an insult. Vegas Mark says 2028, I believe, is when the new ballpark will open. The A's are possibly moving here in 2025, playing at Las Vegas Ballpark in Summerlin in the meantime. Joseph Walker says, yeah, let their emotions get in the way of logic. Well, I'm in, go to Vegas A's. Oakland's done. I'll be right there. I'll be there. I'll be there right in Field Vegas. I will see you there. You bet. Actually, somebody mentioned Casey. Casey just texted me about what you all are saying. Casey said, not about what you all are saying, okay? He said, I said, FYI, legislative rep told me SB1 is expected to pass, Zenny. And then I left him a voicemail explaining in more detail. And he said, I still expect it to pass too. Nevada gets to yes. So that's Casey. He's not Casey. That's Casey. All right. So, ton. What makes you expert on people? John Marks says, I like Vegas approach. He says he'll be there with his new A's jersey. He says, I almost forgot to Libby and Shang. You get nothing, you lose. Good day, ma'ams. John Mark says, I love the A's uniforms. He says, that's right, Vegas Mark 725. Me too, get some beers for us. Let's go. Viva Las Vegas. Oh, man. That would be tight. Green and gold, the colors of money, fits Vegas perfectly. Says, yep. John Mark says, my green and gold A's cap and sitting on the stands. John Mark says, rent myself a suite so I can invite you guys. Vegas Mark says, Win City should become our new nickname after we win some sports championships in the future. I understand that the Denver Nuggets are the champions. Is that the case? Baseball fan says the only one who used the term stalled is Brody. Completely inaccurate. Yeah. Miami is going to lose. Mama Zenny. Yep. She says. I love my mom so much. Green and gold Sin City A's jersey. Edward Scissorhands. Brody is mooking this SB bill. He won't be making the trip to Las Vegas. Get Tom Zolas to play again. Get the Raiders at SB. I think Tom could pull it off. Baseball says, I didn't mind if he was biased, but he crossed the line to being dishonest. I think so too. Says Brody is just trying to up his social. No disrespect to Brody, but after his interview with Shang Tao, all bets are off. John Marks, he bet he lost. Simple as that. Sounds like a great guy, Zenny. Yeah, Jerry, like I said, Jerry Fagoni is Cal rugby legend, Denver up 5. Sounds like a great place. Yep. John Marks. The Golden Bear is magical, or was. It's now room 389, which isn't a bad place into itself. Vegas Mark says, Brody put it all on red and he lost. Everyone knows you always bet on black, always. Vegas Mark says future World Series in Vegas is going to be spectacular like no other. I cannot wait to check it out. Says Maxim, where we'll get views of the strip on TV every time there's a home run grand slam. Jeffrey Needler says Brody is going to be out of a job if the A's move. Says, now every time I see the Tropicana A's ballpark renderings, the Major League Baseball on Fox theme will pop in my head. And Jeffrey Nieder says, the Las Vegas A's should have a Zenny 62 bobblehead D. I like that idea. I love to see me in a bobblehead with my suit. Yeah, anyway. I built a new discussion forum for the athletics in Vegas. Zenny was going to let me discuss. Oh, sure. Wait, who are you? I mean, okay. I mean, you should actually use your name rather than say something like that. That's a good way to get into trouble, man. Edward Scissorhands says Brody will be covering John Fisher's Sharks, and Fisher doesn't pay those players either. Jeffrey Nieder says KC looked like a giggling. Nah. Whoa. KC looked like a giggling second grader we interviewed his hero Shang. I think, what happens is that they are told, I can't speak for Brody, but I know that Casey is told by his minders to not just, get what they have to say. Don't challenge them. So they have what they do, and I have what I do. And I think they're complementary. There you go. We, including Zenny, should at least try to go see the Tropicana implosion next year. Ding. Jeffrey Nieder says, I want a Zenny bobblehead. Please press a button that says tax increment financing. Actually, you forgot SB 293 Skinner. Al Clem says the thing with Brody is that he never seems to question the city of Oakland. Right. Every video broadcasts nothing. I think he's scared to lose his job. He suggests the city is culpable. Well, at some point, you know what? I'm going to have to give in. Go Las Vegas Athletics. When the Las Vegas A's and the Atlanta Braves play at the new ballpark, the day should be called Zenny Day. Baseball fan says, we shared some emails on the subject of the forum. Okay, but what's your name? What determines if Las Vegas A's or Nevada A's? JL says, Vegas is a global brand, that's why. It's not sure, interesting question. And he says, can't forget Skinner. Nope, cannot forget SB 293 Skinner. No. Helmut says, the bobblehead should say SB 293 Skinner. Oh, damn, Zenny beat me to it. Yeah. Hey, John F. Wow, like John F. Kennedy? Anyway, the great John F. Kennedy. Name is John F. Hey, John. How you doing? Sorry, 2093. Yeah, SB 293 Skinner. Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay, let's see what's happening with this thing. It's just stilling. It's stuck on recess. It's just stuck on recess. Let me go back to still the only live stream. Okay. Wow. Huh. I fell asleep, folks. I'm sorry. I just literally froze. I was that tired. I just froze. I'm sorry. Wow. Well, that happens. I just froze. Okay. And it's 10:55, or let's put it this way. It's almost 7. And I'm hoping this doesn't take us all away. Because at this point, I got to think that they're just going to come in here and adjourn and go home. I would be shocked if they try to do anything like a vote tonight. Okay, I really would. So let me see what's going on here. Oh, you just sent me an email? Thanks. Okay. Let me find out what's happening here. Excuse me. Oh, boy, oh boy. Wow. So good to talk to Jerry Fagoni. Fagoni forever. Let's see here. Oh, thank you. Details emerge. This is by Peter. Details emerge on plans for South Strip Resort, NBA ready arena. Okay. $3.2 billion Las Vegas project is OVG's latest live entertainment bet. Stadium developer plans $3 billion sports arena and casino project. I see. Tim Lewige's Oakville Group. Let me see what is going on here.
Talking to yourself.
Huh?
Talking to yourself.
Oh no, my viewers here. I've got now 33 on, and one of them sent me an email. The other sent me a link. So I think what I'm going to do. The game is over.
Yeah.
Denver won.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mom.
I am too. Yeah, Daddy, I'm sorry. I tell they got 1 point, but they don't lose. So.
Edward says Heat 89, Nuggets 90. Wow. Get Skinner a Zenny a guess. Get Zenny a Zenny 62 media jersey. Logo. Yeah. It says sadly, every time the Warriors were in the championship finals after commercial breaks, the television stations would show the Golden Gate Bridge, cable cars, even though they were playing in Oakland all the time. Vegas Mark says Mama Zenny did say that Miami was going to lose after all. Yeah, Mom called it. Mom loves her basketball. Yep. You mean the A's? Yeah, that still will have a right. That will remain, right? Yeah, of course. Let me see here. Refresh this. I am. Let's see here. Holy boy. Okay. Rick Gates. All right. Okay. You can probably tell I fell asleep again. It's been a long day, folks. Yeah. All right. Let me try something here. I have not heard from Mr. Lowry. This is the man. Mr. Las Vegas. Doggone it. Mike?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, man, I'm live, and I couldn't think of anybody better to ask for your opinion about the A's moving to Las Vegas than you. You got about a minute?
Yeah, I got a minute. I'm actually at D's. This is apropos that you called me because I'm at D's on hands right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bad time?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm on the balcony now. I just walked out.
Okay, what do you think about the what happened was I found out from a legislative rep that they're doing the amendments, and she told me that looks like it's going to pass. I said, well, when you do amendment, you don't do an amendment thinking it's going to lose, right? And she goes, no. And they've been doing amendments all day long. They're still in recess. They're still working on it. That's what's going on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you think though?
I think that in the case, just like the case of the Raiders, we know both sides have fault, but I think if you really want to be here, you're going to be here. I think a lot of these companies, not exclusively sports, but a lot of these companies are leaving California because of the tax bracket. I was just texting you, the Westfield Mall is closing down in San Francisco. Park 55, they ceased their payments on the hotel. One of my clients the other day showed me another building. So you see this building right here? Their tech company left, and the owner is about to hand over the keys to the bank. San Francisco's seeing some dark times now, and a lot of and I also read it up. There's a video game company. I forget the name. They're pretty big company though that just left, that are leaving San Francisco and going to Vegas. Everybody's running to these states that where the tax money is a lot less, and I think that's what the Raiders went for, and I believe that's what the A's are going for too. Even though the owner he's never spent no money really, so I mean it's a bad product right now. Do they just believe all of a sudden he's gonna start spending money making a good product? I don't know. I don't know what they believe.
What do you think about how they will change the Las Vegas landscape at the Tropicana with that planned new hotel? I'm sorry, Mike. It's been a long day. Planned new stadium down there.
In what way?
It's a free-form question. I didn't have an idea, right? I just wanted or you could disagree with me, whatever. I just was looking for your idea on how it's going to change Vegas,
Okay. This is my thing, Zany. So I know some guys that are involved with running casinos and things that I have for years. Floyd Mayweather ain't walking through them ropes no more. I believe it feels and looks like every move they make is to just get an influx of people to come. Mm-hmm. Whatever, it's almost like they're throwing, the phrase, they're throwing something at the wall and hoping it sticks.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And because I don't know if you've ever been out there when Floyd fought. It might as well be New Year's. It might as well be one of those. It's they tell you, like, if you know guys that run casinos, there's only about 5 big days in Vegas. And then the ones that you were thinking, New Year's, 4th of July, Memorial Day, Mayweather, and but now Mayweather's not fighting anymore. So like I said, with the just like with the Raiders, with the A's, I think they want huge events. I'm not sure people are willing to spend what they're asking for. Mm-hmm. That's another thing, especially people that are accustomed to, like us, City.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had season tickets, the Raiders club level, 177. Go to your tailgate, you end up, spending $250 another day. Now you want me to fly, stay in a hotel, pay $2,000 to sit in club. Yeah. And, I'm just not doing it. And a lot of people aren't doing it. A lot of people who have kids and families, they can't afford to do it. People, even in LA, are you going to drive 4 hours there and then drive 4 hours back? Because you got to be at work the next day.
Yeah.
So,
it seemed to me the A's are a bit more fan-friendly in their pricing than the Raiders, huh?
Yeah, definitely. The tickets for baseball are definitely going to be a lot cheaper. They always been because they have more games. But I'm sure you've done the math on it. I've seen people throw numbers out there. What it'll take for them to, pay for the ballpark, and it from the numbers that I've heard, that what they've had to do, it doesn't seem too realistic for them to do the numbers they're planning on doing.
I think they can hit it, and the reason I do is the bond issue is the proceeds are $120 million, right? So if you figure you're looking at interest rate of 6% for the bond issue, you're looking at a total bond cost of $261 million. So I did some quick figuring based on what they threw up in the presentation, and I thought, you know what, they could pay off the bond issue in 5 years. Now, let's say they didn't get that and it was half. Because the bond issue is so small, they could still pay it off in about 12 and a half years and still have money left over. So there's nothing stopping them from paying that off. It's not like the Raiders stadium where you had a bond issue that was $750 million, and yet they were doing everything they could to basically hammer down the tax rate. And I warned Jessica Colvin, the finance director, hey, you know what? your tax rate's too small. She said, oh no, we got this. We're, it's going to work. And, what happened. It initially didn't work.
They end up pulling out 11.
Yeah, they end up pulling out. But you know what saved them, though, at the back end? The luxury boxes and everything was so popular and all that they literally trucked in money. I mean, it was sick, man. And plus, they were getting money from, Taylor Swift, the Rolling Stones, all these marquee names coming to the Raiders Stadium, right? And next thing you know, they're washing cash, and the Raiders are worth $5 billion. And I'm telling you, man, the A's are going to be worth $3 billion by the third year. And this is just where, I wanted to run the Oakland effort. I still believe, and I don't care who gets mad at me for saying this, Mike, but if they put me in charge, the A's would be in Oakland. There wouldn't be any of this stuff going on. All right? Period. And they can get mad at me, but that's why I started on this early on years ago. You know that. You know I am. So, so it as much as I just gave up this time. I said, I'm not challenging it. I said a year ago, I said, it was an old saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I just had resigned myself to the fact that one thing I missed, Mike, in the whole argument was I forgot one thing, that when you move a team, you are moving a market. So maybe you might say, oh, that's a small market, right? But you're bringing the market to them anyway. People are not going to stop watching the Raiders because they're in Las Vegas or watching the A's because they're in Las Vegas, right?
Yeah, they won't. They might stop going to the games, but they won't stop watching.
Right.
Well, I will. You know how I am, but I'm unique. But
yeah. And then they've got like 40 million people, running through there, and that's all kinds of casual, viewer inventory they can pick up. And then they get games where like the stadium is basically filled with the enemy, which is a bad thing, Yeah. But it's
Mark's dealing with that right now. I read that he's pissed off about that too.
Yeah, but but Mike, he gets pissed off all the way to the bank, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, I'm upset. Cha-ching! I'm upset. Cha-ching! Oh, speaking of which, speaking of being upset, what the heck was that Floyd Mayweather fight all about?
I don't know, man. I saw probably what you saw on YouTube. I mean, I can't. Hey, they're paying this dude $10-15 million to fight guys on the internet. I can't. Who's turning down that TV? Nobody's turning that down, man. I can't even knock him. What Floyd's 47, I believe. He's been retired. He made the $350 million on the Conor McGregor fight. Him.
Ooh.
Floyd Mayweather, as much as your listeners might love or hate him, whatever, he is the one entity that has, you have all these businesses like Amazon, you have these other, businesses like that. But as a single entity, Floyd Mayweather is the most probable single entity, I believe, in probably world history. Like the money revenue coming in is based on his labor and his labor alone.
Wow. Yeah.
Like the dude, like a lot of people, I know somebody that works with, a lot of people think he's spending all his money paying for these cars. He doesn't pay for those cars, Zany. They're a part of the deals he does. So if you want to do it, that's the entry level. Okay, you want me to sit down and talk to you? I need that new Rolls Royce. He don't pay for them cars. A lot of people don't know that though.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah,
so he
a
just
lot of them are attached to deals that he does. So
wow, that's smart.
Yeah,
that's smart.
And he just did that fight. This is the first time, because his daughter has a kid by the rapper NBA Youngboy. They never showed the baby's face. He walks out showing the baby. How much do you think somebody paid for that?
$1 million?
He walks out with the baby in his arm. I'm between 1 and 5. I'm thinking. I don't know the number, but between 1 and 5, he walks out with the grandson in his arms, and this is the first footage of him ever on video. So Floyd just keeps making them pay, man. He just keeps making them pay.
I admire that. Then he had that fight, or whatever you want to call it, with Logan Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought, what a genius thing to do. I mean, people who don't,
Easy 150 million.
yeah, easy. And let's face it, a lot of people still had never heard of Logan Paul and Jake Paul because they weren't YouTubers, right?
Yeah.
So he mainstreamed these dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
Yeah.
Man, the total genius.
Yeah, they're also, him and Jay-Z are part of that Madison Square Garden casino they're trying to push through.
I did not know that. No, is that
him and Jay-Z are a part part of that. So Floyd is it's as dumb as people want to think he is.
No,
Okay?
Floyd Mayweather. No, I will never associate Floyd Mayweather with dumb. No, not at all. He is crazy like a fox.
Mm-hmm.
Golly. We gotta get you on, man. Gotta figure that out. I'm glad I called you. I'm always glad I called you.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear from you. I'm going to the reverse boycott tomorrow. I just bought my ticket maybe 5 minutes before you called.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, you'll see some of the people there that watch my show and everything. I'm here 3,000 miles away. I would be there. I just think we need a mayoral regime. I hate to say it, man. We need to change our government in some kind of way.
Yeah, I also think we should somebody in leadership should look more toward like a Green Bay type situation. Let this community own a team and come up with the money ourselves and because from what I heard they came up with the money that the A's demanded, the $360 million, or it might be before like $400 million.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to get the community involved. Somebody figure out a way, a statistician person like yourself, somebody figure out a way where community can buy into it, the community can own it, not just Oakland, like the whole Northern California. Hey,
right. Yeah, because that's what's going to take, because these franchise costs are going more sky high. And I remember when I was invited to the Raiders sponsor party in 2019 in Las Vegas, Jerry Jones told me, well, I asked him, I said, is it fair to say that the Cowboys will be worth $10 million in 6 years? And he says, I think that's about right. And the Raiders at $5 million, but the more states add gambling, the more the franchise value of the teams that are involved in sports gambling goes up. That's why the A's want to be in Las Vegas so bad. And that's why California screwed up by not implementing sports gambling.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Zini, but wouldn't that work the opposite way? Now I can gamble here. I was actually Auntie Mary that died, God bless her heart. I was with Shamar the other week out at the Graydon, because there is Everett Jones, a great casino in Sonoma County.
Okay, yeah.
They're partnered. Graydon is partnered with I believe Caesar's Palace, so they had like a pool party type situation out there. But this is the first time I've seen a California casino with a craps table. Now, the game is played. I didn't go play, but from my understanding, they play it in a weird way. It's not, 20. It's not 7-Eleven. It's not that. It's something else to do with cards, or because Vegas is trying to keep the game. They're trying to keep going to Vegas, because if you have gambling in California, why would people go to Vegas then?
Right. Yep, that's the idea. I mean, and that it really is the idea. And I think, I don't know who else has thought about this, but I thought about actually running some numbers around this idea. I think the Coliseum should be a sports book. I think the Coliseum.
You know what? I had that same, Zini.
Great minds.
I swear to God.
Great minds.
I had that same idea.
We got to work on that. And get these.
It definitely should be. I mean, like you said, that's where everybody's going.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was Gavin Newsom's last stint thing he did for California before he runs for,
president.
But I was like, yo, when I was thinking, like when we were shooting ideas about the Raiders and we were talking about them, the whole, have one of those ferry buildings, the ferries that come up from San Francisco, have it all, go to Marvel or Disney, have it all, Darth Vader down, have the stormtroopers giving people drinks, and, like really leaning into it. Like you said, Mark he didn't know anybody. He didn't go and reach out all these huge Paramount, all these huge companies that are over here. But that was one of the ideas too I thought about as a Star Wars museum. Like I said, Star Wars characters, taking people from San Francisco Fair that want to go to the Raider game, and also a sports book inside the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
They would kill it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like I said, I believe there's some politics going on with Las Vegas, because I'm sure if we looked at some data, Californians go there the most. They're trying to keep Vegas just unique enough for us to keep coming back. Like I said, like I was talking about before with the grading thing, the craps isn't the traditional craps. It's you rolling dice, but I think you have to match the cards. It's some weird rules, but they're trying to keep Las Vegas unique, so you have to go to Las Vegas. I don't think they have a roulette wheel there either.
You have to research that.
If you go to any casinos out here, besides Graydon, they don't have craps, the traditional craps. They don't have roulette. You have to go to Vegas to get that.
Yeah, I was told that when I interviewed a member of the assembly about the whole vote on in California, and the way they have it wired and is just like that. You have to go through the Indian gaming tribes. You have to deal with them first. And I personally don't think that's a great idea, but it's got to be.
But see, all of them are in cahoots with some. I didn't even know this till
Okay.
like I said, Smart told me. When say you win the grand prize at Graydon, right? They have to fly it in from Vegas.
Is that right?
They're partners with Caesars, yes.
Huh.
They have to fly it in from Vegas.
Huh.
They're partners with Caesars. I believe a lot of these casinos have that where they're the ones out here.
Yeah.
With the, Indian gaming, they are connected somehow to a Vegas. It might not be Caesars, but it might be MGM. It might be somebody. They're connected to Vegas. And I don't believe, like I said, I think Vegas wants to keep it unique, where those traditional games that people love, you're going to have to come here to play it. Because if California started doing Vegas, Vegas would be obsolete.
Yeah. Oh, completely. Absolutely. Be game over. Game over.
Game over.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, good talking to you, Zen.
You too, man. God bless.
God bless. Go A's.
Go A's, man.
All right.
See ya. That was the legendary Mike Lowry. He's been a long-time listener, supporter, and friend. Just all around dude, good brother. So Everett says the Coliseum should have massive statues of Roman soldiers, chariots, red lights at night. Play it up. The Coliseum already looks 2,000 years old, I guess is what you meant. If anybody, I'm going to extend this invitation because why not? If anybody has a camera and they want to express their view on what's going on with the A's, here's the link. Here's your opportunity to come on the show. State your name, talk. There it is. All right. And I will be right back. If you're in the queue, I will see you when I get back. I won't be long. Copy and paste.
try
All right. Vlogging we will go. Vlogging we will go. Hi ho the Mario. Vlogging we will go. All right. I am back. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Oh, Jeffrey, I don't know what you're talking about. Big things tomorrow on Tuesday. We have the hopeful vote. I don't know if it's hopeful. Hey, the vote is vote. But we have the Stanley Cup final, the reverse boycott, and a former president indictment in Florida. All the same day. Okay. Wow. Indictment. Mr. Cowan says if Oakland loses the A's to Vegas, the Sacramento will become a legit contender for a Major League Baseball expansion team. There will be only one team in all of Northern California at that point. SAC supports the Kings well. I think, Kevin, it's a great question. I think the race is to the economic development swift, and Oakland has got a lot of catching up to do, improving to do. All right. I personally believe that Oakland can do it, but the problem, Mr. Cowan, is that Oakland doesn't believe Oakland can do it. And that's the line staff people that work for Oakland and everything else. Okay. Oakland needs a restart. It needs to change how it needs to have a skunk works for projects of great significance, so that this sort of bureaucratic malaise doesn't contaminate the fortunes of developers pursuing these projects, because that happens again and again and again. All right. Anyway, there you go. Wow. All right. Recess. This is something else. Let me make another phone call. Call my friend back, see if there's been any changes. It says 7:29. Hello.
Reached the Nevada Legislature Council Bureau. Our office hours are Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. If you have received this message, we are either on the other line or away from our desk. Please leave a message and we will return your call. Thank you. Record your message after the tone. When you've finished, you can hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, this is Zinni Abraham. It is now 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and I'm calling for an update. We talked earlier. Thank you so very much. But the Senate is still in recess, but I was just trying to find out when they were coming out. I got a great update from you earlier that helped me frame a lot the news for everything else. Anyway, I'm at 510-517-7565. Thank you. That's 510-517-7565. Thank you. All right. Could be gone. Who knows? But yeah, Oakland needs a reboot badly. Yeah. Kevin Cowan says, I don't think Major League Baseball will allow Oakland an expansion team because it would be an indictment of their own failure, both A's ownership and Manfred. I think Oakland needs to try. Oakland needs to fight for it. Not only fight like, fist fight. I mean, fight like compete, sell itself. make itself sports city all over again. And to do that, we have to build things first. We can't wait for somebody to, oh, I have a need and
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
hey, hold it. You hear that? I heard it.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6.
I heard that. You heard that. I heard that. Right?
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6. Mic check 1 2 3 4.
There's something happening here, folks. There's something happening in here. What it is?
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Mic check 1 2 2 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
We got a mic check, folks. And I'll bet you they do the mic check only, and then they'll come back and fell asleep again, folks. Whew, I'm exhausted. Whew. Phew. That. Oh, wow. I'm like knocked out. Oof. All right. Las Vegas, if they don't. Okay. Tap the merely report. The A's bill is scheduled to be brought back to the state assembly tomorrow morning, implying it passes the Senate, though. Check is in the mail. Oakland is a glorified Bakersfield and Fresno. It's a saving grace that it's close to San Francisco. And that needs to change. Oakland needs to come into its own and be proud, because Oakland is not a glorified. I've never been to Bakersfield or Fresno, but Oakland has one of the greatest ports in the world, and you do not exist as a second-rate city with a first-rate port. That just doesn't add up, okay? It just doesn't add up. I remember when I was working on the Super Bowl, bringing the Super Bowl to Oakland. I told this story before, but it's worth telling again. So on my way to the office one morning, this guy out of the blue says, "You'll never get the Super Bowl to Oakland." I said, "Who do you work for?" He goes, "I work for the city." I said, "You work for the city, and the taxpayers are paying you, and you don't believe we can get a Super Bowl?" No. It's okay. So I made that guy my mission. Every morning, I sought him out. I point him and I would say,
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Well, Hold on.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6. Mic check 1 2 3 4.
They're starting something.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, it is. All right, it did stop.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6.
But they haven't gabbled us out, so that's what I'm saying.
Mic
Now it
check
says
1 2
recess.
2 2 2 3 4
Now it says
5
recess.
6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Anyway, good question. Yeah, I saw that the stream ended, but it didn't really end because it says recess. All right, if it ended, it would not say recess. It would say it wouldn't say that. Okay, this is the floor session part 2. It says recess. Let's do this. All right, and then let's do this. Recess. Okay. Very odd. All these mic checks. Let me see something here. Hmm. Okay, let's see here. It says Nevada Legislature Assembly agenda for tomorrow 9:15 indicates the committee of the whole will informally hear an information presentation on Stadium Bill SB1 tomorrow. I'm told this is to speed up the process and does not guarantee the bill will pass out of the Senate. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Committee of the whole. 9:15 a.m. That's 12. All right. Okay. Public comment. It is an informational presentation. It is an informational. She wrote informal. See, this is wrong. All right. She wrote, this is wrong. It says informational presentation. Informational, not informal. All right. Okay. Okay. This is what it actually reads. It reads informational presentation on economic development projects and stadium. Okay. She wrote informal. Okay. And I'm going to put that on there on her. That's some BS. Okay. All right. It doesn't say informally. It says informational. I wouldn't do that. I would not guess at formal or informal, but just go with what is written. It's informational, okay? Informational. Okay, that's wrong. All right, that's wrong. And I told her, I just said, look, I would not guess at formal or informal, but just go with what is written. Informational presentation on economic development stadium infrastructure projects. All right. Okay. Ugh. But my point is, this says recess. This is the legislature. All right. And it says recess. If it were off, you couldn't get it at all. It would have, well, actually it did. It says 8:09. Well, and it froze. But they didn't adjourn it. See, they didn't adjourn it. So I guess I'm just going to leave it here. Let me find out what's going on. This is really confusing. She's not helping. Let me try again here. Okay. I'm just getting a voicemail there again. Wow. Okay. So not getting anything there. But it isn't, it's intended to be informational. Hold on. Ugh. Mm. Ugh. Another tomorrow. You know that eroding is going to milk it with 20 YouTube posts. Oh, well. I think I prefer the one. Not just kidding. Oh, let's see here. Her. It's almost 9 o'clock. Yeah. Let's see here. John Marks. Let's see here. Okay. Dude, this thing says recess. That's what bothers me. Somebody needs to come in and gavel this thing adjourned. Well, I fell asleep, folks. Sorry, I really dropped. That's so embarrassing. I cannot help it. I am exhausted. Wow. And it's 11:47. I don't want to. I think I might just call this because if they do anything, all they're going to do. Let me see something. Let's come back and adjourn this, all right? But I'm trying to see what's going on myself at the website. I don't trust what's being put out here. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, special session. Proclamation to convene special session. Special session is here. Let's see here. Reading. They haven't updated this past the Senate Committee of the Whole. They're really bad about updating things. Okay? They really are. Oh boy. Did it again. Did it again. Dropping off. Well, you know what? Let's see. I'm trying to hold on until the bitter end, you know? Okay. So I have that. Wait a minute. Where's the legislature here, right? Well, I had the live stream here. What did I just do? Oh, hold on a second. This is what I just did. Oh. See, it still says recess. Recess. Look at this. It reads, whoops, wait a second. Whoop. Okay. Recess. This was never adjourned. Right, this was never adjourned. All right. This was never adjourned. Something I'll just leave this run. But this was never adjourned. Oh no. Folks, oh, this is bad. This is really sad news. I don't know if you remember this man, but if you've never heard of this man, uh, Treat Williams, he died. Played a lot of great roles. I remember he played Michael Ovitz in that made-for-TV movie about the battle for the late-night TV spot between Jay Leno and David Letterman. This is Treat Williams. He played Michael Ovitz. This guy's one of my favorite actors. Wow. Sad. He started on the Warner Brothers series Everwood and the films Prince of the City, which I remember, and Hair. He was 71 years old. Wow. He was most recently on Blue Bloods, playing with Tom Selleck. Really great role. Boy, that's sad. That's sad. Yeah, Anthony, I saw I saw the thing there, but I'm trying to figure out what else is going on here because I know I'm not there to get the information, but still it would be nice, hold on a second, if I could get some explanation of what was going on here. Steve Yeager's partner at Vegas Battleborn, so keep that in mind. All right, let's see here. Assemblywoman Britt, let's see what she's writing. That was 9 ago. She's an Assemblywoman. Let's see if I can figure out what the Folks are tweeting. View all. NV Legislator. Nevada Legislator. Can't get a leg up. Very funny. That was an old Twitter account. Not happening. Okay. Sean McDonald says it's unusual for a House to hold an informal hearing like this when it doesn't have possession of the bill, but not unheard of in Nevada legislature practice. One house can't legally hear a bill that is pending in the other house. It has to pass and come to the other house first bicameralism. Bicameralism. Let's see here. Let's see here. For those watching the Nevada legislature for updates, the stadium bill, Tabitha says, there's no indication yet of whether the Senate will hear a bill or amendments tonight. It's too late now. Lawmakers are either walking through the building and staff. Lawmakers are walking through the building and staff were testing microphones earlier. Everyone is waiting to see what will happen. Yeah, but why? All right, why? Okay. But like I said, all I know is what I was told. And I was told that the reason why no one was in their chambers is they were out working on amendments. Okay. Hey, can you stop talking about this guy? All right. I mean, talk about something else, but it's like you're promoting this guy on my channel. And I don't care if you have anything good or bad to say about him, but why say anything at all? Just stop it. Okay. I mean, this is ridiculous. Talk about something else. Like, I don't know, talk about the Denver Nuggets as NBA champions, or whether or not you think the A's are going to go to the playoffs or something like that. Do you? Let me know. But I don't want to hear about some other dude that I don't know who has another channel. It's like you're advertising for the dude. Forget it. So, stop all that stuff. It's not good. All right. Because first of all, you're not going to get me to talk negative about the guy. I don't know him. So why are you coming on my channel and doing it? Come on, John, you know better than John. I'm talking about you, John Marks. You know better than that. That's not good. All right. I know what Tabitha Mueller says, but here's my thing. See where it says recess? It didn't. She says it adjourns, but they didn't actually put the adjournment on the camera. Maybe they try to keep me up all night. But I remember this happened once before, and the camera was up, right? And then they finally came forward. But I'm not going to go off that. I'm just not. Let's see here. Let me see here. Somebody called themselves MC Hammer, even though they're not. Oh boy. Alexander Marks says scheduling a hearing on the stadium. Well, he called it stadium scam, so I can't get any good information from him. It says 21 minutes ago, the Nevada Senate has adjourned. How come it's not on YouTube? That is weird.
Mic check 1 2 2 2 2.
Here we go again, folks.
3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Maybe this is it. Yeah, I want it on my channel. If they're going to adjourn, I want to see the adjournment on YouTube. I don't want to see it on Twitter. I want to see it on here so I have it recorded, that it adjourned, so I'll know to stop this thing. That's the way that I do it. All right. Okay. So I don't care who said what. I want to see it. So I'm waiting. They forgot. John Mark says they forgot. Okay. Because on Twitter, I can see that that's reporting. All right. But I don't. Okay. But I want to see this. Eight News Now is reporting the same thing. I got it. It says adjourn after no action on Monday night. Setting the special session to funding on the A Stadium in Las Vegas the fourth day on Tuesday. Okay. I think they're making some substantial changes. Okay. Okay. Wow. It says Senate floor session part 2, and then it says streamed 4 hours ago. Something's wrong here. Okay. That's weird. Then it says streamed 5 hours ago. Let me see something here. They do not have any part 3. They have Senate floor session then part 1, and then part 2, which is here, which says recess. Okay. That's weird. Okay. Huh. Let me see something here. Now they're taking, says tomorrow morning, the Nevada Legislature will have our last chance to provide testimony on SB1. There will be no phone testimony, in person at the legislature, or email. Do you want to see the amendments? All right. An update on SB1. The bill is still in the Senate. In order for Assembly members to ask questions about the bill, we will be doing an informational presentation on the topic contained within the bill tomorrow in the Assembly chamber. They're still working on amendments. All right. As I told you, the meeting has to be informational, Steve says, because SB1 is not in the Assembly. This type of hearing is not unusual because every joint hearing during the regular session, all right, every joint hearing during the regular session, he writes, that involves both the Assembly and the Senate. Let me read that again because I went to another page. This is just put up 3 minutes ago. I'll repeat from the start. In fact, it reads, the meeting has to be informational. I'll start from the top. All right, Steve Yeager. Steve Yeager is the esteemed Speaker of the Nevada Legislature. An update on SB1, the Nevada Legislature Athletics Bill. The bill is still in the Senate. In order for Assembly members to ask questions about the bill, Assembly members, not senators, we will be doing an informational presentation on the topics contained within the bill tomorrow in the Assembly chamber. And then it goes on to read 3 minutes ago. The meeting has to be informational because SB1 is not in the Assembly. This type of hearing is not unusual because every joint hearing during the regular session involves both the Assembly and the Senate, even though a bill can't be in both houses at the same time. We'll be meeting as a committee of the whole, which basically means one giant committee of 42 members in the Assembly chamber. The meeting will be about the bill as introduced and any amendments that have been worked on and generally agreed to up to this point. Wow. So that explains why, even though they have this, stuck, okay, on recess, what there should be, because it is stuck, is if I go to here and I go home, all right, I've got the 35th special session upcoming here, and that is for June 13th. All right, and that will go, and this is what should go here. Let me show you. Let me stop that screen. share the screen, and then get this one, that one, and then watch what happens when I press this. Okay. It's live in 11 hours. See that? Okay, it's live in 11 hours. But, okay. All right. Okay. So whatever they did to adjourn, the adjournment didn't come through on YouTube. That's strange. I mean, but that's what happened. All right. Whatever they did was a technical glitch. It never came through on YouTube. It came on Twitter, but not on YouTube. And they still have it there running. It still reads recess. Even though it reads that the stream went to 4 hours and 23 minutes and 5 seconds, but when you press the red button, it says recess. And that's how they're handling the live stream. They're not handling the live stream correctly. So the information as a result about what's going on has been, hampered. So that's what's going on. All right, as John Marks wrote, they forgot to turn it off. They forgot to turn it off. There you go. Okay. So tomorrow, what we will see is this. There. But we will also get a whiff at the amendments that are installed, which will make this a new ballgame. Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know. Let's see here. I don't know what you guys are talking about. All I know is I can't get. See, that's there, right? But I still can't get this one on the assembly floor to show. And, I'm going to give up doing it because I know, being a YouTube partner, they have a ginky way of using their live streams on YouTube that doesn't work right. And it still reads recess. Okay. So at some point, you got to know when to punt. But A's just beat the Rays 6 games. Okay. There we are. All right. Here's the thing. I don't like this kind of exchange. I don't know who this is. I'll put you in a timeout and chill out. Okay. All right. So, okay. It's ridiculous. Get a life. My goodness. All right. So, thank you. And this is the thing, folks. I appreciate like Kevin using his real name and everything because I'm old school. I say I gave everybody a link so you can actually show your face and talk. That's it. But part of the reason you think somebody disagrees with you is because of this distance, this fake distance. You can close it real quick by picking up a phone and calling, using your real name, and being human. But when you hide like this and start to play around and say things and not think about what you're saying, that's wrong. That's wrong. Anyway, and that's what I don't like about the way people use the internet. Note, I said the way people use it. Okay. So tomorrow, here's the bat channel. So that'll be 12 o'clock our time. 12 o'clock because it's 9, so it'll be 12. So we'll follow along with that. Looks like it's going to carry on for the week, doesn't it? Wow. It wouldn't surprise me, but well, maybe not. But from what we will see, I'm going back to what Steve Yeager posted. All right. And I quote, and now that I showed you this, I'm going to now swap it out. I'm going to show you what I'm reading. I'm going to show you what I'm reading. this is what I'm reading. You see that? I'm going to enlarge it for you a little bit. Let's zoom in. And I'm going to do that one more time so you can see it even better. There. Can you read that? Can you read that? All right. All right. Again, an update on SB1, the Nevada Legislature Athletics Bill. The bill is still in the Senate. In order for Assembly members to ask questions about the bill, we will be doing an informational presentation on the topics contained within the bill tomorrow in the Assembly chamber. Okay. Then it goes on to read, that was 11 minutes ago now. The meeting has to be informational. There I go again. The meeting has to be informational because SB1 is not in the Assembly. This type of hearing is not unusual because every joint hearing during the regular session involves both the Assembly and the Senate bicameral, even though a bill can't be in both houses at the same time. We will be meeting as a committee of the whole, which basically means one giant committee of 42 members in the Assembly chamber. The meetings will be about the bill as introduced and any amendments that have been worked on and generally agreed to up to this point. COW's committees of the whole is what that means, comes with different rules. One of which is that each member is only permitted to ask 2 questions, and each member must be allowed to speak once before any member speaks twice. So it figures to be a long day tomorrow. As speaker, I'll be chairing the committee of the whole. As of now, the plan, always subject to change, is to start our floor session around 9 a.m. and start the committee of the whole around 9 a.m., 9:15 a.m. We will then have the presentation and start questions. We will break for a short lunch at some point and then come back to resume. After questions, there will be an opportunity for testimony and support, opposition, or neutral. That testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per person, and the total testimony would be time limited as well. Testimony will be permitted in person both in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Oh, geez, Louise. So I was wrong about that. They're going to have to take another bite of it. For those wishing to testify who cannot be present in either location, we have established a specific email address where testimony can be mailed to be made part of the official record. That testimony must be received within 24 hours of the hearing. In addition, interested individuals can always email their thoughts directly to Assembly members or contact them through other means such as telephone or social media. Now to address what will likely be a couple of questions. First, yes, we could have done a joint committee of the whole, but that would result in a committee hearing with 63 members, which seems somewhat unwieldy. Separate committee of the whole hearings seem to make more sense. No, the Assembly cannot act on a bill that it does not have a possession of. That means the Assembly cannot act on any action on SB1 unless and until it passes out of the Senate and comes to the Assembly. I hope this helps. Have a good night. Okay. And so that's what, right? They said that they adjourn. Right? Now then take a look at this. Hold on, Raider PJ. Let's do this recess thing. It's still all right. Recess. Yeah, they have a problem there with their live stream. And because it doesn't show that they actually went beyond, they haven't established a 613. Let me put it this way. The Senate floor session, I'll show you this. Show you what I'm talking about. The Senate floor session here. Still don't see that, do you? There. Okay? The Senate floor session here. You see that? All right? The Senate floor session is still marked on the second live stream. There's not a third on YouTube. So they clearly have some technical problem. All right? Edward Scissorhands, sadly, this whole thing is playing out like the Senator Robert F. Kennedy death watch in June of 1968, the same year the A's came to Oakland. We all know what's going to happen. Yeah, they have them. They'll have amendments. They'll be introduced. So this is going to be a brand new bill. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I mean, they worked all day on basically overhauling this bill in a ton of ways. And now I want to, I can't wait to see what unfolds from this, because it's not over, because it's still in the Senate. They are not finished with the bill. All right. They're not finished with the bill. And I'm wondering if they actually dropped the bond issue, given, the extent of the changes. So with that, folks, it is 12:23. I am going to shuffle off the buffalo and go to sleep, because as John Marks told me, I should go to bed. So as they say, it's never over till it's over. And I'll be back to put this on live stream. And probably set up to just simply run automatically again. But it should pass. It's got amendments. Those amendments meet what the senators were talking about. It should meet what the assembly people are concerned about. If they might bring it up and say, "Oh, it's already covered." What a chaotic situation. I mean, you have a bill. There's a bill, right? You'll know what the amendments are. They're still working on it, and you're going to criticize it. That's kind of, if I'm reading that correctly, it just sounds a little nutty. But there have been worse things. Thank you. And let me see. All right. Clearly, I've got. Oh, John, I've got your email now. Okay. Oh, John Fields. All right. You should just call, man. I remember now. Okay. Yeah, I remember. Now I remember, John. Just say your name, man. There's no need for secret stuff. Life's, you're not, sending something of CIA level or whatever. All right. Okay, folks. Interesting evening. 10 hours. Listen to this. Wow. 10 hours, 30 minutes, and 50 seconds and counting. Unbelievable. Whew. Good night. Live long and prosper, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Zenny62. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Thank you all for your fantastic support. Love you. Thank you. That ends this broadcast.